automatically local variable will be destroyed.
Perfect.
Automatically
Just 1
local
minute, guys.
variable
Within
will be
1 minute, I'll
destroyed.
start the session. Don't worry.
Local variable will be destroyed. Local variable will be destroyed.
Very good morning, guys. Very good morning.
Hence, the scope of local variable, the scope of local variable is exactly same as the scope of local variable. Wait. The scope of local variable is the block. Scope of local variable is the block in which we declared it. The block in which we declared it.
Good morning, guys.
In which we declared it. So I hope you people now can aware what is local variable, in which memory area it will be stored, when it will be created, when it will be destroyed, what is the scope. Now terminology is the very clear for you people, right? Okay. Now the next chant or the next point or conclusion, make sure what is the next terminology. Make sure you people should have clear idea about this one.
Many of you are coming for different
Sir,
course
local
other than Java.
variable,
All of you are coming for Java
instance
only, right?
variable, static
Right,
variable.
good.
Static variable part of class.
Today,
You are getting class level data.
About
Instance variable part of
fundamental
object.
foundation.
Local
for
variable
Java.
part of
What is
method.
Java? How Java is
Or part
available? How
of
many
block,
parts are available
for
in
loop,
Java?
part of
What
if block
exactly we
like.
have to learn?
Sir,
What
local
exactly the Java
variable.
technology which is
Okay.
running in
So
outside.
local variable,
all these things.
instance
today we are going
variable,
to
static
understand
variable.
clearly.
Instance and static variables
First of
are
all,
standard
tell me,
data,
guys.
class level data, object
In
level
Java,
data. But
how
local
many
variables
parts are
are
available?
not standard, temporary data. That's why
And before that, I'm
JVM
telling
won't
you,
provide
this is
much support
the
for
demo
the local
for
variable.
full stack
Sir,
Java,
for instance variable,
basic
static
Java,
variable,
complete
if I am
Java,
not performing initialization,
packages, and
what will
core
happen?
Java.
JVM
So
will
today is
provide
the demo
default
for
value.
full stack
There is
Java,
no such
basic
type of
Java,
terminology
complete
for
Java
local
packages,
variable.
and
For
core
local
Java.
variable,
So for all these
compulsory
batches,
we should
today is the
perform
demo class.
initialization
Just try to understand it.
explicitly.
Right.
Are you getting?
Now,
Okay,
anyway,
this here. So we should
I'm
do
asking to you
that. Okay,
clearly,
one thing.
as per
Next,
your
another
awareness,
biggest problem with local
how
variable,
many
scope.
parts are available in Java?
So instance variable, wherever object is there, instance variable is there.
Before that, I'm asking one simple
Wherever
question.
class is there, static variable is there.
Why you are
But
trying to
local
learn
variable,
Java programming language?
within
Why not
if
other
a block
programming
is
languages?
available, if I will go to else
Why you are
part,
coming
it is
for
not
demo
available.
class
Or
today?
within the for loop it is available.
course, for
If I
learning
will
Java
come out
only,
of the for
understood
loop, it is
that.
not
But why
available.
you select
Scope
Java?
related issues are
And why you are learning
dangerous
Java?
for local variables, right?
I'm
Take
not asking
special
about the
care.
comparison
So
between
one
Java and
possibility to ask the question in the
I'm
exam
asking you what
related
is
to
your
scope,
intention to
dangerous
learn
concept.
Java?
Second possibility related to default values. Okay. First, let me talk about scope. Here, see this one. Very
Now,
important, Anna.
I think might
Here
be
I
you
am
may have some
taking
n number of
class
reasons.
test.
You may have n number of reasons.
Class test.
Reason number one.
Public static void
No, sir, I
main.
completed my BTech long
Public
time back.
static
No.
void
My
main.
parents are forced
String
to
array
me.
arcs.
Array, you
Class
want to
test
get
public
married,
static
you
void
need
main.
some
Legend,
job.
don't take.
You need some
String array
salary,
arcs.
otherwise
Now
nobody
I'm
will
taking.
marry you. So because of that reason, my
Here,
parents are
int
forced to me. That's why
I
today
is
I came
equal
for
to
demo
0.
class.
Int
Is
I
that
is equal
reason
to
for
0. For
Okay. Samar, yes, sir.
int j
Nice.
is equal to
If any
0.
of you like that,
Int
then
j is
I'll be
equal
a
to
good
0.
solution for it.
J
If you want to get
is
good dowry,
lesser than
if you
3
want to
j
get
plus
more
plus
dowries,
I.
please come and
J
join
plus
with my
plus.
classes there.
Now
I'll give
I
some
is
tips to you how
equal
to increase your
to
dowry
I plus
also.
j.
Fine, leave it.
I is
And
equal
some
to I
other
plus
people may
j.
have some
Okay.
other reasons
System
like
dot out
what?
dot
What
println
reasons here?
I dot
Um,
j.
I completed
Sir,
my
can you
BTech
tell
a few days
what is
back,
the
sir.
I value and what is the
I'm
j value?
totally like what I'm doing there vacant. I don't have
What
any
is the
work
I
there.
and the j?
Just I want to check which course are
I
training
is
in
equal to 0.
outside. Somebody else has given
For
information
int j is equal to
to
0,
me.
j is less
Java
than
is
3,
good.
j plus
That's
plus.
why I choose in Java and
I
today
is
came
equal to
for
I
demo
plus
class.
j.
That's okay, somewhat better.
SOP of I
And
dot
some
dot
other
dot
people are
j.
saying the
What is the
reason
I value?
my
What is the j
relatives
value?
are my, and that is a big problem.
Yes.
It's a common problem for everybody is what? One of
What
my
is the I value
neighbor,
and what is the j value?
uncle's son is working. He is my classmate actually. He is working with IBM at Bangalore. He is my same classmate. But in the campus interview, he got job at IBM. And Bangalore is working. Every month he is
Yes,
earning
boss.
nearly 45,000 rupees.
I value is
Immediately my parents came
3.
to me. Every
J
day
value
morning, my
is
parents are seeing at my
okay.
face there.
Make
And
sure
what you are doing, why
if
you
I
are
can
doing.
do like
If not
this,
my parents,
first the
no,
code
in my
won't compile.
speed,
Compiler
all
will give
other
left and
uncles
right.
and aunties are coming to
I
me. They're
is
asking to me,
local
"What you are
variable
doing,
of
why
main
you are
method.
working today? That
Within
person
the
is
main
earning
anywhere you can
45,000,
access,
but you
no
are not
problem.
earning
Within the main
anything.
anywhere you can
Why you are
access.
sitting vacantly?
But
You don't have
J
any job."
is
People are asking
local
this type
variable
of
of
question. I want to come
local
out from
variable
that
of
questions.
for
I
loop,
want
for
to
loop, local
declare
variable
this.
of for loop.
That's why I came to
Within
Hyderabad
the for loop only you
and
can
I'm
access.
joining in your class today. Is
Outside
that
of the
reason
for
for you?
loop you can't access. That's why, sir, outside you are accessing J.
And
What
somebody
is
else
J
may
or
give
where is
some
the
other
J?
answers.
Like
Sir, I'm very much
immediately
passionate in
comparator
programming
saying
languages. That means programming
cannot
part. I'm
find the
crazy on Java
symbol.
programming. So I want to see the
Cannot
top to
find
bottom of
symbol.
Java. I want to give
Which
left and right
symbol?
to Java.
Cannot
That's
find
why I
symbol.
came
Which
for your
symbol?
class today. It's
Variable
overaction only.
J. Variable
If
J.
anybody is saying, sir,
In
I'm
which
good at Java, I'm
location?
passionate on Java.
Okay.
If you are saying this
Class
kind of answers,
test.
no, you are not fit for my
In which
classes. Go and join
location?
with the James
Class
Gosling
test
classes.
like this.
Who is that
I'm
James
going to
Gosling?
get. Are you getting, sir? Within the test class,
Founder of,
you
father
are
of
using
Java.
some variable J. Where
Father
it is
of
available,
Java is
first
what?
let me know.
James
Then only
Gosling.
I can compile.
Who is mother of
Because
Java?
J is what? Local variable of for loop. Outside of the for loop
Father
we
of
can't
Java is
access.
James
That's why
Gosling.
the
That's okay.
problem
Who
is
is
coming.
mother
Are
of
you
Java?
getting?
Hey, yaar, what you are
Scope
thinking
related
of?
issues a
Wife
bit
of James
dangerous for
Gosling is the
local
mother of Java,
variables, right?
right?
Next, very
Don't you
common
think too much
question for
about
the
it? It's
exam.
clear.
Legend,
James
this
Gosling is
one.
the father of Java.
Sir, I'm
His,
taking
his wife is
here
mother
class
of Java,
test.
right? Don't ask
One
me
more
who is child
example,
of
class
Java.
test. Public static
James
void
Gosling's son or
main
I don't know.
string
Whether he
array
has son or
answer.
daughter, I don't know. Right? Leave it.
Public static void main
So,
string
so
array
many
answer.
reasons, guys.
Here I'm taking
Different reasons are available. But for all these reasons,
year
answer is
one.
very simple.
Sir, try block
If
I'm
ask a
taking.
question, why you are
block.
learning Java programming language today? If ask this
J is
question,
equal to
you may give hundreds and hundreds of
integer
answers.
dot
But for all these answers, you only
parsing.
one root cause.
Sir, integer dot
What
parsing.
is that root
To
cause?
convert
There,
string to number.
to
Integer
get a
dot
very
parsing
good
of
job in order to get more money.
TEN I'm taking.
I am very much
Integer
practical
dot
in this
parsing
point.
of
I'm
10.
telling to you clearly.
But TEN,
I want to
not
get
a
very
number.
good identity
Oral
in
word.
outside, so I need a
Immediately
job.
we are going to get what?
Along
Class
with
test
identity, I
exception.
require
Because
money, definitely.
string
For
to
survival
number
purpose, for
conversion.
my survival,
But string
I
is
need
not
identity
representing
as
a
well as
number.
like what
That's
the
why
monthly salary I
class
require,
number
right or
format
not?
exception.
Any of you are
Catch
ready to work with any company
number
without salary?
format exception.
Any of you are
Boss,
ready to
if a
work
number
with any
format
company
exception
without
will
salary?
come,
No, everybody is ready to
number
work
format
with the
exception
companies
will
with the salary
come.
only.
If it
Am I
is
right
the
or not?
case, can
Right,
you
so
please
definitely.
keep
So,
J is
definitely we
equal to
want to get
10?
very
Sir,
good jobs
assign
in
directly
software
10,
company.
not required to take
If you
conversion.
want to get very
And
good job in a
then,
software company,
can
then
you
I
please
have to choose
print
a technology.
SOP of J? Regarding,
Definitely,
can you
I
please
have to
print
choose a
SOP of
programming
J?
language.
If I
In
can
which
take like
programming
this,
language more
compiler
number
will
of
give left and
opportunities
right.
are available?
You know what is the reason?
In
Not
which
required to keep
programming language
explanation.
more number of opportunities are
J
available? That I want
is
to know.
local variable of try block.
In that I want to
J
search
is
for my
local
job.
variable of try block.
So,
So
for that
outside
purpose,
of the try
first of
block,
all, I need
sir,
to
within the catch block, how you
identify
can access?
programming language
Or
which is
outside
having
of the
very
try
good
block,
demand in
how you can
outside.
access? Immediately
Number of
compatimeter by
programming
default
languages
you
are
are going to
available
get
outside.
here one
Among all
time,
these
here
programming
also one
languages,
time.
I
Are you able to get?
I
Related
identify
to
my
scope,
programming
local
language is
variables
what?
are a bit
Java
dangerous,
programming
take a bit special
language.
care.
Why?
I
Because
hope
in
you people
Java
can
programming
aware, right, okay?
language,
So this is
more and
sometimes
more number
available,
of
sometimes not
opportunities are
available. This
available.
question is there in our
In Java
SCJP practice book
programming,
also.
in Java
Compulsory possibility
programming,
to ask in
more
the
and
exam
more number
related
of
to scope of
opportunities are
local variables,
available.
right?
So
Take
because
both
of that
examples.
reason, I want to join for Java programming language today. I want to get a platform on Java platform. I want to get a job with Java programming language. So I want to learn Java programming language today. Because of this reason, today I came for demo. It might be a reason. Okay, good. Your reason is okay, fine. I understood that. But now tell me, before going to learn Java programming language, first we have to analyze
Take both examples clearly.
what I have to learn.
Cannot find a symbol.
If I select Java
Which is symbol
programming
variable
language is my
J
next
location
programming
class
language,
test.
then we have to analyze what I have to learn. How much Java I have to learn. Is it requirement for me to learn Java right from starting point to ending point of the Java? Is it possible for me? Is it necessary to learn Java right from 0 level to 100th level? The total Java you want to learn? If any of you are trying to learn the total Java, complete Java, even 100 years of time is also not sufficient for that. I'm sure about it. 100 years of time is also not sufficient. Don't try to swim the total ocean. Java is an ocean, no doubt for that. But up to how much is required? First analyze that. Up to how much is required to get a job in outside? Up to how much I have to learn about Java to work with the projects in the companies? First analyze that. Then try to learn the respective, the total programming language. But don't try to learn the complete Java. Not at all possible. Not
Take
possible
clearly.
for me, even
Completed,
for
right?
James Gosling also. Getting my point clearly? What I am telling to you? So now here we have a question. What is my question? What I have to learn in Java? Maybe myself is a fresher. Maybe myself is a 2 years of experienced person. Maybe myself I want to give 5 years of genuine fake experience in my resume. Genuine fake experience on my resume. I want to give 5 years of experience. So what I have to learn?
Cannot
First you
find
should know
symbol,
that.
which symbol, variable
After that,
J.
transfer learning process.
In which location, class or test
Right.
like.
If I want to learn Java
So scope of local
programming
variables a
language
bit dangerous.
perfectly,
That's why
first
compulsory
of
you
all, I
people
have
should
to know
have
what
clear
is there inside
clarity
the Java.
about local variables.
I have a plan to learn Java programming language. So if you want to learn Java programming language, first what we have to do? First I have to check what is there inside the Java. How many parts are available in Java? Which part I have to learn? Which part is for what purpose? Everything I have
Completed,
to learn
right?
or not? Everything I have to understand or not? Right, sir. For that purpose, I am going to give some clarity today. What exactly the clarity here I am telling to you? Try to understand it clearly. Java is available in 3 parts. Java is available in how many parts now? 3 parts. Tell me, sir, what are the 3 parts now? Tell me. As you know already, first one is like what?
Okay.
What? Tell me. First one is what? For
Next one.
Java. First one is what? For Java. Very nice. The second one is what? Now tell me.
So this is one
Advanced
thing what you
Java.
people
Very
should
nice. Good.
aware.
Answer right now. Third
Okay.
one is what now? Now tell
Next,
me.
take a note.
J2
I mean, not
EE. What is the third
note.
one here?
Just observe.
J2 EE.
Sir, just now I covered this
Sir, got
point.
or not? Now tell me, guys.
For
3 parts are
local
available inside the
variables,
Java. What are the
is
3
nothing
parts
but
which are available
temporary
inside the
data.
Java?
JVM want to provide much
For
support for
Java,
local variable.
advanced Java,
So
what
JVM will
next
assign
one?
default values for
J2
local variables.
EE. Come again,
No.
what are the 3 parts
So
now?
default
For
values, such
Java,
type of concept
advanced
applicable
Java.
only for what? Only for
Totally wrong,
instance
please.
variable, static variable, but not for
This
local variables. Right?
classification is
Okay.
totally wrong.
For
This was
local
not provided by
variables,
Sun Microsystems.
for local
What
variables,
is Sun Microsystems, sir?
JVM for
What
local
is Sun
variables,
Microsystems?
JVM
Is a
JVM
company which has
won't
released
provide
Java
default
programming
values.
language to the market.
For local variables,
It's a
JVM won't
birthplace for
provide
Java
default
programming
values.
language. It's a
JVM
birthplace for
won't
Java
provide default
programming language.
values.
Sun Microsystems is a home
Won't
for Java.
provide default
Sun
values.
Microsystems has not given Java
Compulsory
like
we
this.
should perform initialization.
Unfortunately, this terminology
Compulsory we
was
should
created
perform
at Amirpet in
initialization.
Hyderabad.
Compulsory we should
Not by Sun
perform
Microsystems.
initialization explicitly.
So this terminology
Compulsory we
is
should
wrong
perform
terminology.
initialization
Core
explicitly.
Java, advanced Java, J2EE.
We should perform
Up to this
initialization
moment also
explicitly.
It's okay. What you
Explicitly.
understood, it's okay. But
Okay.
from this moment
Now
onwards,
observe this
we
point
should know
well done.
what is there inside the Java.
Sir, I'm taking
You should know the right terminology.
class test.
Then what exactly the right
I'm taking
terminology
class
here? Try
test.
to understand it clearly.
Now,
Right, sir. Now
public
this is wrong
static
terminology, but
void
the right
main
terminology is
method.
what? Java
String
is
array
available in
args.
3 parts.
Just
First one is what?
multiple examples I want.
J2SE.
Let me
What
take
is this
here.
first one? No? J2SE.
Sir, class
or is also
test.
be called as like what? No? Java SE.
Public static void
First one is
main
what?
method.
J2SE or Java
String array
SE.
args.
And the second one is like
Public
what?
static
No?
void means string array args.
J2EE
Sir,
or
int
Java
X.
EE.
Now what is this
J2EE
variable?
or
This
Java
variable is
EE. And the
local
third one
variable
is like
because
what?
inside a
No?
method I'm declaring local variable.
J2ME
System
or
dot out dot
Java
println
ME. J2ME or Java ME.
hello like I'm taking. SOP of hello like
Tell
this
me
I'm
guys,
taking.
3 parts are available
Sir,
in
can
Java.
you tell
What are the 3 parts
either
now?
code is going to compile or not?
J2SE.
Huh?
Second one is what?
If I can take SOP of hello,
Third
is it
one
going to
what?
compile or not?
J2ME.
Yes or no? Sir,
I want to know the
Array.
abbreviations of these 3
for
parts.
local variable, we are
Abbreviations.
not
I'm not
performing any
talking about too much about these
initialization
3 parts immediately
and
in the first
JVM
class
won't
itself.
provide default
Yes, I want to
values.
know
Is it going to
abbreviations
compile?
at least. J2SE
100%
stands for
pakka.
Java 2 Standard Edition.
The code compiles or
Java
not?
2 Standard
Huh?
Edition.
No.
What is that? Java
Because
2 Standard
for
Edition,
local
J2EE, right?
variables,
J2EE
JVM won't provide
is
any
what?
default values.
Java 2
Compulsory we should
Enterprise
perform
Edition.
initialization explicitly.
Java 2
Okay, that's why
Enterprise Edition.
valid. The output we
J2ME
are
is
going to
what?
get
Java
is
2.
hello.
Java 2
Because,
Micro Edition, not
sir, we
mobile
didn't
edition.
perform initialization, no
Most of the
problem.
people are
But am I
mystical about this,
using that
M
variable?
in J2ME.
Am I using?
Most of the
No.
people are thinking it's a
Before
mobile edition.
using,
No,
we
it
have
is
to
not
perform
mobile edition.
initialization.
It will be what?
If I'm not
Micro
using,
edition.
what is the need
Java
of performing
2
initialization?
Micro
Are you getting? So,
edition.
before
All of you
using,
clear about
we should
these three
perform
names or not?
initialization, right? That's
Tell me
why
what's the first name
no
of
problem at
JDS is
all.
what?
Happily the output by
Java
default
2
hello is
Standard
the output
Edition.
we are going to
JDE
get.
is what?
Clear for all of you, right? Okay.
Java 2
Next
Enterprise
one,
Edition.
keep
JDE
here
is
just
what?
observe.
Java
Sir,
2
I'm
Micro
taking
Edition.
class test.
Sir,
public static
we are giving
void
Java
main
clearly.
method
Three
string
parts are
array
available in
args.
Java. Names of the three
Sir,
parts are J2SE,
int
J2E,
x
J2ME, Java
local
2
variable
standard
int
edition,
x
Java 2
system
enterprise
dot
edition,
out
Java
dot
2
println
micro edition. Everything okay,
of
good. I
x I'm
understood that.
taking.
Tell me,
Int
for
x
what purpose I have
SOP
to
of
go for
x.
J2SE?
Sir, can you tell,
What J2SE
is it
will
valid
cover
or
to
invalid?
me? What J2E
Invalid,
will cover to me?
immediately
What
compatible
J2ME
by
will cover
default
to
you are
me? I
going to
want to
get.
know that clearly.
Are you getting? Compatible by
Everybody will
default
give
you are
the
going to
names
get
now, but
SOP
give the
of x
purpose of each
compatible
and
method
every one.
saying
What is the
what
purpose
that
of
compatible method
J2SE?
you are
What is the
going to get?
purpose of J2EE? What is the
Variable
purpose of
x
J2ME? Give that information. I
variable
want to know
x
that.
might
Right.
not
For that purpose, I'll
have
give some
been
clarity. Now try
initialized.
to understand this
Might
clearly.
not have been
J2SE. Now if you guys understand this
initialized like
clearly,
compatible
J2SE
method by
will
default you are
cover
going to get.
fundamentals
I hope you
of
people can aware
fundamentals of
variable
Java
x might
programming.
not have
What is
been
this one?
initialized.
Fundamentals
Like,
of Java
sir, can you please
programming.
read our statement once
J2SE
again?
will cover
Can you please
what?
read last point what you took?
Fundamentals of Java
For
programming.
local variables,
Not too much
JVM want to
Java
provide
programming.
default
Only
values.
fundamentals
Compulsory
of
we should
Java
perform
programming.
initialization explicitly
Clear or
before using that
J2SE
variable.
will cover
If
what?
I'm not using, not required to perform initialization
Fundamentals
at
of
this
Java
point. Add,
programming. What is this fundamentals, sir?
compulsory we should perform
Exactly. What is this
initialization
fundamental?
explicitly continuation before
Understand it clearly.
using that variable.
English is a
Before
language.
using that variable.
Natural language.
Before
Not a
using that
programming
variable.
In
That
English,
variable.
max is
That
what?
is
Formation of the statement.
that is
Am I right
if
or
we
not?
are
Statement
not
formation is a max
using
for spoken English. Am I right or not?
that is if we are not
If you want to
using
format the statements,
if we are
now,
not
if you want to form
using
the statements
then
now, foundation
that is if we
required
are
or
not using then
some alphabets we required or not? Some
it is
grammar
not
rules and
required.
regulations are required or not?
If
Tell
we
me,
are
sir,
not
what
using
I'm
then it's
asking to
not
know.
required.
ABCDs are required
Not
or not?
required.
Alphabets are required or
If
not?
we are not using
Some
then
set
it's
of
not
rules and
required.
regulations we require to
Not
form the
required
statements
to
or not?
perform initialization.
Is it not the foundation
If
for
we are
English
not
language?
using then it's not required to
That
perform
grammar and
initialization.
alphabets, is it not the
Not
foundation for
required to
English
perform
language?
initialization.
Similarly, the foundation for Java is
Initialization.
what?
Okay.
Alphabets.
Take
Alphabets
both
in the sense
examples
what?
side by side.
Foundation for Java programming language. That means building
Take
blocks of the
clearly.
Java programming language. That means if I want to construct a building, foundation is
Int
required or not?
x
That basic part, that foundation
SOP
part
of
would
hello.
be covered. Would be covered.
The output we are
inside
going to
like
get
what?
is
J2SE
hello.
part. In Java 2 standard edition, all the fundamentals of the Java
static
programming
void
language will be
main.
covered. That is foundation for
String
Java
array
programming language
args.
will be covered. Not too much Java programming language will be covered.
Int x
Only
SOP of
foundation
x.
part will be covered.
Here
Basics
the
of the
compatible
Java
method.
will be covered.
Variable
Okay,
x
sir, understood.
might
J2SE will
not
cover
have
only
been
fundamentals
initialized.
of the Java programming language. That means basics only.
Variable x might not
Object
have been
orientation is one of the
initialized.
basic. Exception handling is one of the basic. Multi-threading is one of the basic. Collection
Might not
framework is
have been
another basic.
initialized
Like streams is another basic. And so on and so on and so on and so on. A number of
Can I
basics are
complete it
available.
right?
All these fundamentals will be covered inside like what no? J2SE. Okay, sir. I understood that. Now tell me, with these fundamentals, what I can do?
Variable x might not have been
By
initialized.
learning only this J2SE,
That's all.
what I
Sir,
can do?
there are two more
What
examples I
advantage
will
I'm able to
discuss
get by learning
so that
this
you people
J2SE?
can aware clearly, right?
By
Okay.
taking this J2SE
So,
code,
sir,
what I am able to do,
before
will I prepare any
using, we
application?
should perform initialization.
Is it possible for me
If
to
I'm
prepare an
not
application by
using,
using
not required to
J2SE?
perform initialization. Best
Is it
example,
possible to
I'm not
prepare any
using.
type
That's
of
why it is a
application by
value.
using J2SE?
Now, next point here.
If you are coming with this question,
Sir,
my
I'm
answer is
taking
yes.
class
Yes,
test.
we can prepare a simple
Knowledge
application.
carefully about this one. Class test.
That means simple applications by
Public
using
static
J2SE.
void
I want to give a
main
particular
method.
name to this simple
Public static void
applications.
main.
No. What is that application?
String
Which type of
array
applications
args.
we are able to prepare by using J2SE?
Public
we
static
can
void
prepare
main. String array
standalone
args.
applications. Please, all
Sir,
of
can you
understand
tell
this clearly.
what is
this
this one?
application?
Anna?
No?
String array
Standalone
args.
application.
Command line arguments.
By using this J2SE,
Now I'm taking
we are able to prepare which type of
int
application
x.
there, no? Standalone
Sir, I declare a local
applications.
variable. Int x.
Sir, again you have confused to me.
If
You have used a word
args
standalone
dot
application.
length.
What is this standalone application?
If
I want
args
to
dot
know.
length greater than 0.
What is this standalone application?
If
So many
args dot
applications I have
length
seen in
greater than
outside.
0, greater than 0.
Where
Sir,
most of the people are
if
talking
we are
about
passing
web
any command line
applications or
arguments,
different
if we are passing any
applications now.
command line
But what is
arguments,
the word standalone
so
application?
x
I want to know
value
that.
will become 10. If we are passing
listen,
any
I'll give
command line
clarity.
arguments, x is the 10.
Listen
Next,
carefully.
system
I'm
dot
giving
out dot
definition for
println
standalone application.
of
Try to
x.
understand it clearly.
Sir, x is the 10 SOP
we
of x.
design
Like this I'm taking.
Any application.
You know, If I can
without
take like
using
this,
client
now I will ask.
server architecture.
Compiler, can you please compile? Sir,
Without
if we are passing
distributing
command line
application
arguments,
logic
axar
over
length greater
multiple
than 0,
machines,
command line argument,
then
actually
that
the 10
application
and the print
is
SOP of
called
X.
as standalone
Now I will
application.
ask, compiler, can you please compile
Come
my
again?
code?
What
Like
is standalone application?
immediately
If it
compiler is
design
going
and
to tell,
execute any
Durga, I can't
application
compile. Array, what is the
without
problem, man?
using
Like I can ask.
server
Then the compiler
architecture.
is going to tell,
You know already
Durga,
client server architecture minimum.
if you are passing
Client will
command
send
line
request to the
argument,
server, server
what is
will
the
take
actual
the
value?
request, server
10.
will execute something.
If you are
server
not
will
passing
generate
command line
response to the
argument,
respective client.
what is the actual
Client
value?
can take that response. Client
X
can
is
display that response to the
initializing
user.
sometimes, but
This
not
architecture
always.
is what?
Then,
Client
but you are
server
trying to print.
architecture.
Then,
Without
if you are
using
not
this
passing command line
architecture,
argument, then what
or
value I have to
without
print? That's why
distributing
I
my
can't compile
application
like
logic
compiler is
over
going to tell.
multiple missions.
Then I have to convince the
No
compiler
client
saying,
mission, no server
Array
mission.
compiler,
My
believe
application
me,
logic is available
definitely
totally in a
at
single
runtime
mission.
I will
My
pass command line
application logic
argument.
is not available in
Definitely
multiple
at runtime
missions.
I will pass. Not required to
If it
worry.
is an
Can you
application
please
like
believe me
then that
and compile
application
this
is
code
called
like
as what?
then compiler is going to
Standalone
tell
application.
Durga 3 months
That
back
application is what?
very
Standalone application.
innocent
Now
person,
see
a
this
person
standalone
with
application. I
very
want to give a
innocent
diagram
face
here.
like you
In
is
simple
nothing but a
diagram,
person
I want to
came.
pronote, right? Observe
What
this
he told
clearly.
is
What exactly the
definitely
standalone
at runtime
application
I
here
will
I'm
pass
telling
command
you?
line arguments like you
Simple.
told.
For your
That's
analysis
why
purpose, a
I
simple
compile this
application here I'm
code.
telling that. Try to
But
understand
what
this
that
clearly.
bloody person
For
did
example, I
is
want
at
to take this is
runtime
a
he
computer.
didn't pass command line argument.
This is what
If
a
he
mission.
didn't pass
I
command
used to
line
say
argument,
computer in the
my
sense a
JVM trying
mission.
to print X,
Whenever I'm saying
but
it's a
X is
mission,
not
it
having the
instead of it,
value.
it may
Then
be
the
a
JVM
computer
in the big
or it
trouble.
may be a mobile
Then the
phone or
JVM
it may be
called
anything.
me, gave
Simply
left
I
and
want to
right.
say a
Because
mission, a
who is
mission,
the
that's it.
assistant to the JVM?
Okay, this is
Compiler
my
is the
computer or
assistant.
mission.
If the compiler is
Inside my
not doing the
computer,
job well,
I
then
prepared my
JVM will be in the
total
trouble.
program
That's
here.
why
This is my program,
JVM
Java
gave left
program.
and right to me. That's
It's a
why
Java
I
application, or
don't
simply
want
a
to
Java
take any
application or
risk
Java
for the
program.
sake
You can
of
understand
stupid
it clearly.
programmers like you.
Okay, this is
Are you
nothing
getting?
but
I
like
don't
what
want
no,
to
a mission,
take any
a
risk.
computer.
First, if you
Okay.
are not passing
If it
command
is a
line
Java
argument, what is the
application,
X
where number of
value?
lines here we have to
Let
write
me
or not?
know. Then
More
only
and
I
more
can
number of
compile.
lines of code here we
Are
have
you
to write
getting?
or
Then
not?
only I can
Calls
compile.
are like what no?
Then
Intersections.
immediately compile time
Now
error
tell me
we are
guys,
going
all
to
of you now
get
tell me.
saying
How many computers here have
variable
taken?
X,
One
variable
computer, more
X
than one computer.
might not
One
have
computer,
been
more than one
initialized.
computer. Only
Might
one
not
computer.
have been
This is my
initialized.
total program.
This is the
What is the
compile time
program
error
here I
by
provide? This is
default
my
we are
total
going
program.
to get.
The total program I
Can
prepared in a single
any
computer
doubt or
or
any
not?
explanation is required?
The
Okay, this
total
is.
program I'm trying to
Then
execute
my
in a single
compiler
computer or not?
not in a position
All of you
to
guys
accept.
observe carefully.
What I
The
will do
complete
here
application
is
I'm running in
observe
a
this
single
one.
single
Let
mission
me
or not?
rewrite this code.
So the total
Sir,
program
class
is
test.
distributed, is available
Public
in a single
static
computer
void main.
which doesn't have client server architecture
String
and which doesn't
array
have
args.
distribution of our application
Public
logic,
static
which
void main
has the
string array.
total
String array
application in a
args.
single mission
Now,
we are running. So this
int
type of
X.
application is called as what?
Int
This
X.
type of application is called as
If
what? Standalone application.
args
This is an example
dot
for like,
length
this is a view of like what no?
greater than
Standalone
0.
application.
Sir, if
Come
you
on
are
guys, now
passing
tell me
any
what is
command line
standalone
argument,
application?
what is the actual value?
Come on, what is
10.
standalone application? If it design and
Else,
execute
what
any
the actual value?
application
20.
without using
Else actually the
client-server
20.
architecture
System
and
dot out dot
without
println
distributing
of
application
X.
logic over
SOP of
multiple
X like
missions.
this I am taking. Sir,
Come
can you
again.
tell
If it design and
if I can take
execute
like this?
any application
Is the code is going to compile or
without
not?
using client server
Yeah, is it going to
architecture
compile or
or
not?
without
Yes,
distributing
if the compiler raises any
application
error,
logic over
then I will
multiple
give left
missions,
and right to
then
the
that
compiler.
application is called as
Because
what?
if I am passing command line
Standalone
argument, X is the 10.
Answer my point clear.
Else,
Sir,
if I am not passing
the
command
demo
line
classes,
argument,
at least
what is the
in the
actual
first
value?
class
20.
itself, you should be
Sir, my
active.
X is always initialized. Then
Answer my
how
point
the
clear. If you are
compiler
not
is going to
active,
raise
my
error?
battery down,
No
my
chance
battery
at
will
all.
be down.
Happily the code compiles
Answer my
fine.
point clearly.
Now,
Whenever I'm
if I
asked a
can take
question,
like
rapid
this,
answers I'm
sir,
expecting.
Java,
Gunshot answers I'm
Java test,
Understand it clearly.
Java
So
test,
you have to open your mouth.
A
As you
B,
know, you close your mouth
A
up to your
B.
feet.
Sir, I am passing command
Now
line
you are coming to the
argument.
institute.
What is the answer?
At least now if you are not opening
Array,
your
what is the
mouth,
output?
where you are going to open your mouth?
10. Because I am
If
passing
you are
command
not
line
opening your mouth there,
argument,
in front of
X
the
is the
interview,
10.
you may get sweating.
Next,
That's it.
just
Not more than
Java,
that. So you have to open your
Java
mouth from
test,
now
that's all.
onwards. Then
I'm
only
not
you can
passing
open
any
your
command
mouth
line
in front of that
argument.
interviewer.
If I'm not passing any
Now,
command line
tell me
argument.
everybody
What the
has
x
to give
value
answer
na?
for me. What is
X
standalone
is,
application?
if
Now
you are
tell me.
not passing else part, x value
If it
is nothing but
design
what
and
the output we
execute
will
any
get.
application
20 by
without
default.
using client server
Regarding,
architecture
take
or
a very
without
special care.
distributing
In this case,
application
compile
logic
time error,
over
but there
multiple
happily the
machines,
code is
then
going
that
to compile.
application is what?
Now, there is some good
Standalone
programming
application.
practices.
That's okay, fine.
It is never recommended
sir. Understood
to
what is
perform
standalone
initialization
application.
for local
Can you tell me
variables
any example for
inside
standalone
logical
application?
blocks. Logical block is nothing but if
Any example
else
for
like
standalone application? A
because
number of examples
they
I can give.
may
Observe
execute
carefully.
or they may not
Calculator is an
execute.
example,
Correct,
sir.
right? At runtime,
In
there is no
calculator,
guarantee.
the
It is
calculator
always
of the
going to
program is
execute. Sir,
running.
if you are not passing command
There
and
we give an
argument, it
input on
won't
the same
execute. Are you
device.
getting?
The
It's
total program
never
is executed on the
recommended
single
to
device.
perform
Output will be
initialization for
generated
local
in the same
variables
device. Am I
inside
right or not?
logical
If the
blocks.
program is
Clear
executed
for
in
all
a
of you,
single
right?
device
Okay,
or not?
but
Is a
so
single
this is
program or
the
not? No internet
first
connection,
conclusion.
no client
Second,
server architecture, no
it is
application
highly
logic distributed
recommended
over multiple
to perform
calculators,
initialization for
single
local
calculator.
variables
Within that
at the time
calculator,
of
the total
declaration
program is
only.
executed. So this application is
Suppose
what?
if I
Standalone
perform
application.
initialization
Not
here
only
like
that.
this,
Answer my
index
point
is equal to 0,
One more thing here, I'm telling this.
can you tell if the
My
code is
mission
going to compile or
available.
not?
In my
Yes.
mission,
So if you are
frequently, I will
not
use
passing command and argument,
paint.
what the
This is
actual value?
what paint
0.
paint.
If you are not passing command and
Paint. Paint
argument,
is also an
if you are
application or
passing
not?
command and argument,
Paint is also an
actually the
application or
10.
not? It is a
Sir,
single
it is
application or
highly
not? Which is
recommended
running in my
to
computer
perform
or not? In my
initialization
machine
for,
or not?
for
So
local
this is also an
variable
example for
at
like
the
what
time
now?
of
A
declaration
standalone
at least
application.
with
Not only
default
that.
values. That's why
Frequently, I will
connection
use supply
con
text, a
is
text
equal to
editor to write
null.
the data.
Are you getting connection con
Not
is
for
equal to
programming. I
null
will not
default
use this sublime
initialization.
text for programming.
String
I will use
yes
this
is
sublime
equal
text
to
for only
null
writing
is
the
nothing
data.
but like
So this is
why we are
sublime
keeping
text.
explicitly
So this is also an
null
application. It is an
to
edited
overcome this
application.
type of
That
problems
application
only.
is
Clear
running
for all of you,
alone in
right?
my system.
Now
Am I
better
right
to
or
take
not?
both
So this is
examples.
also an example for what now? As a standalone application. Like this,
These
in
two
my
examples,
computer,
and then I will
Eclipse
add
is running,
conclusions.
command prompt is running separately, notepad is running separately, sublime text is running separately, paint is running separately. All these things are examples for like what now? Standalone applications. Sir, all of you get it or not? Now, 3 questions I will ask to all of you guys. You have to answer for all 3 questions. Question number 1. What is J2SE? Java 2 Standard Edition. Good. This Java 2 Standard Edition will cover what? Fundamentals of the Java programming. By using these fundamentals, which type of applications we are able to prepare? Standalone application. What is standalone application? If we desire and execute any application without using client server architecture, without distributing application logic over multiple machines, then it is called as what? Standalone application. Okay, good.
Add int
That we
x
understood clearly.
if
Next
x
one,
dot
apart from
length
this,
greater than
another
0,
point is like what? No, this is about
x
standalone
is equal to
application.
10 as
Okay.
p of x.
We understood this. Sir, tell
Variable
me
x might not
examples for
have
standalone
been
applications. What is the
initialized.
example for standalone application? Calculator
It's
is the
Java
first example.
test
In our
A,
computer,
B.
paint, notepad, and
What is the
everything are
output
like
by
what
default
now?
you are going to get
Standalone
is
applications. Up to
10.
these points here we covered. Am I
Next
right or
Java
not?
test
Okay, good.
output is
Once
20.
again, I'll come back to this J2SE part now. Just wait a minute of time. Next one is what, sir? What is this next one here now? Java 2 Enterprise Edition. That's okay, fine.
Java test A,
will
B.
cover fundamentals of
Output
the
is the
Java that I
10.
know, sir. It's very clear. You said already Java 2 SE. It will cover fundamentals of the Java. But what J2
Java
EE
test
will cover?
output is 20.
Java 2 Standard Edition will cover fundamentals of the Java that I know. But what is J2EE will cover? If we come for this point now, J2EE Java 2 Enterprise Edition will cover server side programming. What it will cover, sir? Now tell me. Server side programming. J2EE will cover what? Server side
Completed,
programming.
right?
Sir, previously you said to
Okay.
me.
So take a
J2SE
note
will cover
about these two
fundamentals of the
conclusions.
Java,
Note,
that
note,
fundamentals can be used to prepare
First one.
standalone applications that I
not
understood.
first.
Now we are saying
First one.
J2EE
It is
Enterprise Edition
not
will cover
recommended.
server-side programming. By using
It's
the
not
server-side
recommended.
programming, which type
Not
of
recommended
applications I am able to prepare,
to perform
what type of
initialization.
applications I am able to prepare.
It is
If you are
not
getting this kind of
recommended to
question,
perform
answer is very
initialization
clear. By using
to perform
the
initialization
server-side
for
programming,
local
by using
variables.
the server-side programming,
It is
we
not
are able
recommended to
prepare
perform initialization for local
enterprise
variables.
applications. We are able
For
to prepare what?
local
Enterprise
variables.
applications
Not recommended to
are
perform initialization for
distributed
local
applications.
variables.
Which
Local
type of
variables
applications, no? Enterprise
inside
applications
logical
are
blocks.
distributed applications.
Inside logical blocks. Inside logical
Right, sir.
blocks.
If you ask
Inside
a question
logical
to me,
blocks.
what is standalone application? I
Inside
can give
logical
answer.
blocks.
That's okay, fine. But what you are asking, no?
Because
Enterprise
there is no
applications are
guarantee.
distributed application.
Because there is no guarantee. There is no guarantee
Enterprise application
for
or
the
what is
execution of
distributed
these
application?
blocks.
That I want to know clearly.
Because there is no guarantee for the
Very simple
execution of
definition.
these blocks.
Please
for
once
the
again,
execution
for the
of
sake
these
of
blocks
tell me
always
what is
at runtime.
standalone application?
Because there is no guarantee for the execution of these blocks always at runtime.
Application
Always at runtime.
without using
Because there is no guarantee
client server
for the execution of these blocks always at runtime.
without
Always at
distributing
runtime.
application logic over multiple
Always at
multiple
runtime.
application. Then it is
Okay.
what?
Note
Standalone
2,
application.
second note.
Hold
Second point.
here. Listen carefully.
Sir, here, can I use the
If we
term?
design and
It is
execute
highly
any
recommended,
application
listen, it is
on
highly
the
recommended
basis of client
to
server
perform
architecture
initialization for local variables at
by
the time of
distributing application
declaration,
logic over
at
multiple
least with the
missions,
default values.
then that
At
application
least
is
with the
called
default
as
values. Correct or not?
distributed
Highly
application
recommended
or
to perform
enterprise
initialization for local variables at the time of declaration, at least with the default values. Clear for all of it, at least with the default values. What is the reason for that? Is nothing but to, if I can do like this, what is the reason? So we can able to prevent this type of compatible errors, right? Because JVM want to provide default values. If you are not providing any value, if you are trying to access, maybe a problem. That's why. Okay. It is highly recommended.
Understood that point.
It is highly recommended.
You asked,
It is highly recommended
definition perfectly.
to perform initialization.
Tell me some
It is highly recommended to perform initialization. To perform initialization for local variables. Highly recommended to perform initialization for local variables at the time of declaration. At the time of declaration. At the time of declaration. At least with the default values. At the time of declaration, at least with the default values. At least with the default values. At least with the default values.
Whatever the examples you are
Default
saying
values.
to me, whatever the examples you are saying to me,
This is.
all these examples are
I hope
100% right.
is a clear for all of you.
If we
Okay,
take
this
any
at least with the
example
default
for this enterprise
values, right?
application, I can
Now
say yes.
the next
I'll
terminology.
give reason also
And I
clear.
take
Okay,
very
at least some
special care
examples
about
we
this
have to
point.
understand. Right, sir, now tell me.
Sir, there are few
Social
conclusions
media
are there,
applications are
legend.
available.
Sir, I am taking
Social network applications.
class test.
Facebook.
Int x is equal to
All of you are
10.
having Facebook
Sir, what
account
is
or
this
not?
variable?
Come on, I'm
Hey,
asking to you. All of you
what
are
is this
having
variable?
Facebook account or not?
Instance
Any of you
variable.
are living without
Now
a
I am
Facebook
taking
account?
static
If any
int
of
y
you are
is
available
equal to
without
20.
Facebook account,
What is
you are
this
not
variable?
fit for my classes, I'm sure
Static
about it.
variable, right? Static int y
Better
is
to
equal
stop
to
my
20.
class.
Static
Why?
variable.
Because in the future,
Now,
I will share some of the resources
public
through
static
Facebook also.
void main method
Our class
string
students
array
will share through
args
Facebook also in the future. So
int
definitely everybody must have
z
Facebook
is
account.
equal
That is
to
one thing.
30. What is this variable?
Okay, fine.
Local variable, right?
If
And
we
the
observe
z
this
is equal to 30
Facebook,
local
or
variable.
maybe next one is a Gmail.
You know,
I
if
think
the
all of you are
instance
everybody,
variable
all of
declared
you
at the
are having
public,
Gmail account, am I right or not?
we can
I
access
think
this
not even
variable
not like
anywhere.
only one account.
If the
Multiple
instance
accounts are
variable
available.
declared at the private,
Am I right or
we
not?
can access this variable
One account
only
is for my family.
Only
Another
within
account
the
is for
class.
my friends.
If I access
account is
instance
for my-
variable, if I declare
Don't ask me,
instance
sir,
variable
that
as the
I know.
default, then within the
Huh?
current
Okay,
package
fine.
anywhere,
Definitely. More
if
than
I
one
can
Gmail account we are
access,
having there, right? That's
okay,
right.
instance
Social
variable, yeah, the
If
protected.
you observe this Facebook account,
If I
sir,
access instance variable,
what's
yeah,
going on
protected,
here
protected.
actually?
Within the
If I
current
want to
package
use
anywhere,
Facebook there,
but
first of all,
outside
what I will
package
do,
only in
I will
child
open
classes,
browser
right?
in my laptop.
You know, these are things anyway based
Only
on
browser,
our
right or
modifier.
not? Browser.
Now the corresponding
Then
access by
browser
default
at
will be
address
there,
bar,
scope by default
I
will be
have to
there.
type
Same rule applicable for this one
www.facebook.com.
also. If the static
When I type
variable declared as the public,
facebook.com,
static
when I type
variable declared as the
facebook.com,
private,
tell me
static
what's
variable
going to be
declared as the
happen then?
default,
What will
static
happen then
variable
when I
declared as the
type
protected,
facebook.com?
by default applicable, right?
Come on, guys. What we are
But
getting there?
where we can
Now, if you
access
login
local
page we are
variable,
getting or not? Okay. Inside the
where we
login
can
page,
access
what
this
we have
local
to enter?
variable? Only within the
Username or
method.
password or
Is
maybe
it
mobile
possible
number
to
or
access
password that we
outside
have
of the
to enter or
method?
not?
No.
Okay, we entered
Suppose
that.
if
Then
I am
after we
taking
have to
public,
click on login page or
can
not?
I
Login
access
button
this
or
local
not?
variable from
Sign in
outside of the
button or
method?
login
No.
button we have to click or
The
not?
scope
When we
of
click on
local
sign in or
variable
login
is
button, then
already
what will happen
fixed.
then next?
Fixed. That's why
Come on, what
public,
will happen
private,
next?
protected,
Again, we are getting
default,
our account
such
page or
type
not?
of terminology
Of course,
not
if your
applicable for
credentials are
local
wrong,
variables. Clear,
they are
right?
providing
The
wrong
only
username and
applicable
password.
modifier,
In the
the
same login
only
page, we are
applicable
able to get
modifier
like what now?
for local
Invalid
variable
username and
is
password or incorrect username and
final.
password. That message we are able to
Are
get.
getting? The only applicable modifier
this is
for
the
local
scenario.
variable is
Then after
final.
whenever we are getting our home
Except
page
that
there, our
you
account
can't
page
use
there,
any
then we
other
will go for
modifier.
some n number
By
of
mistake, if you are
modifications. Either we
using
can go for
any other
static,
modifier
or we
like
may go
public,
upload our
private,
photo, or
protected,
maybe I may
like
change our
compatible
photo,
by
I
default,
may
we are
change
going to
our
get.
area.
Is it clear
Whatever
for
it
all
may
of
be,
you?
n
Right?
number
Okay,
of
at this
options are
point.
available. Anything here we
The
can do.
only applicable
Okay, 1
modifier,
minute coming back, no?
the only applicable
browser.
modifier
Address bar
The
is
only
available.
applicable
When I
modifier
type www.facebook.com,
for local variables
when I click
is
on enter button, what will
the
happen?
only applicable
When we click on
modifier
enter
for
button
local
with the
variables is
www.facebook.com,
the only applicable modifier for local
automatically
variables
a request
is
will be submitted to
for
Facebook
local
server.
variables is for local variables is
Automatically a request will be
final
submitted to Facebook server.
final
At a
final
Facebook server, one
by
application
mistake
is available. Facebook
by
application
mistake
is available.
by
It will
mistake
take that
if
request.
we are
It
trying
will
to
process that
apply
request, and
by
it will
mistake if
send
you are
a
trying to apply
login page as a response
any
to your
other
browser.
modifier by
That
mistake if
Facebook
you are trying to
application is
apply
not available
any
in our
other
computer. Think
modifier
about it. In your
if we are
computer, you are
trying to
having only
apply any
browser.
other
But
modifier
Facebook is an
any
application
other
that's
modifier
available at Facebook server. It may be available to USA, somewhere else.
then
In
we
your
will get
computer,
compile
in your
time error.
browser, Facebook application
If
is
you are
not
trying to
available.
apply any other
Facebook people are
modifier,
not
then
giving the entire
we will get
application to you
compile
in our
time
computer
error.
to install.
Then we will get compile time
Am I right or
error.
not? Just in our computer, a browser is
Error.
available.
Okay,
Where
just
we
observe
provide
this one.
www.facebook.com.
Sir,
And
I'm
if you click
taking
on enter button with
class
that,
test.
automatically a
And
request
I'm
will be
taking class
submitted to
test.
Facebook server.
Here
The
just
Facebook server will
observe
take that request.
public static
Facebook server will
void
execute
main
Facebook
method
application, and it will send
string
the
array
required
args.
login page as response
Okay,
to your computer.
yes sir. Sir, public
Okay, login page we are
public
getting. After getting login page, what
index
we have
is
to do?
equal to 10.
Come
Public
on, guys,
index
after
is equal
getting
to
login
10.
page, what we have to do?
Or
We have to enter our
private
credentials. That is
index
username
is
or
equal
password.
to
We have to
10.
enter. We enter that.
Or
Then we click on which button?
protected
The login
index
button.
is equal
When
to
we click
10.
on login button, when we
Protected
click on login
index is
button,
equal to 10.
what is going to be happen there? What will happen
Static
internally? When we
index
click
is
on login
equal to
button,
10.
again another request
Static
will be
index
submitted
is equal to 10.
Facebook
Next.
application.
So
Another request will be submitted to
transient
Facebook server where Facebook application will be
index
executed.
is
Now
equal
this time
to 10.
Facebook application will
Okay.
understand. Now this is the request which is
Volatile
coming from login
index
page,
is equal to
where
10.
username and password is asked
Sir,
to be
if
traveled
I can
along with
take
this
like
request,
this,
username and password
in
is asked to
all
be
these
coming, where
cases,
username and
do you
password
know,
will be checked
we are
with
going
the
to get
registered
compile
user's,
time error
username and password.
saying,
If
compile
this
time error
username and
saying,
password is available in the registered user's username and password, then immediately
illegal
account page will be
start
identified by
of
the particular
expression.
user. That account page
Are
will be
getting
submitted to the
legal
respective user.
start of
If that
expression
username and
like
password
compile
is
time
not
error we will
matched
get.
there,
I hope is that
immediately
clear?
an error
Now Now
message
what
will
I
be
have to
submitted
do?
to the
Can I
respective,
take like
what
this
now?
one?
Browser. That means login
Final
page. Incorrect
index
username
is
and
equal
password
to
like this we are
10.
getting
Valid or
clearly.
invalid? Huh?
Tell me
Valid
guys,
or
in this
invalid?
overall
This one is
process,
nothing man.
client server
Perfectly
architecture is involved
valid.
or not?
No problem at all. I
Client
hope you
server
can
architecture
aware
is
okay,
involved
at
or
this
not?
point. Take this example.
Application logic is distributed over two machines
So
or
for
not?
local
And a
variables,
login page is also a part of your
only
application.
final is the applicable
Login page is a
modifier.
part of your application. Registration
By
page
mistake,
is a
if
part
you are
of your
trying to take
application.
any
Where this
other
login page is running,
modifier,
where this registration page is available
compile
at our
time error
browser
by
or
default
not?
you are
At
going to
our
get.
client machine or not? Understand my point? So client server architecture is involved. Our application logic is distributed over multiple machines or not? So Facebook application is an example for what? Facebook application is an example for what? Distributed application or enterprise application.
Final int x is equal to 10.
Right,
Like
leave it. Social network application.
illegal start of expression.
Nowadays, food delivery applications are getting more trending in outside.
Completed, right?
Yes, sir. Am I right or not? The most common thing for every human being is what? Food. Input. Yes, sir. Am I right or not? It's an input. Definitely we require that
I
energy.
hope is clear.
If you want to get energy, we need
Public
we need
index
input. Am I
is
right or
equal to
not?
10.
Unfortunately,
Private index
nobody
is equal to
preparing
10.
food at their homes nowadays.
Protected index is equal to 10.
Especially software engineers. Then what is the
Static
alternative for
index is equal to 10. Transient volatile.
number of Swiggy or Zomato or maybe
Next
what
up, final index is equal to
recently
10.
might be one more one is getting more demand
Illegal
outside.
start of
Swiggy,
expression.
Zomato, that I know. Then what is that one?
Completed,
Uber
right?
is also going on, no? Of course, I don't know. Anyway, now let's understand this example. Swiggy, for example.
Illegal start
What we
of
are doing,
expression like.
What we are doing, sir? First of all,
Okay.
I want to give some
Next,
biryani as an order, right?
One more
I want to eat
conclusion
biryani. Today
about these
environment is
local
very good in
variables.
outside.
Okay, let
Especially
me
chicken
talk.
biryani.
Now.
Then where
Yes,
I want
see.
to see leg pieces.
One more conclusion. Suppose
Of course.
I'm taking one variable
What I
here.
have to do?
Sir,
I'm
what is
lazy
this
to
variable?
go to the restaurant and to stand in the restaurant.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm very lazy
Instance
to
variable.
go to the restaurant to sit in the
Sir,
restaurant.
I'm
to eat that
taking
food. I
one
want
more
to get it at my
variable.
home.
What is this
Then
variable?
immediately I'll open the Zomato
Static variable.
or Swiggy. there I have
public
to place
static
that order or
void
not, that
main
biryani
method,
order or not. Understand my point here? Paradise biryani
string
is very
array
good.
arcs.
Right about Meridian biryani is very good.
What
Right
is
about
this
I want to
variable?
book an order. I want to give an order.
Local
So I
variable,
give
right?
in. I place that
Okay, well.
order. When I place this order,
So now my
when I click
point
on
is,
place the order button there,
if
when I
the
click on it, then
instance
what will happen
variable, if we are
automatically,
not
the
declaring with
request will
any
be submitted
modifier,
to the
then by default it is always
Swiggy server or not.
default.
Then Swiggy server
Default
will
means
trace,
where we
will
can
trace
access
that restaurant
within
or
the
not.
current.
That information will be passed to the
If
restaurant
the
or
static
not. The
variable,
restaurant
if
people
we are
trying
not
to
declaring with
prepare
any
the food item
modifier,
or not.
then
Meanwhile,
by default
that
default,
Swiggy
we
application,
can
Swiggy
access
servers and
this
application is
anywhere
tracing
within
the
the current
delivery boy or
package.
not. If any
Sir,
delivery boy is
local
available
variable,
near to that
if
respective
I'm not
restaurant,
declaring with
then
any
immediately
modifier,
that request will be passed
I'm not
to the
declaring
delivery
with any
person or
modifier,
not.
then
Now delivery
can
person
I use
after
that term,
getting
is
that
it a
request,
default?
he will go to the restaurant
Ayo,
and he will pick up
if
the
it is
food
the
item,
default,
then that
where we
food
can
item will
access?
be delivered to the
If
respective
it is the
location or
default,
not.
where we can access? Within the
Tell me,
current
yes,
package.
everything
Can
is
I
going on in a
access
single
this
computer?
JUD outside
Is this
of main
total
method?
process going on in a single computer?
Ayo,
The total
outside of
thing is
main,
going on
possible or
depends
not
on
possible?
client
Not
server
possible.
architecture or not.
That is,
This total thing
if
is
we are
depending on
not
client server architecture
declaring
or
with
not.
any
This is also an
modifier,
example for
then by
distributed
default it
application
is
or
a
not.
default. This rule is applicable only for what? Only for
This is also
static
a
and
distributed application
instant,
or not?
but
No,
not
this is
for
another
local
molecule. Next
variables,
one,
right?
after that.
Clear
One
for
more
all of
point,
you?
listen carefully.
If we are not declaring with any modifier, then by default
For
it is
what
a
purpose you are
default.
learning Java
This rule is
programming language
applicable
now?
only for instance variable and
For
static
what purpose
variable,
you are
but not
learning
for
Java
local
programming
variable.
language? Already we
Local
concluded
variable
that in
scope
the
is
initial
always
stage of
fixed.
this
The
class.
block
For what
only
purpose you are learning
within the
Java?
current package anywhere.
For getting
Within the
job.
class
For
anywhere.
getting job.
Such a type
Yes,
of
sir.
rules
Right
are
or
not
not?
applicable for
For
what?
getting job or
Local
without getting
variables,
job
right?
now?
Take a note. Note.
For getting job. With Java you want
If
to
we
join
are
in
not
politics?
declaring,
Is it
if we are
possible?
not
No,
declaring,
then I'm learning
if we
Java
are not
for getting job
declaring,
only. For what purpose
not
you are getting
declaring
job?
with
For what purpose you need a
any
job, sir?
modifier,
Because of two
if
things.
we are
What are
not
the two things?
declaring
One
with
is
any
good
modifier,
identity and
not
internal reason is
declaring
what?
with
Money.
any modifier,
Money makes
modifier,
more.
then
Without money nothing is going on.
then
Today you are
by
coming in front of me
default,
for the
then
sake
by
of money
default,
only. I am
then
standing
by
in front of
default
you for the
it
sake
is a
of, am I
default.
right or not?
Then by default it is a
Still some
default.
of you are not believing my
Then by
statements now.
default it is a
Of course, when you
default.
are getting
Default.
job, when 1
Default.
month is completed, when you are getting salary, there you can understand clearly.
this rule is applicable.
Okay, fine.
But this rule is
Now, sir,
applicable.
how money was
But
provided
this
by
rule
companies to you?
is applicable.
Through hand, by hand or through
This rule
account?
is applicable only
By
for.
hand, no? If any company
But this rule is
giving
applicable
money
only
through
for.
hand, no, it is not at all a company.
But this rule is
Don't jam with
applicable
that
only
company.
only for
Every company,
instance
every
and
software
static
company, they are
variables.
trying to give money through
Instance and
account
static
only.
variables.
Your salary account must
Only
be
for
created
instance and
on
static
the first
variables.
day of your journey with respect
Static
to
variables, but not for.
salary account will
But
be
not for.
created through that
But
salary
not
account
for
only.
local
Money
variables.
will be deposited by the
Instance
company
and static
to you.
variables, but not for local
Clear or
local
not?
variables.
Okay, fine. I have a
But not
salary.
for local variables.
example, 30,000
local
salary per
variables.
month for me.
That's all.
30,000
Completed,
is the
right?
salary per
So
month
this
for me.
is
That's
what
okay, fine. Good.
you have to remember well. What is the
Unfortunately,
instance
one of my
variable?
friend
What is
is
the
staying
static
at village.
variable? Local variables.
This year
Conclusions.
craft is not
Now
good.
let me
Agriculture is not at all
summarize
good.
some more
He
conclusions
made a call
about
to
that.
me. He asked
Summary
to me,
conclusion first.
"Arey, every month you are getting
For
30,000
instance
na?
and static
Send
variables,
10,000 for this
JVM
month
will
for me
always
for the sake
provide
of my family." He
default
requested to me.
values. But
Then I
for
asked
local
him how I
variables,
can
JVM
transfer,
want
I
to
can
provide
send it.
default value.
Then he sent
Before
some
using
account
a
details
local
to me.
variable,
He
compulsory
sent
we
some
should
account
perform
details to me.
initialization.
Unfortunately, what
Summary
happened,
point, right?
my
Take
account is
a
available
note
on
or conclusions,
HDFC
like
Bank,
better to
but
take
my friend
conclusions.
account is on ICICI Bank.
Conclusions.
My account is HDFC
Conclusions,
account. My friend's
first one.
account is what? ICICI
Conclusions. Common
account. Then
points
he
about
asked
all.
me to transfer some
Conclusions.
Then
Okay.
what I have to
Yeah,
do?
the first
I have
point.
to open my internet
For
banking or not? Where I have to add that my
instance
friend's
and
account
static
is my
variables.
account or not? Pairing must
For
be done or
instance
not?
and static
After
variables.
adding that account with my
Instance
account,
and
then
static
I have to
variables.
transfer some amount from my account to my
JVM
friend
will
account
provide
or
default
not?
values.
Observe carefully.
For instance and static variables, JVM will provide default values.
From my account to my friend
JVM
account,
will
what's going
provide
on
default
internally?
values.
First of all, my request
Default
will be reached
values.
to HDFC Bank
And
server.
we are not
HDFC
required to
Bank server
perform.
will communicate with ICICI
And we
Bank
are not
server.
required to
Then it will
perform
send some
initialization
request to ICICI Bank
explicitly.
server. ICICI Bank server will
And we
process
are
that
not
request and
required
give
to
some
perform
acknowledgement to my
initialization
HDFC Bank server.
explicitly.
Then after that same
And we
acknowledgement
are
will
not
be given
required
back
to
to me.
perform initialization
By that I can
explicitly.
confirm that some 10,000 amount amount is transferred from
initialization
my account to my
explicitly.
friend account.
Explicitly.
Tell me again, in this total scenario,
And we are
client
not
server
required to
architecture is
perform
involved or not
initialization
involved?
explicitly.
Definitely, client server
But
architecture
for
is involved.
local
My
variables,
application logic is distributed
but for
over
local
multiple machines
variables,
or not? Definitely
for
multiple
local
machines.
variables,
Is it not the example for distributed
JVM
application?
won't provide default
Right,
values.
sir. Now here the overall
JVM
conclusion
won't
what I am
provide
telling
default
there,
values.
like this if we take any area,
JVM
If you
won't
take any
provide
area like
default
insurance
values,
platform or maybe banking sector
default
or
values.
maybe like what
Compulsory
education
we
part
should
or
perform
maybe anything in
initialization.
any area
Compulsory we should perform
distributed applications and
initialization.
enterprise applications are
Compulsory we
available.
should perform
In every area,
initialization
distributed applications or enterprise
explicitly.
applications are available.
Compulsory we
That's
should
why I want
perform
to give some
initialization
percentage now.
explicitly.
Standalone
Explicitly.
applications are up to 5%
Compulsory
only
we should
in outside
perform
market.
initialization explicitly.
In outside, standalone
Explicitly
applications are how
before
many, no?
using that
Only
variable.
5%. But
Compulsory we should
95%
perform
of the
initialization
applications are what?
explicitly before using
95%
that
of the
variable.
applications are what? Distributed
Before using
applications
that
only.
variable.
95% of the applications are
Variable.
what? Distributed
Clear, right?
applications
Okay, now
only.
you people have a bit clarity.
Getting
Sir, what
clarity
is
or
the
not?
instance
Tell
variable,
me, sir,
local
which
variable?
applications are
Like.
having more demand in outside
Second
market?
point, legend this one.
Distributed applications
Sir,
than standalone
instance
applications.
variable.
To prepare standalone
Do you know
applications, which
part
technology we have to
of
use?
object?
Come on.
Correct or
To
not?
prepare
Instance
standalone
variable is the part of
applications, which
object.
program, what
This
module of the
object
Java
can
we
be
have to use?
accessed by multiple threads
J2SE,
at a
Java
time.
to standard edition we have to use
Multiple
or not?
threads at a
To
time.
prepare
The people who
distributed
knows
applications, which module we have to
synchronization,
use?
multi-threading concept, like now you can aware.
J2EE, Java to
Instance variable part of
enterprise
object.
edition we have
A
to
single
use. Am I
object
right or
can be
not?
accessed by multiple
Distributed
threads.
applications
That's
are
why
having more demand than
instance
standalone
variables are
applications.
not
Now tell
thread
me,
safe.
which
Thread safety
module
is
is
not
having
there for
more demand
instance
now?
variable because a
J2EE
single
or
object can be accessed
J2SE?
by multiple threads.
J2EE
Similarly,
is having more
static
demand or
variable
not?
is also.
J2EE
How
is
many
having more
copies of
demand or
static
not?
variable will be
When
created?
compared with J2SE,
How many
definitely
copies?
J2EE
Only one
is
copy
having
at the class
more
level.
demand.
That a
Am I right or
single
not?
copy
That's
can
why
be
I'm asking
accessed
to
by
you,
multiple
why
threads
you
at
are
a
not
time.
learning
Are you getting
J2EE
multiple
directly?
threads
Why
at
you
a
are
time?
coming for
That's why
J2SE?
it is also thread safety
If J2EE
is
is
not
more
there
demanded
for
in outside,
static
why
variables also.
don't we go for directly
But
J2EE?
local
Why you
variable,
are coming for
do you know?
J2SE?
I have M1 method. Int x is equal to 10.
I can give
For
reason for it. I can
every
give answer
thread,
for it. What is the answer
a
there?
separate copy
Even
of
though-
local variable will be
Even
created.
though
For every
J2EE
thread,
more
a separate copy of
demanded
local
than
variable will be created.
J2SE,
That's why
but
if any modification performed by this
J2SE
thread
will
won't be
get
reflected
more
here.
priority
Or
than
if any
J2EE.
modification performed by this thread won't be reflected here. That's
Priority
why
is different.
local variables
Demand is
are
different.
thread safe or not thread safe. Observe the
Distributed
difference, right?
applications
Okay,
are
add.
getting more demand
Instance
in
and
outside.
static variables.
As per that, J2EE
Instance
is
and
getting more
static
demand in
variables
outside. But
Instance and static variables can be accessed by instance and static variables can be accessed by multiple threads. Can be accessed by multiple threads simultaneously. Can be accessed by multiple threads simultaneously. Can be accessed by multiple threads simultaneously. And hence these are not thread safe. And hence these are not thread safe. And hence these are not thread safe. Not thread safe. Not thread safe. Okay. But in the case of local variables, but in the case of local variables, but in the case of local variables,
So which one is more
but in the
demanded
case
now?
of local variables,
J2SE
for
is the more
every thread,
prioritized one.
but in the case of local variables, for every thread, for every thread, for every thread, a separate copy will be created. For every thread, a separate copy will be created. For every thread, a separate copy will be created. Will be created. Will be created. And hence, local variables are, and hence local variables are thread safe. Local variables are thread safe.
J2.
Local variables are thread safe.
J2ME. What is this J2ME,
Thread
sir? What is
safe.
the abbreviation for
So,
J2ME?
sir, instance
Java 2.
variable, okay, of course.
Micro edition.
So
Java
type
2,
of
micro
variable,
edition,
just a
not
matter of
mobile
1
edition.
minute,
I'm
just
clear,
a
very much clear about it.
type of
Okay,
variable.
Fine. Sir, J2SE
Is
will cover
thread
fundamentals of
safe
Java.
or not?
J2EE will cover server
Is
side programming.
thread safe or not?
Similarly,
Sir, first
J2ME
category.
will cover what?
Okay.
J2ME
Instance
will cover what? If you come for
variables.
this point, J2ME will cover
Instance variables.
microprogramming.
Second
What is
one we
now?
covered. What is the second one?
Microprogramming.
Static variables.
J2ME will
Third
cover
one. What is the third one?
Microprogramming.
Local variables, right?
Is my
Local
point is clear?
variable.
J2ME
Sir,
will
instance
cover what?
variable. Thread safe or not?
Microprogramming.
Yes,
Right, sir.
sorry.
Good. Understood
Thread
the
safe
point
or not? No. No,
Next one is after
but
that,
local
here we
variables
will
are,
cover
yes,
micro
take this one.
programming.
Just anyway,
By
just in the
using
table
fundamentals
representation, beyond that nothing.
of the Java, we are able to prepare standalone applications. By
Instance
using
variable,
server-side programming, we are able to prepare enterprise applications
type of
or
variable
distributed
is a thread
applications.
safe or not.
Similarly, by using micro programming, which type of applications I am able to prepare?
Instance
Is it
variable,
possible to
static
prepare any
variable.
special type of application? As definitely we are able to prepare special type of application by using micro programming. That special type of applications are like what? No, mobile
Instance variable, static variable, local
What is this? No,
variable.
mobile based applications, or simply speaking mobile applications here we are able to prepare. Sir, I know what is standalone application. If you
Completed,
design and
right?
execute any application without using client server architecture or without distributing application logic over multiple machines, that is called a standalone application, that I understood. What is distributed application? If you design and execute any application on the basis of client server architecture by distributing
Next
application
one.
logic over multiple machines, then it is
Sir, here
what?
observe.
Distributed application or
Every
enterprise
variable
application. Up to
in
these two
Java,
I understood.
you can take any
Can
variable,
define
any
what is
variable in Java,
mobile-based application? What exactly is the
compulsory
meaning of mobile-based
either
application?
instance variable
Listen carefully.
or
Very
static
simple.
variable or local
If we
variable.
design and
Compulsory,
execute
one
any
of these three.
application on the basis
Every
of
variable in Java
mobile
can be
hardware
either
architecture.
primitive variable or reference variable. Observe
If
this
we
one.
design and
Sir, there are
execute
two
any
divisions we
application
cover.
on the basis
First
of
division,
mobile
either primitive
hardware
or
architecture.
reference. Second
Mobile
division,
hardware architecture, if you
instance
design
or
and
static
execute any
or
application,
local. Okay,
then
that's
that
why
application
legend.
is called as what?
Every variable in
Mobile-based
Java
application.
can be either
If you design and execute any application on the
instance
basis of
variable
mobile architecture,
or
then that application
static
is what?
variable
Mobile-based
or local
application.
variable.
Okay, sir. Definition is okay.
One
Understood, sir.
of these
On mobile
three
hardware system, if you
compulsory.
run any software, any application, that
Every
application
variable
is
in
mobile-based
Java
application.
can be
Okay, fine. Good, I understood.
either primitive
example for
variable or
Any
reference
example for
variable.
that?
One of
I want to know
these.
some example for
That's
that.
why.
Yes, I can give some
So
examples
the
to you. Now try to understand
possible
this example.
variable combinations in
What is
Java.
that example clearly?
So
All of you
instance
understand clearly?
primitive or instance reference. Next static primitive or static reference. Are you getting? Or local primitive
Right, sir.
or local reference.
Any
Are you getting?
example for
The
mobile-based
possible types of
applications?
variables in
All
Java
of you are having
are
mobile
is
phones,
nothing
right?
but possible combinations of
In that
variables
mobile
are
phone,
nothing but like.
F
Sir,
symbol is
let me
available.
talk a
Facebook,
simple
F
example
symbol.
right clearly. Listen this one.
Facebook is
Sir, I'm
available.
taking
Facebook.com is available.
class test.
But if you want to open
And I'm taking
Facebook
class
in our
test.
mobile phone,
Here,
we have to go for Play Store.
here
In a Play Store,
int
we have to install that
x is
Facebook
equal to
app or
10.
not. That
Static
Facebook app is
string
not Facebook.com.
s is equal to
Facebook
static
app
string
is an
s is
application
equal
in
to
mobile
Durga.
phone which interact with the Facebook.com.
Static string s is equal to Durga. Public static
Facebook.com
void
server-side application
main
is available. But to connect
string
with the
array
server-side
args.
application from my mobile
Public
phone,
static void
I
main
require
string
one
array
application
args.
on my mobile phone. I need to run one
Int,
app on my mobile phone. That app
so
is like what?
int
No,
array
mobile-based application.
x is equal
Okay,
to
leave
or
this one
int
also.
array y is
Amazon.
equal to new int array
Amazon.
of 3 I'm taking.
Like
End
e-commerce
of this, end
application
of
I'm
this
asking
one.
there. Amazon.
Sir, can you tell
Amazon.com
just
is
of
available.
e-cover?
Amazon. I want
Every
to
variable in
go
Java
for some
should be
online shopping.
either instance or static
What I
or
have to do,
local.
sir? I will open my
Every variable
computer
in
where I
Java
will
should
open
be
my
either
browser.
primitive or
There
reference.
I can type
Can you tell what about
Amazon.com.
first one? First variable,
Wait, I'm able
is
to
it
get that
instance
homepage
or
of
static
this
or
Amazon
local?
website or not?
Instance.
There we can
Is it
select
primitive
some
or
items and we can
reference?
place order for some items.
Primitive.
Am I
That's
right or
why
not? Maybe
the
within
first
a week or
variable
within 10 days
is
that required item will come to my home.
instance
That's okay. I think so might be
primitive.
then
Correct or
23rd
not?
and 24th
Instance
Amazon sale
primitive.
is available, I think so.
Can you
Are aware
tell?
about it?
Second variable,
Nearly 40 to
is
50%
it instance or
concessions are
static
going on
or
all
local?
electronics products, maybe.
Static.
Think about
Is
it.
it
Utilize that
primitive or
opportunity
reference?
also. Okay, anyway. Amazon.
Primitive or reference? Reference,
my
reference.
requirement is
That's why.
what?
So
I don't want to see
static
that Amazon
reference.
everything on my browser, on my
Static
laptop.
reference
I don't want to
is
carry
nothing but
everything on my
like.
laptop whenever I want to
Next
go for
up.
online shopping.
Sir, what is
I
this
want to
one?
do online
It is
shopping
a
with my mobile
instance
phone.
or static or local? Local.
I want to do
Is
online
it
shopping with my
primitive
mobile
or
phone.
reference?
That means
Hey,
if I want to do
primitive or
shopping with
reference?
my mobile phone, what I have to do,
Every array in Java
I
is
need
an
to
object
connect with
only.
Amazon.com
Okay, that's why
from my
reference.
mobile phone.
Sir, what
But
is
if
this
you
one?
want to connect with Amazon.com from our mobile
Local,
phone, where we need
local
one app or not in our
reference.
mobile phone. That app is what?
Now, clear
Amazon
for you.
app
Some
we
people may
required
ask,
or not?
sir,
We have to
instance
install that
variable
app
can
on
be
our
primitive.
mobile phone.
Or instance variable can be reference,
app in our mobile phone,
or static variable can be primitive, or can be reference like. So the various possible combinations of variables in Java are is nothing but like this is the example. I hope you people can aware. Okay.
I want to go for, say, for
Next one.
example.
Every variable in Java should be.
About all these things. So the best
Every
example is
variable in
WhatsApp.
Java should be. Every variable in Java should be, should be, should be, should be either instance
then immediately WhatsApp is best
or
option
static
WhatsApp is
or
also
local.
mobile app. That means if you want
Every
to do
variable in Java
conversation
should
with
be
WhatsApp,
either
we have to
instance or
install the
static or
WhatsApp
local.
app in our mobile phone.
Either
That installed app in
instance
our mobile phone is nothing
or
but
static
what? No,
or local.
Mobile
Either
app. Am I right
instance
or
or
not?
static or
Okay,
local.
sir, good. Understood. What
Instance
is
or
mobile?
static or
What
local.
is J2ME?
Next,
What
second.
is mobile-based application?
Second one.
Examples for mobile-based
Second.
application. So tell me, all of you now tell me.
Every
How much
Second one.
percentage of the applications are
every variable in
standalone
Java should be.
applications in outside?
Every variable
These
in
are
Java
only
should be.
5%. 5%
Every
of the
variable
applications
in
are
Java
what?
should be.
Standalone applications.
Should
That's
be.
okay, clear.
Every
How much
variable in
percentage
Java
of the
should be
applications are distributed applications in
either
outside?
primitive or reference.
95% of the applications are
Every
what?
variable in Java should be
Distributed
either
applications.
primitive
Similarly,
or
can tell me some
reference.
percentage for
Every
mobile-based
variable in Java
applications.
should be either primitive
If you
or
ask
reference.
to me, the percentage of the
Should be either
applications of
primitive or reference.
mobile-based applications in
Or
outside,
reference.
100% of the
Are you getting
applications
right?
are
Okay,
what
this
now?
should be either primitive or
Mobile-based
reference.
applications.
That's next. Hence,
100% of the applications
hence
are what? Mobile-based
variable,
applications. My point is
various,
clear or not?
hence various,
Everybody has to understand this
various
clearly.
possible
So,
combinations of
in a
variables in
standalone
Java
mode, mobile-based
are
applications are available.
hence various
In
possible
enterprise mode also,
combinations.
mobile-based applications are
Hence
available.
various possible
For example,
combinations.
in my mobile phone, I want to open
Various possible
calculator app.
combinations
Calculator
of
is one app or
variables
not?
in Java
Is that
are
in standalone mode or in
various
a
possible
distributed
combinations of variables
mode?
in
Standalone
Java
mode. It doesn't require
are
any internet connection. To open
various
calculator
possible
in our mobile
combinations
phone
of
doesn't
variables
require
in
any
Java
internet connection.
are
Doesn't require any client server
various
architecture.
possible
It's available
combinations of
standalone
variables
mode
in
or
Java
not? That's
are
very nice. For
are
example,
okay.
I want to pay
Yeah,
bills
in
to
Java
my
are.
Airtel account
Take
every
this
month.
one. Take
So
this
I require
diagram.
my Airtel app in my
Instance
mobile.
primitive,
Then it required client
reference,
server
static
architecture or
primitive,
not?
static reference,
It required that distributed
local
application is
primitive,
distributed or
local
not?
reference.
So this is an enterprise mode or not? So mobile-based applications
Local
are
primitive
available at a
and a local
standalone mode
reference.
as well as in like what no? Distributed applications mode. So 100% of the applications are like what no? Mobile-based applications. Is it clear or not? Now tell me.
Local
I'm asking one more
primitive
question. Now tell me.
and a local reference.
J2SE, J2EE and J2ME. Which one is more demanded here now?
Completed, right?
Oh, of course, as per the order, as per the demand, no, J2ME has to be more demanded. Next one is the J2EE. Next one is the J2SE. Of course, for learning process, no, J2SE will get more priority than J2E, then J2ME. That's okay. But demanded technologies and outside, as per our concept, as J2ME are getting, as mobile-based applications are having more demand in outside, J2ME must have more demand in outside or not? Come on guys, what I am asking you, try to understand it clearly. Mobile-based applications are very good demanded applications in outside. So definitely J2ME must get more demand or not? Am I right or not? This is wrong statement.
Completed, I hope.
This is wrong statement.
Not required to keep much
Mobile-based
explanation.
applications are having very good demand in outside.
Okay, after that take
But
this
J2ME
program
is
or take
almost
this
dead in
example.
outside. Mobile-based applications are having very good demand in outside, but J2ME is dead. No life is available for J2ME. No demand is available for J2ME in outside. Why? Because to prepare mobile-based applications, number of alternatives are coming for the J2ME. More and more number of alternatives are available for J2ME to prepare mobile phone applications. To prepare mobile-based applications, n number of alternatives are available. Nobody is using J2ME at present. Of course, we can use J2ME in olden days, but at present, number of alternatives are available.
Completed,
to prepare
right?
Mobile-based applications. Not mandatory, not required to go for what? No, J2ME. That's why it was dead in outside. Tell me, sir, what are the various alternatives for mobile-based applications? For the J2ME, what are the various alternatives to prepare mobile-based applications? When Android is coming to the picture, when iPhone technology is coming to the picture, and Swift is coming to the picture along with iPhone
So this point
technology,
is a bit important for you people anywhere. Now, the
JTME was
next
totally
terminology.
dead. It's totally
Now,
collapsed
take
in outside
very
market
special care
whenever
about this one.
Android and iPhone and this kind of
Here now
technologies
the
or
next
platforms
one.
are coming in outside market
If
to
it is
prepare
related
mobile-based
to
applications.
array, how the behavior keeps
Following
happening?
my point or not? So now tell me, JTME is
Uninitialized
having any
arrays.
demand in outside? No demand is available for JTME. What are the
Uninitialized
alternatives for JTME?
arrays.
Android and what next one there now?
Uninitialized
iPhone
arrays.
and this kind of technologies are coming
Uninitialized
outside.
arrays.
Automatic demand for
Arrays.
JTME was reduced.
Okay.
Now at present,
So this
status
part
is
also a
dead.
bit important for you.
Physically,
Sir,
third party is
I'm
available in
declaring an
Java,
array,
but
but I'm
nobody is
not
thinking about
creating
JTME
array.
at present.
Or I'm declaring
Now,
an array,
evidence might be,
but
if we touch
I'm not
anybody
performing
else, those who are
initialization.
working
Like
in Java,
what will happen?
how
Just
many
observe.
modules are available in Java? If
Sir,
you
I'm
ask
taking
there, they are going to give
class
reply
test.
only 2 modules, not 3 modules.
Now listen
What are
very
the 2
carefully.
modules they
Class
know?
test.
J2SE,
Here,
J2EE. But physically
int
JTME is available,
array
but
X.
nobody is thinking about like what
Can you
now?
tell?
J2EE.
Is it instance
Example I'm
variable,
telling,
static
sir.
variable, or
If
local
I
variable?
connect any class on J2SE or
Instance.
J2EE, bulk
Is
of the
it
students will
primitive
come.
variable or
But
reference
if I connect
variable?
the class on J2ME, I
Reference
cannot see even a
variable,
single
because
student.
X is array reference. Array is an object.
I
That's
will
why
not see even a
reference.
single student.
Public static
Why
void
no student
main
is preferred
method.
to come for JTME? Why
Public
no
static
demand
void
is available?
main method
But
string
mobile-based
array
applications are
object.
having very good demand in
Okay,
outside.
string array
But JTME
object.
is not having good demand in outside.
Here
Why?
I'm
Because
taking
number of
int
operators
array
are
X
available
public
to
static
prepare
void main.
mobile-based
Now
applications
my
like what?
target here is
Android or
now
iPhone.
listen very
Simply a
carefully
number of
about this one.
technologies are available. Due to that
Test
reason, JTME is not
T
having any
is
demand in
equal to
outside.
new test.
Guys,
Test
all of
T
them
is
following
equal
my
to
concepts.
new test.
I am not
Here,
teaching too much Java in the first
SOP
grade, sir. I am teaching
of
just only
T
fundamentals.
dot X.
Okay.
SOP of T
Can
dot
you get
X.
review of total content? What
And
I discussed today?
SOP
Will you get the total
of
review? Now
T
tell me in
dot
Java,
X
how
of
many
0.
parts are available?
Anna, SOP of
What
T
are the
dot
3
X.
parts now?
SOP of T dot X of 0. Like I'm
J2SE,
this is my
J2EE, J2ME.
Can you
What is
tell what the output
J2SE?
we will get now?
Java to standard edition. What is J2EE?
Sir,
Java to
for
enterprise edition. What
instance
is
variable,
J2ME?
JVM will
Java
always
to
provide
micro
default
edition. That's
value.
very clear.
Can you tell what is the
JDSE will
default
cover
value of
what?
X? Reference
Fundamentals
variable,
of the
right?
Java.
What is the default
JDE
value?
will cover
Null,
what?
null reference
Server-side
variable.
programming.
T dot
JDME
X
will
is
cover
nothing but what the output we will get? Null.
Microprogramming. By using fundamentals of
Null.
the Java, which type of
Now
application
we
you
are
are
asking,
able to prepare?
null,
Standalone
what is the first
application. By
element?
using server-side
Null, what is the
programming,
first
which type of
element?
application you are
What
able
thing
to
we are
prepare?
going to get?
Distributed applications
Ah,
or enterprise applications. By using
runtime exception
microprogramming, which type of
saying
applications you are able
null
to prepare?
pointer exception.
Mobile-based
I
application.
hope
What is
clear,
standalone
right?
application?
Sir, now observe.
If we design and
So
execute
if it
any
is
application
instance
without
level,
using
sir,
client
I'm
server
taking
architecture or without distributing
instance
application
level.
logic over multiple machines.
Instance
That application
level.
is standard. What is enterprise application?
Just I
If we
declare
design
an
and
array.
execute any application
Int
on the
array
basis
X.
of client server
Instance
architecture
level int
by
array X.
distributing application logic
Now
over multiple machines, then that
system dot
application is
out
called
dot
as what?
println
Distributed
some
application or
object
enterprise
reference
application.
dot
That's okay,
X.
fine. Next one is what is
Object
then
reference
after that,
dot
what
X.
is mobile based application?
System dot out dot
If we
println
design and execute any
object
application on the
reference
basis
dot
of
X of
mobile
0.
hardware
Sir, can you tell
architecture,
what
that
the answer by
application is
default
what?
we will get now?
Mobile based application. Quick, now tell me
Null.
example for standalone
Second one.
application.
Null
Calculate in our
pointer
mobile phone or
exception.
calculate in our system.
Again,
That's
not
okay.
required to
Any
keep
example
much
for distributed
explanation, right?
application?
Let me execute up to this. 1 minute.
All banking
Yes, sir.
applications are distributed applications. All food delivery applications are distributed applications. All social network applications
Here
are what?
just I'm taking
Distributed application.
int
Good. Any
array
example for
X, that's
mobile-based
all.
application?
Int array X.
WhatsApp,
Within
what
the,
text on
just all
Telegram
these
on
things
our
are not
mobile
required.
phone,
Int array
Facebook
X.
icon in our mobile phone, all
Test
these things are
T
like
is
what now?
equal to new
Mobile-based
test.
applications. That's okay, fine.
Because instance
Out of
variable
these
we
three
can access, you know.
technologies, out
Next
of these three,
T
now tell me,
dot
which one
T
is getting
dot
very good
X.
demand actually?
T dot X.
J2
Next
EE
T dot
is having more
X of
demand.
0.
Next demand is
T
for
dot
what?
X of 0.
J2
Okay,
SE.
now
But no demand is for what?
observe
JTME. This is demand point of view outside.
Java
But
C
learning process point of
test
view,
dot
which
Java.
one is getting more priority? J2SE. Next priority is for what?
Next Java
J2EE.
test.
No, next
The
no
answer
priority
first
for
time
what?
is what the answer Anna? First time
JTME.
null.
Even if you want to
Second
learn
time what the
JTME,
answer? Null
we need
pointer
core Java.
exception,
That's why
right?
we have
But
to learn
now
JTSE.
I want to make a small change.
J2SE is a more
What's my
powerful.
change is legend this one.
If you want
Sir,
to learn
int
testing
array
tools,
X
Selenium testing,
instead
required
of
core
this
Java.
line, I'm taking
If
int
you
array
want
X
to
is
learn
equal to
J2EE, required
new
core Java.
int
If you
array
want to
of
learn
3.
Salesforce
Oh,
in outside,
the corresponding
required
array
core Java.
object also
If
we
you want to
created.
learn
Array
Hadoop in
object.
outside, required
Now,
core Java. If you want to go
system
for
dot out dot
SAP tools
println
like SAP tools. There we require what?
obj.exe.
Core Java. And if you want to go
obj.exe.
for like
system
Android,
dot out dot
mobile-based
println
technologies. Again, we require core
obj
Java.
dot x of
Understand it
0.
clearly. That
Can you
entire
tell what the answer
software
now?
world is moving on the top of core
obj
Java.
dot x of 0. What the answer?
In Hyderabad, if you
obj
come
dot
for
x.
Amirpet, if you want to learn any other technology
Ayyo.
other than Java, every other
Because
technology trainer will say
x
to you,
already
go to Durga
initialized,
and
it
complete
is an
core Java, then
object.
come here.
That's why obj dot
Means
x.
means
So
that not
x is
Durga
pointing
means
to
that core
array
Java is
object.
mandatory.
Correct or not? X is pointing
Complete
to
core
array
Java then only
object.
come for
That's
this
why
particular one.
whenever we are
Even when
trying to
compared
print
with
any
Python also,
reference
what I'm telling
variable,
to you, if you learn
internally
core
which method
Java,
will be called?
Python is very
ToString
simple.
method I covered already in the arrays.
Nothing is there in
So
Python if you learn
square
core Java.
bracket I class
After learning
name
core Java, easily
at
we
the
can switch
rate
to Python. No need to join for any course, any
3e25
institute.
a5 some number
But after
hash
learning,
code some number. Okay.
Python, if you
obj
want to learn core
da
Java,
x
it is
of
too
0.
much difficult.
Have you remembered? Once we
After
create an
understanding Python,
array,
if you want to come for core
every
Java,
array
it's
element by
totally
default
configured.
initialized with the
But after learning
default
core
values.
Java, if you
What the
switch to
answer?
Python, it's very simple.
obj dot x of 0. What the answer?
Get my point or not? So
0
by that we can
because
understand
default
Java
value
is
for
having
int
good
type.
platform in outside.
Default value for
That's
int
okay,
type
guys.
itself
This
is nothing but
about
0.
clearly
So
what now?
here
Then
just
what example
observe
parts are available in
instead
Java?
of
Okay, fine. But
just
here
a
still my coaching is available with me.
declaration,
What is my coaching here?
let me create array
Java is
object.
available with the three parts. No?
Enter
That I
let me
understood
create
clearly,
array.
guys.
Array
Sir, now
object.
tell me, Java is
The
available
code
with all the
compiles
three parts,
fine.
no?
What the answer
But
is?
what I have to learn above
Square
all the three
bracket
things? One
I
thing is very
at
confirmed
the
clearly.
rate
Which one is not required to learn?
8D00C6 some number followed by second one
JDME
is
not
what?
required, learn.
0.
Leave it.
Clear
Then
for all
remind
of
two
you,
are
right?
what?
Okay.
JDS
What
and
heading you took?
JDE.
Can you spell up?
Among these two, what I have to learn?
Uninitialized
Still, why
arrays.
I'm
First
asking,
take
why I'm
this
discussing
example.
all these points, no? Only because of one question. What is my question? What I have to learn. That is my question. What I have to learn. Further, I am expressing this total thing here. But finally,
Take this
I finalize the two
example
things, no?
and
What two
then
things here?
summary
JDS
like
and
you can take.
J2EE. Okay, fine. One thing is confirmed, not required to learn. What?
Think very
J2EE,
carefully.
leave it.
What is the
But two things
behavior
here I
like?
have to learn. But between these two things also, one more statement is confirmed. What I must learn, J2SE, I must learn. This is minimum of the minimum that I have to learn, J2SE. Okay, what about J2EE? Is it required to learn the total J2EE? J2SE is mandatory. But J2E, the complete J2EE is mandatory? No, no. Part of the J2EE is sufficient. Part of the J2EE is sufficient. J2SE in the sense core Java only, not more than that. Core Java is mandatory. That's why we came here today. Okay, J2E, part of the J2EE only I have to learn. Remaining part is not required. Yes, sir, got it or not? Okay, sir. Still, I'm not getting complete answer for my question. You are giving some indirect answers to me. J2SE, you have to learn. Okay, that's okay. I understood. Half of the part of the J2EE, you are saying. What is the part of the J2EE? How much part of the J2EE I have to learn? But still, my
So
answer is
take
not
clear like these. After taking this example, take these two things.
Sir, you are thinking in this fashion or not? Are you thinking in this way or not? Still, you are not getting complete answer for your question. What's your question? Basically, what I have to learn in Java. For that, I said to you, not required to learn J2MB. You have to learn J2SE. Part of the
I hope is that
J2EE.
clear?
What part of the J2EE?
Not required to
Still,
keep
that is a
much
question mark. What part of
explanation.
J2EE? Still, that is a question mark here. So, because of that reason here, what is the point I'm telling there? I need to give a clear picture what I have to learn today as per the outside market. As per the outside trending, what I have to learn. As per the company's requirement, what I have to learn. That clear picture I have to provide. Yes, sir, got it or not? But if you want to know that clear picture, if you want to understand clearly what I have to
Completed,
know about
right?
my career, I'm a fresher. What I have to learn. I'm 3 years of experienced person. What I have to learn. I'm 5 years of experienced person. What I have learned. I'm a team lead now. What I have to learn. If you want to get the total details now, you have to wait up to
SOP of obj.x null,
even if I
obj.x
start
of
that, it may
0
not
null
be
pointer
completed.
exception
I
like.
need to give clarity on each and every part. Why
Next
this
up.
demand is available?
Second
what we have to
part,
get? What
here
we
see.
have to understand?
Instead of
Everything I will
instance
explain to you
level,
tomorrow.
let
Yes,
me
guys, all of you are
take
getting it or
static
not?
level.
Right, sir. Just one
Anna, here
simple
see, a
announcement.
small
Anyway,
change.
I'm going to wind up this session.
I want to make
Guys,
a
those
small
who are in
change.
online, just
Sir,
wait
instead
1
of
minute after
instance
I'll
level,
talk with you. I'll talk
I'm
with you. Wait
taking
1
what?
minute after
Static
I'll talk
level,
with you.
second part. Listen. If it is a static, not required to use object reference, directly we can access. Correct or not? Sir, first one, static int array x. Second part, static int array x is equal to like. Sir, here observe system.out.println directly we can access SOP of x and SOP of x of 0, static variable, right? Here also SOP of x, SOP of x of 0. Sir, SOP of x, what is the answer? SOP of x, what is the answer? For static variables also, Chevium will provide what? Default value. That's why what answer we are going to get? Null. Null. Next, SOP of x of 0. SOP of x of 0 is nothing but what is the answer? Runtime exception, null pointer exception. Now you are asking, oh null, what is your value like? Next, here array object created. Now I am trying to print object reference. If I am trying to print object reference, what will happen? Square bracket I at the rate some 3825 A5. Some number hash code, class name at the rate like. SOP of x of 0. Once we create an array, every element by default initialized with what? Default value.
What batches are available?
What programs
are available in Durga Soft? I will explain tomorrow clearly about your plan. What exactly your plan to get a job, how to proceed for learning these technologies. That clear-cut plan and everything I will discuss with you on tomorrow. Not today. Why? Because time may not be sufficient. I'll discuss everything on tomorrow.
SOP of x and SOP of x of 0.
Clear-cut plan for you. How to proceed with that.
Like.
How to get a job in a short manner. Everything I will discuss with you on tomorrow. Don't miss the tomorrow's class. If possible, you can call your friends also on tomorrow's class. Career guidelines I will provide to you. Very good guidelines I will provide to you. If you follow that, within short time you will get job. So such kind of demo class I will conduct on tomorrow.
Completed, I hope.
Very much useful for you. Why? Because these guidelines are more valuable than our technology. Why? Because without having proper plan,
SOP of x and null,
years and years of time,
SOP of x of 0, null pointer
Java,
exception.
it may be completed in a short period of time. So I'll
Static int array x is equal to new int array.
Don't miss that one. So payment related things and everything, directly you can reach out our office.
Clear, right?
Our people will help you. They will give more clarity. But
This is
whatever
the
advantage
second.
I said you, that will be valid up to next 3 days of time. That try to utilize that. Okay. So today I am stopping this session, and tomorrow will continue. Then even not required to ask any coaching today. Tomorrow
Second part we have.
coaches. Immediately, if you require any doubts about this payment related or all these things, no, you can reach out our office.
Okay.
Office people will help you and they'll give more
Static
clarity
level
on
like
particular
this.
content.
Next,
Is it
third
clear
one.
to all of you guys? All of you will come on
Local
tomorrow.
level.
All of you
Third,
will
local,
come on
local
tomorrow.
level.
You have to give what to
Local,
me. Then tomorrow
local
class
level.
is very, very, very
Sir,
important.
inside a
I'm
method
going to
I'm
talk
taking
about
on
your career guidelines, total information
local
about your
level.
career. So without missing, try to
Take
come for the
very
session
special
tomorrow.
care here.
Thank you. Thanks.
Because
Tomorrow we'll
local,
meet.
the behavior is the different. I hope you know. Local level. Sir, if it is the local, inside
guys,
a
those who are in
method I'm
online,
taking like this. Now
those who are in
SOP of
online,
x. What the answer?
Guys, and anything else? Anything you want
Local
to
level.
learn,
What the
want to know
answer?
about these courses and everything?
Compile
guys?
time error. Because for local
Don't worry,
variable,
tomorrow
Chevium
I
won't
will
provide
do one more
any
session for all of you,
default
then you are
values.
able to
That's why,
understand it. Then meanwhile,
do you know, in both
if you
cases we
require
will get
anything
compile
else
time
about this
error.
one, regarding this package
Saying
and everything, if you want to
variable
talk about this courses
x
and everything, you can reach to
might
Durga
not
Soft
have been
online training
variable
at
x might
gmail.com.
not have been
This is for online
initialized.
students and you can reach
Okay,
out
like
Durga
this.
Soft online training
Now
at
can you tell
gmail.com. This is
with
one
the
thing.
second one?
Or else you can
What about in this
reach
case?
to, you can call
Sir,
to
x already created.
885
X object right,
252627.
x
This
is
mobile number, you
initialized.
can call to this number.
SOP of
Our
x.
people will contact
What the
with you
answer?
and they'll go for all the details.
Square
Whatever the
bracket
details you are
I
expecting and
at
everything,
the rate
they will talk with you,
3825
okay?
F5 because x
So,
is already
Durga Soft online training
initialized
at
with this
gmail.com,
object.
or you can reach to
Now SOP of x of 0.
885
What the answer?
Tomorrow, one more demo class only. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, and
SOP of x of
today,
0.
tomorrow, day after
What the
tomorrow,
answer?
demo class are going on. You can attend with the same link. Same link
Compile
you can
time
use to
error
attend for these demo classes.
or
Okay?
0.
Thank you guys. Thanks a lot.
Ayyo. Oi local array. Compile time error or 0. Okay. Make sure the output by default we are going to get is 0. No problem. Once we create an array, every array element by default initialized with the default value, whether it is the local array, static array or instance array.
That's
X
what I
is the
give in the
local
last
variable,
line for everybody.
but X of 0 is the part of array object. Array property is going to be dominated.
No.
Sir, once we create an array,
That's what I'm telling you.
every array element by default initializer with the default value, irrespective of whether it is instance or local or static. Are you getting at this point? At the point value. Okay, take this part and then at last I will give the note. Third one, local level. Third one, local level. Local level. Int array X. Variable X might not have been initialized. Variable X might not have been initialized like compile time error. Might not have been initialized. Next, int array X is equal to new int array of 3 SOP of X. Completed, right?
Guys, just wait one more time, one more minute of time, then I will talk with you. Yeah, hello.
Clear, right? Okay. Now, take a note about that point. Note. Once we create an array, once we create an array, every array element,
in regular class,
once we create an array, every array element,
Sampath, what I'm telling
every
you,
array
you can type
element
the messages here and every
by
message
default
I used to see,
initializer with
I used to respond for your messages.
every array element
Okay,
by default
definitely.
initializer with
How many days available recording
by
videos,
default
sir?
initializer
After 1
with
year of time, you will
default
get all the
values.
videos, Ramesh.
Every array element by default initializer
Ramesh,
with the
and you will
default
get,
values.
all the video support up to
Default
1 year of
values.
time. Okay.
Irrespective of.
Yeah.
Irrespective
Today, tomorrow, day
of.
after tomorrow, demo class are going on.
Irrespective of.
Yeah.
Whether it
You will
is.
get videos and everything.
Irrespective of whether
1
it
year of time, you
is.
will get videos, guys.
Irrespective of whether it is instance or static or local array.
Guys, and
Irrespective of whether it is instance or static or local array.
She'll be available in this number regarding this payments and
Irrespective
all.
of whether it is instance or static or local array. Local array. Irrespective of whether it is instance or static or local array. That's all.
Yeah,
Completed,
Monday to
right?
Saturday class are
So
going on.
make
Karthik.
sure these are things what you
Monday to
people
Saturday
should
class are
aware
going on, and
clearly.
if it is
That's all.
possible, I may conduct
Not
some more
required to keep much
exercises on
explanation.
Sundays
This is
also,
about
depending on
types
our
of
requirement.
variables what we have.
Where
So
we will
instance
get
variable,
recording
static
videos,
variable,
Raviteja.
local variable.
Raviteja will
If we
get
are
recording
initializing,
videos,
if we
through
are
Google
not
Drive.
initializing, what
Once
is the
this
value and
registrations
so
and
on.
everything
That's
is
all.
going on, and
Different
every
types
day
of
recording
variables.
videos will be provided. Class timing will be. Guys, I forgot to say, up to some days of time we have to attend at 10 o'clock, but after that you have to attend at 8:30. Tomorrow I will confirm it. 8:30 to 10 o'clock I will take mainly. But first few days of time we have to attend at like what not 10 to 11:30. But
There
anyways, I'll
are
give the
for
timing and
interview
everything on
room
tomorrow, guys.
specific.
Don't worry.
There are three
timing
questions,
and everything
very
I'll give it
repeatedly
tomorrow.
asked
Tomorrow one more
questions
demo
are
is going
there.
on. Right,
You
what
should
is
have
regarding?
clear clarity
10 to
from this area
11:30
also.
initial days I
Sir,
am going to take,
first,
but after that I will
yeah,
take
there
the
are
session
three
at
things
10:30
I will
to
explain.
some other
The
schedule.
first one I will explain.
You have to
What is the
identify.
difference between
You will
new
have this course
and the
course
new
hour, it will take 2.5
instance?
to 3 months of time.
Both are
Basic
the
package
same.
and package are
Have you
available.
observed?
Depending on
Here,
the package,
new
the
instance.
duration will be
Both
increased.
are the same.
Only course hour, 2.5
Purpose is also same.
Then
We can use a new operator
everything on tomorrow,
to create object.
Karthik,
We
and
can use a
everything
new
I'll discuss
instance
tomorrow.
method to
Please
create
try to
object.
attend for the session
Then
tomorrow.
what is the
I'll
difference
discuss everything on
between?
tomorrow.
So we should
Don't worry.
have clear clarity. One thing. Second one,
Okay.
we have instance of. Is there or not? Instance of operator. Operator is there.
Provided, guys.
In Java, we have is instance method also.
But we'll give orientation about these jobs.
Is instance method also. Sir, what is the difference between these two? Is nothing but like it's also similarity in the words. So similarity in the purpose. There may be a maximum chance to ask this type of questions in the interview room. Third one, sir, class not found exception.
Even already some companies
Class
are,
not found
compounding.
exception
Some
versus
other companies have started conforming.
no
Definitely companies
class
will come in future.
def, no class def found error like. There may be a chance to ask class not found exception, no class def found error like. Are you getting? So how you
Guys, anything
can,
else?
so what the difference between these things? The most valuable, especially for the interview room. Keep subheading first one, new versus new instance.
Our people will give clarity on it.
New
Microsoft online
versus
training at
new
gmail.com, or
instance.
else we can reach out.
New versus new
Complete by 2
instance.
627. Our people will give clarity on it.
New
Santosh.
instance. Okay, just legend this point.
Yeah.
Sir, we can
Anything else,
use
guys?
new operator. Sir,
Anything else?
we can use a new operator to create. We can use a new operator to create object. So we can create any class object by using new operator. Okay, we can use new instance method to create object. Then immediately you may ask,
Anything else, guys?
sir, already new is there. What is the need of going for new instance? You may have the picked out. So simple, just observe this one. I want to create test class object,
Guys, and
student
we'll
object,
return
customer
tomorrow-
object.
tomorrow
How
at
we
same
can
time,
create by
10 o'clock
using new.
session.
Not required to
Attend
keep
for
much
this session
explanation.
tomorrow. Okay?
Test T is equal to new test. Sir,
Definitely,
test
Abhishek,
object is ready.
Abhishek.
Next,
Even though you're having
student
no problem for you,
S is
then you'll
equal
get
to
chances.
new
You'll get more
student.
chances.
Student object is ready. Customer C is equal to new customer. Sir, customer object is also ready.
Yeah,
Like
thank you.
we can use a new operator to create object. Okay, if the test object, student object, customer object like.
Okay?
Then, sir,
Yes, thanks a lot.
already new is there. We can able to create by using. We can able to create object by using new operator. What is the need of new instance method? Simple point. There are some
Nitish, you
places
can type the message.
where we can't
watching
use a
your
new
messages and I
operator.
can give reply.
There are some areas where we can't use a new operator. So in that particular
Yeah, you
case,
can-
we
you
have
can
to run the
send
show
the
with the new
message to me.
instance method. Assume that new instance method is not there. Assume. Then we have only new operator. We have only new operator. New instance is not there. Now I have one requirement.
Okay.
Can you please tell how I can create object in this requirement by using new operator? New instance is not there. Leave that. Okay. Assume new instance not there. My requirement is, sir, I will pass
Fast tracks
class name. I will pass class name from the command line argument. The command line argument I want to pass. So if I pass student, then my Java program has to create student object. If I pass customer, then the Java program has to create customer object. If I pass student or otherwise string, now my Java program has to create string object. Are you getting? So I don't know class name at the beginning. The class name is available at runtime dynamically either from the command prompt or from the file or from the database from somewhere. At runtime I know class name. For that class I have to create an object. Are you getting? Is my requirement. So in this case we know class name at the beginning. But now in my requirement I don't know class name at the beginning. Suppose let me write the code for that. Yes, sir. I'm writing class test. Analysis, most valuable concept. I'm taking class test. Curly brace open. Class test curly brace open. Public static void main. String array args. Public static void main string array args. Okay, dot like I'm taking. This is my test class. Here my requirement is, if I pass a student from the command prompt, our Java program has to create student object. If I pass customer, then our Java program has to create customer object. If I pass a string, then Java program has to create string object. Is my requirement. I don't know class name at the beginning. Sir, if I am passing like Java test, so student, in this case student object is required to create because I am passing which one as the command line argument? Student. Sir, Java test,
సిచువేషన్ అదే అందుకనే కదా
customer,
క్లాసెస్కి వచ్చేది మ్యాక్స్ చాలా మంది అట్లా
Java test,
కాకపోతే
customer,
standard way
I'm
నేర్చుకుంటారు
taking.
ఇప్పుడైనా సరే
So which object which class I'm passing from the command prompt? Customer. So then Java program has to create customer object. Java test, Java dot lang dot string. Then Java program has to create what? String object. Can you tell what is the code?
మినిమం బట్టి ఎందుకంటే
I don't know about new instance. Forget about new instance. We have only new operator is there. Can you tell how I can create an object here?
ఓకే టైమింగ్ ఏంటి మీకు అక్కడ
What code I have to write in this place?
8:30 అంటే మార్నింగ్
Correct.
ఎక్కడ మీకు ఆఫీస్ టైం
I don't know about new instance. I know only new operator in Java. New operator, right? Can you tell what is the way how I can create an object?
ఇప్పుడు ఈ బ్యాచ్ కి వచ్చేసరికి మీకు ఏమైందంటే ఇది కొన్ని రోజులు 10 o'clock తీసుకుంటాను యాక్చువల్ గా మేబీ ఒక
New operator only I have. I don't know about. I don't know class name at the beginning. It is available at runtime. Yeah, from the command line argument, or from the file, or from the database. We don't know class name at the beginning. How I can create an object by using new operator?
కొన్ని రోజులైన తర్వాత 8:30 to 10 తీసుకుంటది 7:10 ఇంకా కొన్ని రోజులైన తర్వాత
Can I use the word something like, sir, args of 0,
అంటే
a is equal to new args of 0, like this.
అడ్వాన్స్ జావా 4 జావా ఇట్లా నడుస్తుంది
If I can take like compiler will give left and right. Is nothing but what this is, it is Java code like compile time error you are going to get, because new operator after new class name is required. What is this args of 0 variable part and so on? No, it is not. It is invalid Java syntax, right?
parallel నేర్చుకోవాలి
Then
టైం ఎక్కువ తీసుకుంటది
what is the way
4 జావా ఎప్పుడైతే
how I can create an object by using new operator?
అరౌండ్ ఒక 40 days అనుకోండి.
Are you getting? So I don't want to waste your valuable time. Make sure
మీకు ట్రాక్ లో ఉంటారు.
it is impossible
మళ్ళీ ప్రాబ్లం ఉంటది.
to create an object by using new operator. In this case, new operator we can use if we know the class name at the beginning. Sir, I know class name. Can you please create test object? Can you please create student object? Can you please create customer object? Is nothing but like, if we know class name at the beginning, we can create an object by using which operator? New operator. If we don't know class name at the beginning, if we don't know class name at the beginning and it is available dynamically at runtime, then only it's available dynamically at runtime, then new operator we can't use. So to handle this type of requirement, we should go for which concept? New instance method. Are getting? Are you seeing the importance of new instance method or not? There are some cases where we can't create an object by using new operator. Then to handle such a type of situation, we should go for what? New instance method. Sir, okay, well, can you please write the code for this requirement? Very simple. Here I say this one. Here I'm taking, forget about, so here let me take, okay, forget about this at last you can able to get. Sir, can you please load this args of 0 class and create class object like what I have to do? Class dot for name of args of 0. Now this one returns class object. If I pass like this, it will load student class and returns the corresponding class object. Okay, this is and returns class object. There is one Java class is there named with the class. Okay, class object. On that class object, now we have to call which method? New instance method. On that class object we have to call what? New instance method. Now you know, if I pass a student, now this one is going to create student object. If I pass customer, this one is going to create customer object. If I pass a string, this one is going to create string object. Are you able to understand? But which object it's going to create based on your runtime requirement? I don't know which object exactly. That's why what reference I have to use is nothing but object reference. So yeah,
tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Everybody has to come. Then
Are you
I'll
getting?
get clarity on
Object
tomorrow's
reference
session.
we
Okay.
have to use. So
Thanks a lot,
that
thanks a lot.
object
Limited
O is equal to class dot for name, because it may be student
sir
object,
told me
customer
to
object,
join
string
this class,
object
but
or
I
integer
couldn't do
object,
basic Java
anything
practice.
parent reference
And
can
this
be
is
used. Are you getting
in
that?
this
So
class you explained
even though
same as
I
in
don't know
Durga
class
babu
name at the
core Java.
beginning, it is available dynamically at runtime.
Muhammad.
Still, I can able to create an object by using which method?
Basic
and
Java
a
package
new
includes
instance
core Java, right?
method. Is it clear for all of you? Right? Okay, this is, sir, I want to
Okay.
add one more
Okay,
line.
Muhammad.
One more
Basic Java
line.
includes core Java.
System
The
dot out
fingerprint
dot
core Java
println
development is part of the basic Java.
SOP of
Anyway, at least
object
come for tomorrow's
created,
class,
right?
you'll get more
Object
clarity.
created for the
Tomorrow's
class.
class. In tomorrow's class, I'll
Object
explain everything about
created
these basic
for
packages,
object
Java package and
created
everything I'll
for
explain tomorrow.
okay.
Okay.
If
will
you
get more
know
clarity on
object
tomorrow.
reference, sir, I know object reference.
Attend
How to
tomorrow's
print
session,
corresponding
you'll get more
class
clarity.
name? You aware? Can I spell out, Anna? If you know O dot get
Right.
class, O dot get class dot get name. O dot get class
Anything
dot
else,
get
guys?
name,
Shall
like
we meet
object
tomorrow?
created for so on so class, object created for student, object
meet
created
tomorrow?
for customer, object created for string, like we are going
all
to
of you
get.
say
Is
yes,
it
then
clear
I'll-
for all of you? Right?
I'll
Okay, this
wait for-
now, but class dot for name, new
All
instance
of you guys,
throws
say yes,
several
then I'll quit.
exceptions, right? That's why
Yeah,
I'm not
thank you,
interested
thank you,
to handle
thank you.
any
Thanks for-
exception. Let me keep
Okay,
one
thanks.
wonderful
Tomorrow we'll
word.
meet, tomorrow we'll meet.
What is
Thank
that
you,
one?
thanks a lot.
Throws exception. Throws exception. So there is one small thing I have to explain. Yesterday after my exception handling class, there are several students came and asked one important question. Sir, what is the difference between throw, throws, thrown? Are you getting? So sir, we took Nagoor sir FAQ's book. In the Nagoor sir FAQ's book, throw, throws, thrown, there is one bit is there. What is the difference between throw, throws, thrown? Several students asked. Immediately, even so, make sure you should aware. If any person is asking what the difference between throw, throws, thrown, don't create your own stories. In Java, we have only throw and throws keywords, but not a thrown keyword. Thrown keyword is not there in Java. That is what you have to tell. Are you getting right? So that is the answer for that question. Okay, this is yeah, just like your academic exams. Academic exams, you are going to create some big story about thrown keyword. Don't do that. Thrown keyword not there in Java. Okay, this is. So I hope you people took Nagoor sir FAQ's book, right? Actually, which is meant for SCJP actually. SCJP, but anyway, so if you are not getting, better to get from the office free of cost only. A small FAQ's book, very helpful for you. I only prepared some chapters there. Okay, make sure. So object created for O dot get class dot get name, like okay, this is make sure. So now let me execute this code. Anna. Here 1 minute, just cross check. Sir, here I am taking class test throws exception. Throws exception like object O is equal to can I spell out the code? Class dot for name of x of 0 dot new instance method. Now system dot out dot println. Okay, system dot out dot println object created. Now object created for, okay, like O dot get class dot get name is nothing but like we have, right? Okay, O dot get class dot get name, like we are taking. Here see, sir, I am taking, but let me take some class student, because I want to create student object also. Class student. Next, and after that class customer, like I am taking. There are student and customer also. Let me compile this code. Java C test.java. Yes, the code compiles fine. Java test. Sir, I want to create student object. You know, student like this. Java test student. Now, object created for which class? Student. Correct? Now, sir, I want to create for customer. I want to create for customer, then automatically object created for customer, like okay, this is. Sir, I want to create object for string. Java dot lang dot string. Java dot lang dot string. Sir, object created for string is nothing but object created for Java dot lang dot string. Are you able to understand? Even we don't know about class name at the beginning, it is available dynamically at runtime. There is no problem at all. We can able to create object by using what? New instance method. Are you getting? Now, can you tell what is the difference between new operator and a new instance method from this discussion? We can use a new operator. Now we can use a new operator to create an object. We can use a new instance method to create an object. But when exactly we have to use a new instance? If we know the class name at the beginning, then we have to go for what? A new operator. If we don't know class name at the beginning and it is available dynamically at runtime, then we should go for what? New instance method. Is that terminology clear for all of you, right? So both meant for creation of an object, but there is a difference is there. Okay, at this point. We can use a new operator. We can use a new operator to create an object. We can use a new operator to create an object. We can use a new operator to create an object. If we know class name at the beginning. We can use a new operator to create an object if we know class name at the beginning. Class name at the beginning. Example. At tester T is equal to new tester. Tester T is equal to new tester. Student S is equal to new student. Student S is equal to new student. Next, customer C is equal to new customer. Customer C is equal to new customer. Customer C is equal to new customer. Completed, right? Okay, this is next para. New instance is a method. New instance is a method present in new instance is a method present in which class? Present in class. There is one class is there named with the class. Capital C, class. New instance is a method present in class. Okay. Next, we can use a new instance method. New instance method to create object. We can use a new instance method to create object. If we don't know class name at the beginning, and it is available dynamically at runtime. And it is available dynamically at runtime. Okay, this is, are you getting? So new operator, new instance method. Take this example, better to take from the screen. To load, because we don't know driver class name at the beginning. Are you getting? Can you please load the specified driver class? No problem. I'm not creating an object for that, right? My requirement is load database driver class for loading class.forName, not for creation of object. Can you repeat? Argument. Take these three commands. Java test student. Then what is the output by default we are going to create? What is the output we will get? Object created for student. Next, if we can take Java test customer, object created for customer. Object created for customer. Object created for customer. For customer. Next one. Java test, java.lang string. Object created for java.lang string. That's all. Are you able to understand clearly the concept, right? Make sure you should have clarity about this terminology, right? Not required to keep much explanation about this one. So can you tell what is the basic difference between new operator, new instance method? Now the terminology is clear. If it is a new, if you know the class name at the beginning, then we can create an object by using new operator. If we don't know the class name at the beginning and it is available dynamically at runtime from command line argument or from the file or from database, if I know class name at the beginning at runtime dynamically, then we can go for by using new instance method. Clear for all of you? But there are some more differences are there. Okay, if interview person is asking, sir, what is the difference between new and new instance? That's all, up to that is more enough. But still, let me add some more things. Sir, can you explain one scenario where we can go for new instance method? Where we can, usually, can you explain one scenario, real-time scenario, where this type of thing is helpful? Best example, here see this one. I have one web application is there. I have one web application. Can you tell in Java based web application which things are there inside? Right? Java based application, which things are there inside that application? There are several servlets are there. There are several JSPs are there, XML files and so on, right? Now I'm sending the request HTTP localhost like / test1 like with URL pattern. I'm sending the request. Now who is responsible to create servlet object? Web container, servlet container, servlet engine, web container, all are interchangeable, no problem. So who is the responsible to create the servlet object? Web container. Is the web container create servlet object at the beginning or at runtime? At runtime. Compulsory is nothing but at runtime. That's why, do you know, but for which servlet I have to create an object? Web container don't know until runtime. Whenever the request came, then my web container is going to identify URL pattern. In the web.xml it will say check what is the corresponding servlet. Now for that servlet, web container is required to create an object dynamically at runtime. Correct or not? That's why, so web container will use which method to create an object? Is nothing but to create servlet object. Internally it will use new instance method only. Are you able to get? Because the reason is web container don't know for which servlet the request came. At runtime, based on URL pattern, for the corresponding servlet, my web container is responsible to create an object. Are you getting that? That's why until runtime, web container don't know for which class I have to create an object. That's why web container internally will use which method to create servlet object? New instance method. Are you getting? Sir, I don't know class name until runtime. At runtime only I will come to know. For that I want to create an object. Then compulsory we should go for which method? New instance method. Is it clear for all of it? One scenario where new instance method is helpful. Look at this. So web container until runtime don't know for which servlet it has to create an object. That's why compulsory web container will use a new instance method. Look at this. Next term, there are some differences between new and new instance. Other than this standard, there are some differences are there. Legend this point well. First difference especially. Sir, here I am creating test object. Test T is equal to new test. In this case, test object will be created and which constructor will be executed? Test class no argument constructor. Correct or not? Test class no argument constructor will be executed. Suppose my requirement is okay, test T1 or T1 is equal to new test of 10 I'm taking. Then test object got created And which constructor will be executed here? Now which constructor will be executed here is nothing but int argument constructor. Okay, assume test class should compulsory contain int argument constructor, otherwise the code won't compile. Yes, test t2 is equal to new test of, okay, Durga, like I'm taking. Then which constructor will be executed in this case? In this case, a string argument constructor will be executed, right? So in the case of new operator, we can invoke any constructor based on our requirement. No argument constructor, int argument constructor, string argument constructor, double argument constructor based on our requirement, right? Okay, we can invoke any constructor. But in the case of new instance method, have you observed new instance method is a fixed method. It never going to take any argument. New instance method never going to take. By mistake, if I am passing argument, compile the method you are going to get, because new instance method can't take any argument. Then how you can pass then Durga, this type of terminology, right? Make sure inside new instance method, internally it is always going to use a no arg constructor only. Are getting? New instance method, it's always going to invoke what? No argument constructor, because we can't pass the arguments, right? So to use a new instance method, compulsory class should contain no argument constructor. If no argument constructor is not there, then we will get runtime exception saying instantiation exception. In instantiation exception, like a runtime exception by default you are going to get. And are you getting? So there is no such type of requirement in the case of new operator, but in the case of new instance, to use a new instance method, compulsory the corresponding class should contain no argument constructor. This no argument constructor can be default constructor generated by compiler or explicitly provided by programmer. Okay, this is make sure compulsory it should be either by compiler or by programmer, but the class should contain no argument constructor, mandatory, right? Okay, this is now in this example, have you observed here? In this example, class student, class customer, like we covered. Sir, I created student object and customer object. I created student object, I created customer object, I created, right? But now, is the student class contain no argument constructor or not? Yes. Yes, because if I am not writing any constructor, then compiler will generate what? Default constructor, which is the no arg. That's why no problem at all. Is the customer class contain no argument constructor or not? Yes. Is the test class contain no argument constructor or not? Yes. Okay. Now observe, let me remove these things. Sir, I want to create test object only. Is the test class contain no argument constructor or not? Yes. Now observe, Java C test.java. Compile is fine, no problem. Java test and test only. Sir, I want to create test object only. Yes, object created for test. Because in the test class, no argument constructor is there. Now here observe. Sir, test. Here see this one. Test system.out.println. System.out.println. No arg constructor I'm taking. No arg constructor like I'm taking. Okay, just observe 1 minute. Just observe this one. The code compiles fine. Okay, Java test. Have you observed? Internally, no arg constructor called or not? In the case of new instance, no arg. Suppose assume my test class contain int argument constructor. Are you getting? Int argument constructor. Is the no argument constructor is there or not? Not there. So if I am writing any constructor, compiler won't generate default constructor. So test class doesn't contain no argument constructor. If no argument constructor not there, have you observed? Here see, happily the code compiles fine. But at runtime, have you observed? Here exception in the thread main. What is that exception? Instantiation exception. Okay, this is the problem what you have to identify in the case of new instance. Are you seeing the difference, right? Yes. In the case of new operator, based on our requirement, we can invoke any constructor. But in the case of new instance method, internally it is always going to use which constructor? Nor constructor. Compulsory the corresponding class should contain no argument constructor. Otherwise we will get runtime exception saying instantiation exception at this point. In the case of new operator, in the case of new operator, in the case of new operator, based on our requirement, in the case of new operator based on our requirement, new operator based on our requirement, we can invoke any constructor. We can invoke any constructor based on our requirement. We can invoke any constructor, any constructor. Example, we can invoke any constructor. Example, tester T is equal to new tester. Tester T1 is equal to new test of 10. Tester T2 is equal to new test of Durga. Tester T2 is equal to new test of Durga. Like completed, I hope. Tester T2 is equal to new test of Durga. Like next para. But new instance method. But a new instance method internally calls, but new instance method internally calls no argument constructor. New instance method internally calls no argument constructor. Hence, to use a new instance method, compulsory corresponding class should contain compulsory corresponding class should contain compulsory corresponding class should contain no argument constructor. Compulsory corresponding class should contain no argument constructor. Otherwise we will get runtime exception. Saying what that exception? Saying instantiation exception. We'll get runtime exception saying instantiation exception. You know, the people who aware servlets, every servlet class should compulsory contain argument constructor. Correct or not? Okay, they say every servlet class should compulsory contain argument constructor because of this reason only. Because internally web container is going to create an object by using new instance method. New instance method require no argument constructor. Every servlet class should compulsory contain no argument constructor. Is it clear? Okay, this is one difference between new and new instance. One more difference is there, that may be the last difference. Legend. Just so that I can finish this new and new instance. Just observe. Only one more difference is there. Suppose tester T is equal to new tester. Tester T is equal to new tester. Yet runtime, if tester.class file is not there, as I am creating an object by using new operator, yet runtime, if the corresponding class is not there, tester.class file is not there, then we will get runtime exception saying no class def found error. No class def found error colon test. We are getting at runtime, we are going to get runtime exception saying no class def found error colon test. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, this. But if I use new instance method, sir, here observe object O is equal to class dot for name of args of 0 I am taking dot new instance like this line is there according to our code. Sir, I am taking Java tester. Java tester. Can you please create test123 class object? Test123 class object. At runtime, if test123 class is not there, then we will get runtime exception saying class not found exception. We will get runtime exception saying class not found exception. Are you getting that? Okay, this is class not found exception for test 1, 2, 3, right? And class not found exception is the checked exception. Compulsory we should handle either by try catch or by throws keyword, otherwise the code won't compile. But no class def found error is unchecked. We are not, because error categories are unchecked, we are not required to handle. Are you getting the point, right? Okay, this is. So to use a new instance method, of course, while using new instance method, at runtime, if the corresponding dot class file is not there, then we will get runtime exception saying what? Class not found exception. Okay, this is just this point well. Sorry, the same. Is just observe public static void main like. Sir, here Java C tester.java Java tester dot class file is there or not? Yes, object created for tester. Next Java tester 121213 test 121213. There is no such type of dot class in my system, I am sure. Then what will happen? Here can you please observe what will happen? Exception in the thread main. What is that exception? Class not found exception, which is the checked exception, of course. Class not found exception we are going to get. Very important question for the interview room. Have you observed? What is the difference between no class def found error and class not found exception? This point is also covered. If hard-coded class name, sir, I hard-coded class name in my program. Hard-coded class name not available at runtime, we will get no class def found error. Dynamically provided class name not available at runtime, then we will get what? Class not found exception. Class not found exception is the checked exception. No class def found error is unchecked exception, right? Okay, at this point also. And here first observe the conclusion. Listen, to use new operator, while using new operator at runtime, if the corresponding dot class file is not there, at runtime if the corresponding dot class file is not there, then we will get what? No class def found error. But while using new instance method at runtime, if the corresponding dot class file is not there, then we will get what? Class not found exception at this point. While using new operator at runtime, if the corresponding dot class file is not available, then we will get runtime exception. Saying no class def found error. We will get runtime exception saying no class def found error. No class def found error colon test. No class def found error colon test. No class def found error colon test. Okay, I mean no class def found error. Example at tester t is equal to new tester. Tester t is equal to new tester. Tester t is equal to new tester. At runtime, we took this line right. Next, at runtime, if tester dot class file is not available, at runtime, if tester dot class file not available, at runtime if tester dot class file not available, then we will get runtime exception. Saying no class def found error. We will get runtime exception saying no class def found error colon test. colon test. No class ref found error colon test. Test. Okay. Next para. While using new instance method, while using new instance method, while using new instance method, new instance method, new instance method, at runtime, if the corresponding dot class file not available, at runtime, if the corresponding dot class file is not available, then if the corresponding dot class file not available, then we will get runtime exception. Then we will get runtime exception saying, we'll get runtime exception saying class not found exception. We'll get runtime exception saying class not found exception. Class not found exception. Okay, example. Take this one. Object O is equal to, example, object O is equal to class dot for name of x sub 0, class dot for name of x sub 0 dot new instance, class dot for name of x sub 0 dot new instance. Have we take this part right? Class dot for name of x sub 0 dot new instance. After this line, take this one. Better to evaluate within the box. Within the box. Next, another then take Java test. Java test. Test 1, 2, 3. Java test 1, 2, 3. Only this line. Add the theory. At runtime, if test 1, 2, 3 dot class file is not available, if test 1, 2, 3 dot class file is not available, test 1, 2, 3 dot class file not available, then we will get runtime exception. Then we will get runtime exception saying, what that exception, Anna? We will get runtime exception saying class not found exception. Class not found exception colon test 1, 2, 3 colon test 1, 2, 3 test 1, 2, 3. That's how you are getting. So what is the difference between new and new instance? Internal differences also is nothing but clear, I hope. Now let me summarize all these things into a small table form. Keep summary. Differences between new and new instance. Differences between new and new instance. Differences between new and new instance. New instance. Okay, just listen, and then we can think about just listen this point well. Sir, yeah, new is operator in Java. Sir, it is operator in Java. It is operator in Java. Don't write, listen. It is an operator in Java. So here it is a method, and it is a method present in. It is a method present in java.lang.class. Java.lang.class is nothing but like. So it's an operator, it is a method. Now second one, we can use a new operator to create object if we know class name at the beginning. Are you getting? We can use new operator to create object if we know class name at the beginning only. I know class name at the beginning. So we can use a new instance method to create an object if we don't know class name at the beginning. So we can use this method. We can use this method to create object, to create object, if we don't know class name at the beginning, if we don't know class name at the beginning, if we don't know class name at the beginning, and it is available, and it is available dynamically at runtime, and it is available dynamically at runtime is nothing but second. Now the third, legend this point, third one we cover. To use a new operator, class not required to contain no argument constructor. It can contain any constructor, but to use a new instance method, compulsory class should contain no argument constructor. To use a new operator, class not required to contain, class not required to contain, class not required to contain, which one not required to contain? No arg constructor, no arg constructor like. But to use a new instance method, to use a new instance method, compulsory class should contain, compulsory class should contain no arg constructor, no arg constructor. Otherwise we will get runtime exception saying, can I spell out what is that exception? Instantiation exception like. Now the fourth one, okay, last point, just now we covered, I remember what that one. At runtime, if the corresponding .class file not available, then we will get no class def found error. At runtime, if .class file not available, then we will get runtime exception saying, what that exception? No class def found error, no class def found error. But here at runtime, if the corresponding .class file not available, then we will get what? Runtime exception saying class not found exception, class not found exception like. That's all. So if any person is going to ask what is the difference between new and a new instance, just to spell out all these things. Okay, take this clearly. New instance, first point, at the first one, it is an operator in Java. It is an operator in Java. It is an operator in Java. Operator in Java. Next, it is a method. It is a method present in java.lang.class. It is a method present in java.lang.class. Java.lang.class, and it is a class name. Next, second one, we can use a new operator. We can use a new operator to create object. We can use a new operator to create object. We can use a new operator to create object if we know class name at the beginning. If we know class name at the beginning. If we know class name at the beginning. Next, we can use a new instance method. We can use a new instance method to create object. We can use a new instance method to create object. If we don't know at runtime. Completed, right? Second. Next, third one, to use a new operator. To use a new operator, class not required to contain no argument constructor. Class not required to contain no argument constructor. Not required to contain no argument constructor. No argument constructor. Next, to use new instance method. To use new instance method. Compulsory class should contain. To use a new instance method, compulsory class should contain. Compulsory class should contain no argument constructor. Compulsory class should contain no argument constructor. Compulsory class should contain no argument constructor. Otherwise, we will get runtime exception saying. Otherwise, we will get runtime exception saying instantiation exception. Otherwise, we will get runtime exception saying instantiation exception. Instantiation exception. Exception. Okay. Next. Last point. At runtime, if the corresponding dot class file, at runtime if the corresponding dot class file, not available, at runtime if the corresponding dot class file not available, then we will get runtime exception. Then we will get runtime exception. We will get runtime exception saying, we will get runtime exception saying no class def found error. We will get runtime exception saying no class def found error. No class def found error. Error, comma, which is unchecked. Comma, which is unchecked. Which is unchecked. Unchecked. Next, other side. At runtime, if the corresponding dot class file, at runtime if the corresponding dot class file not available, at runtime if the corresponding dot class file not available, then we will get a runtime exception saying, class not found exception. Runtime exception saying class not found exception. Class not found exception, comma, which is unchecked. Comma, which is unchecked. Sorry, checked. Which is checked. Which is checked. Which is checked. That's all. So there ends the difference between new and new instance method. Okay. Session. So just we covered about what is the difference between new and a new instance operator. New operator, new instance method. I hope you people have clear clarity about new operator, new instance method. Okay. So now in this session, let me talk about class not found exception. Class not found exception and no class def found error. What is the difference? And the last one we are going to discuss is instance and instance of. What is the difference between these? Keep suffering. Difference between class not found exception, class not found exception and no class def found error. No class def found error. Difference between class not found exception, no class def found error. No class def found error. So let me explain a small. So I have one small experience related to this one. So in the last batches, I hope one student came. He is trying with 2+ or 3+ years of experience. Maybe original experience or fake experience, I don't know. But anyway, he was tried. He was tried with 2+ or 3+ years of experience, right? After completing this class, so I explained what is the difference between class not found exception, no class def found error, or operators concept. I explained. After explaining this part especially, he came, sir, if you took this class in the last week, then by this time I may be in some software companies or like he told. Really I got shocked. What is the reason? Why you are telling like that? Like I asked. In the last week, I attended one interview. In the more or less up to certain level, I satisfied that interview person. But at the last one or two questions, he asked, what is the difference between class not found exception and no class def found error? Then my face with the big question mark. Okay, I didn't explain that only reason. So why that person send out? Okay, they say almost balanced. Okay, he is satisfied with my performance. But in the last one or two questions, he asked what is the difference between no class def found error and class not found exception. Then I'm not in a position to explain. That is the only reason why I didn't get the job. Okay, this is like that person told. My intention of telling this one is very important for the interview room. What is the difference between class not found exception, no class def found error? Because similarity in the words, have you observed both are class not found or no class def found? Is nothing but both are same. Similarity in the words, maybe a chance to ask maximum. There is a possibility to ask this type of questions, right? Okay. Now, what is the difference between these two things? Suppose I'm taking test T is equal to new test. Test T is equal to new test. So I'm using which class test? Is it hard coded class or not? Yes, class name I hard coded. Just like a class only I used. Sir, test is a class. Like a class only I used. For hard coded class names, yet the runtime, if the corresponding .class file is not there. Sir, I hard coded class name. So at the beginning only I know class name. I wrote class name directly in the program. But at runtime, if the corresponding .class file not there, then we will get runtime exception saying no class def found error. Then we will get runtime exception saying no class def found error. Regarding that, look at this. At runtime, if test.class file is not available, then we will get runtime exception saying no class def found error. Are you able to understand that? Look at this. Suppose here I am taking, sir, I didn't hardcode class name. I will provide dynamically at runtime. So suppose here just observe object O is equal to class dot for name of args of 0 dot new instance. In the last class somewhere we covered this one. Dot new instance. Sir, if I am taking Java test, okay, args of 0 as a student I am taking. Are you getting? Args of 0 as a student. Yet runtime for dynamically provided class names. This is the dynamically provided class name. So for dynamically provided class names, yet runtime, if the corresponding .class file is not available, then we will get runtime exception saying class not found exception. Are you getting? Class not found exception for which one is anathema? Student, right? Class not found exception for which one is anathema? So student, right? Any explanation is required, Anna? Okay, make sure you people should have clarity, right? Okay, this is so at runtime, if the corresponding .class file not there for dynamically provided class name. Sir, I didn't hardcode class name in my program. So this is at runtime I am going to provide class name. Okay, for dynamically provided class names, at runtime, if the corresponding .class file is not available, then we will get runtime exception saying class not found exception. Are you getting that? Class not found exception, is it a checked exception or unchecked exception? Checked or unchecked? Class not found exception, checked exception. Okay, this at runtime, which class you are going to provide, we don't know. If the dot class file is not available, how you can handle? Regarding how you can handle, compiler is always going to ask that one. That's why, so this one is a checked exception, right? But no class def found error, compiler never going to check whether the corresponding dot class file, I mean, if it is not there, how you can handle? They never going to check because it is error category. This one is nothing but what? Unchecked, right? Are you able to understand what is the difference between checked, I mean, no class def found error, class not found exception? For hard-coded class names, sir, hard-coded class name, for hard-coded class names, at runtime, if the corresponding dot class file not available, then we are going to get no class def found error, which is unchecked. For dynamically provided class names, at runtime, if the corresponding dot class file is not available, then we will get runtime exception saying class not found exception, right? I hope you people can able to understand that, okay, at this point. Yeah. For hard coded, for hard coding, hard code means we are writing hard coded. For hard coded class names, for hard coded class names, hard coded class names, for hard coded class names, comma, at runtime, if the corresponding dot class file is not available, comma, at runtime, if the corresponding dot class file is not available, at runtime, if the corresponding dot class file is not available, corresponding dot class file is not available, then corresponding dot class file is not available, then we will get runtime exception, saying no class def found error. We will get runtime exception saying no class def found error. Single word, don't give the space in the middle. No class def found error, comma, which is checked or unchecked? Which is unchecked. Comma, which is unchecked. Which is unchecked. Example, test T is equal to new test. Example, test T is equal to new test. Next, at runtime, if test dot class file is not available, at runtime, if test dot class file is not available, at runtime, if test dot class file is not available, at runtime test dot class file is not available, then we will get runtime exception. Saying no class def found error. We will get runtime exception saying no class def found error, colon test. No class def found error, colon test. I hope now you aware what is no class def found error, right? Next para. Yeah. For dynamically provided class names, at runtime, for dynamically provided class names, at runtime, if the corresponding dot class file, at runtime, if the corresponding dot class file is not available, at runtime, if the corresponding dot class file is not available, at runtime, if the corresponding dot class file is not available, then we will get runtime exception. Saying class not found exception. Then we will get runtime exception saying class not found exception. We will get runtime exception saying class not found exception, comma, which is checked exception, which is checked exception, Okay, that's all. Are you able to understand? Example, add object O is equal to class dot for name. Object O is equal to class dot for name of x of 0, class dot for name of x of 0 dot new instance. Object O is equal to class dot for name of x of 0 dot new instance. Add this line also. Java test student. Java test student. Student is x of 0. Java test student. Add. Yet runtime. If student dot class file not available. At runtime if student dot class file not available. At runtime if student dot class file not available. Student dot class file not available. Then we will get runtime exception. Then we will get runtime exception. We will get runtime exception saying class not found exception. Class not found exception colon student. Class not found exception colon student. That's all. Completed for all of you, right? So what is the difference between class not found exception, no class found error? Now the terminology is clear. Next. Okay, just observe. So this one is also very important. Even the next question what I am going to explain. So just I didn't add it, or I am not adding this concept directly in our syllabus. Of course, related to SCJP, this part is not there because one student asked, sir, what is the difference between instance of, sir, I have instance of operator is there. Correct or not? Instance of is there, and is instance is also there. But is instance is a method. Sir, what is the difference between instance of is instance? So why I added this part? One student came, sir, in today interview person asked, what is the difference between instance of is instance? Is nothing but like very important because similarity in the words have you observed is instance of, more or less similarity in the words. Okay, what is the difference between these two? Very important question for the interview room, already asked. So several times in the interview room based on student requirement only. Student they asked the doubt, based on that only I added this part in the of course in our syllabus. Can you tell what is instance of? Single word. What is the instance of? Instance of is an operator or is a keyword. Keyword come operator, right? Instance of is an operator in Java. Is instance is a method in Java. Now instance of operator we can use, sir, we can use instance of operator to check whether the given object is of particular type or not. I want to use instance of operator to check whether the given object is of particular type or not, and whether that particular type, whether that particular type we know at the beginning only. Sir, I have T is there. T instance of thread or not. T instance of runnable or not. Are you getting? T instance of is. We can use instance of operator to check whether the given object is of particular type or not, and we know that type at the beginning only. Best example, here see this one. Sir, I'm creating one thread object. Sir, I'm creating one thread object. Thread T is equal to new thread. I want to check whether this T is of runnable type or not. I want to check system.out.println T instance of runnable or not. T instance of runnable or not. So I want to check whether this T instance of runnable type or not. We can use instance of operator for this requirement to check whether the given object is of particular type or not, and we know the type at the beginning. Are you getting? We know the type at the beginning. Sir, type you want to check, yes, runnable type or thread type or otherwise object type. If we know the type at the beginning, happily we can go for instance of operator, right? Okay, this is. But sometimes I want to check whether the given object is of particular type or not, and I don't know that type at the beginning. That type is available dynamically at runtime through command line argument. Are you getting that? Through command line argument it's available dynamically at runtime. Then how we can use instance of operator is nothing but for that requirement we can't use instance of operator, right? Of course, I don't know the type at the beginning. Sir, if you know the type at the beginning, happily we can go for which operator and instance of. But I don't know the type at the beginning, it is available dynamically at runtime. Are you getting? Dynamically at runtime. Then how you can use instance of operator? There is no way. Compulsory we should go for is instance method. For this requirement, how we can? Here see this one. I am taking, observe this example well. Sir, I am taking class, let me go for executable code. Sir, class test, public static void main method, string array args, public static void main string array args. I am creating thread object, thread t is equal to new thread. Sir, I am creating thread object, thread is equal to new thread. Sir, I want to check this t is of particular type or not. Which type? I don't know the type at the beginning. I will pass from command line argument. I will pass from the command line argument. You have to check whether this t is of that particular type or not. Something like here legend this one. Here I am taking end of main, end of the class. Now I am taking Java test. I am passing runnable. Now your test class has to check whether this t is of runnable type or not. Are you getting? T is the runnable type or not? Hello? T, thread object, is of runnable type or not? Yes. Now my expected output here, true is the answer. Are you getting? Now Java test, is this thread is of string type or not? I am checking. Can you tell what the answer? Is it string type or not? False is the answer. By default we have to get. Sir, I want to check whether the given object is of particular type or not. I don't know the type at the beginning. The type is available dynamically at runtime. Then how we can handle? Is it clear for all of you? How you can? We can't use instance of operator, because if you want to use instance of operator, compulsory we should know the type at the beginning. Sir, I don't know the type at the beginning. It is available dynamically at runtime. Maybe from command line argument, or maybe from database, or maybe from file. How we can do that is nothing but very simple. Here see this one. System.out.println. Here class dot for name of args of 0. Class dot for name of args of 0. Class dot for name of args of 0 is nothing but like. So now I got class object for this. Dot is instance of t. Are you getting? That is instance of t. Sir, is a t is instance of this particular type or not? Is nothing but like. Now the output by default we are going to get, if t is of runnable type, true is the answer. If t is of string type, no sir, that's why false is the answer. So we can use is instance method to check whether the given object is of particular type or not, and we don't know the type at the beginning. It is available dynamically at runtime. Okay, this is, have you observed the difference, right? Okay, this is, but when we should go for instance of operator? if we know the type at the beginning. When we should go for is instance method? If we don't know the type at the beginning. Is instance method is a method equivalent of instance of operator. Are you getting? If everything we know at the beginning, we can run the show with the instance of operator. If we don't know class name at the beginning, type at the beginning, is instance is the best method. But make sure class dot for name. This type of method raises some exception. I am not interested to handle any exception. That's why compulsory throws exception like I will take. Now let me execute this simple example so that you can aware how to use is instance method. Okay, here let me explain. Here see, class test I am taking. Here just observe. Let me create one thread object. Here thread T is equal to new thread T is equal to new thread. So class dot for name of, have you observed, args of 0, class dot for name of args of 0 dot new instance method dot new instance, or sorry, this one still is instance of T, correct or not? Okay, so next compulsory let me keep throws exception, because class dot for name it's going to raise several exceptions, checked exceptions, right? So now here let me save this code as a test.java, correct, right? Here just observe this one here. So class dot for name dot args of 0 dot is instance of T, same example whatever there on the screen anyway, right? Now here see, java c test.java, the code compiles fine, java test, have you observed, java test, but I have to pass some class name, java test java.lang runnable. Sir, is that a T is of runnable type or not? What the answer? True. Yes, true is the answer. Now java test java.lang string type, is it true or false? False. That's why false, right? Are you getting? When we should go for instance of operator, is instance method, compulsory you people should have clear clarity. Is it clear for all of you, right? Okay, they say. So when we should go for instance of operator, if we know the type at the beginning. When we should go for is instance method, if we don't know the type at the beginning. Clear for all of you, right? At this point. Yeah. Instance of with the small or capital? Small. Instance of is an operator in Java. Instance of is an operator in Java. Instance of is an operator in Java. Is an operator in Java. Okay. We can use instance of, next point, we can use instance of to check, whether the given object, is of particular type or not. To check whether the given object is of particular type or not. Particular type or not. And we don't know the type. 1 minute. Is a particular type or not? And we know the type at the beginning. Beginning. Okay. Example. Take this one. Thread T. Example. Thread T is equal to new thread. T instance of runnable or not. Next, system.out.println. T instance of T instance of object or not. T instance of object or not. T instance of runnable, T instance of object. Object or not, like. Next one. Next para. Completed this part, right? Okay. Next para. Next para. Add. Is instance. Is instance. Is instance is a method. Is instance is a method. Method present in. Is instance is a method present in. Is instance is a method present in java.lang.class. Have you observed? Java.lang.class, capital C. Method present in java.lang.class. Next up, we can use is instance method. We can use is instance method to check. We can use is instance method to check whether the given object is of particular type or not. To check whether the given object is of particular type or not. Is of particular type or not. To check whether the given object is of particular type or not. And we don't know the type at the beginning. And we don't know the type at the beginning. We don't know the type at the beginning. And it is available. And it is available dynamically at runtime. And it is available dynamically at runtime. And it's available dynamically at runtime. We don't know the type at the beginning, and it is available dynamically at runtime. Okay. Take this example. Take complete example. Class test. Public static void main. Class test public static void main string array args, but make sure throws exception. Public static void main string array args throws exception. Thread T is equal to new thread. System.out.println thread T is equal to new thread. SOP of class dot for name of args of 0 dot is instance of T. Class dot for name of args of 0 dot is instance of T. Is instance of T. Completed, right? Next, Java test runnable. The output we are going to get a true. Next, Java test string. The output is the false. So completed, I hope. Java test string output is false. So the terminology is very clear for you. Even though similarity in the word, there is a small difference. That minor difference we have to use. So can you tell instance of operator when we have to use? If we know the type at the beginning. If we don't know the type at the beginning, better to go for what? Is instance method. Do you know is instance method is method equivalent of instance of operator. For the operator, equivalent method is instance method. Add is instance method. Is instance bracket open bracket close. Is instance bracket open bracket close. Is method equivalent of. Is instance is a method equivalent of instance of operator. Instance of operator. That's all. Completed, right? So make sure you people should have clarity about this terminology, right? So what is the difference between instance of operator and is instance method. Now the terminology is very very clear for you people, right? Okay, that's all. So the next topic what we have to discuss, so very very important especially, so keep subheading interface versus abstract class, interface versus abstract class versus interface versus abstract class versus concrete class, interface versus abstract class versus concrete class, concrete class, interface versus abstract class versus concrete class. Okay, now make sure you people should aware what is the difference between interface, abstract class and a concrete class. Compulsory you should have clarity, right? Sir, when we should go for interface, when we should go for abstract class, or when we should go for concrete class? Okay, three characters are there, but in reality at the end of the cinema, which thing we have to use is concrete class only. With the interface or abstract class we can't do anything. At the end the compulsory required concept is nothing but what? Concrete class. Just observe when we should go for interface, when we should go for abstract class, or when we should go for concrete class. Simple point here, see, thumb rule. Sir, I don't know anything about implementation. Sir, I don't know anything about implementation. Just we have requirement specification. Okay, I don't know anything about implementation. Just we have requirement specification. Then we should go for which concept? Interface concept. We never talks about implementation. Boss, this is the requirement you require to implement, or these are the things you require to implement. Like if we don't know anything about implementation, just we have requirement specification, then we should go for which concept? Interface concept, right? Are you getting? So best example for that, of course, so we should go for which concept for that is interface concept, right? Sir, if you consider example for that is servlet interface, correct or not? Servlet never talks about any implementation. Just it's going to tell, boss, if you want to develop your own servlet, these are the 5 methods you require to implement. That the specification where it is available is nothing but inside servlet interface, right? Okay, this same. Sir, I'm talking about implementation. Yes, I want to talk about implementation, but not completely. Partial implementation. I'm talking about implementation, boss. I can talk about implementation, but not completely partial implementation. Then we should go for which concept is abstract class concept. Next level, which concept is there? Abstract class concept is there. I hope. So do you know, for this example, if you want generic servlet talks about implementation, but not completely. Okay, similarly HTTP servlet talks about implementation, but not completely. Okay, these two are abstract classes, right, which implement servlet interface. Are you getting that? Okay, sir, I'm talking about implementation completely. Full implementation I'm going to talk about under ready to provide service. I'm talking about implementation completely under ready to provide service. Then we should go for which concept is concrete class. Concrete class is nothing but like, sir, if you want example for that, okay, is my own servlet. Sir, my own servlet like this. Okay, this is which extends generic servlet or abstract HTTP servlet, right? Are you able to understand? Let me repeat once again, right? Sir, if we don't know anything about implementation, just we have requirement specification, then we should go for which concept? Sir, interface concept, right? Sir, we are talking about implementation, but not completely, partial implementation, then we should go for abstract classes. We are talking about implementation, but complete implementation we are ready to talk, then we can go for what? A concrete class. Best example for that is nothing but like this. Sir, let me create some small analogy so that you people can able to understand easily, right? Best example to understand this concept, right? Sir, do you know, I want to build 1000 floor building. I want to construct a 1000 floor building. First, what thing must be required? Plan must be required, because no one is going to start directly. First plan, at plan level everything is ready, then we can start construction of building, right? So plan never talks about implementation, just it's going to highlight, boss, this is the specification, like, are you getting? That plan itself is nothing but which concept? Interface concept, right? Plan whatever we are using itself is which concept? Is interface concept. Are you getting? Sir, I started creation of construction of building, but not completely. Just 1000 floors is my requirement. 600 floors I completed, but still in the construction only. It is called partially completed building. Are you getting that? That partially completed building is nothing but what? Abstract class. Okay, this is next level. Which concept is there? Partially completed building, right? Next concept itself is nothing but partially completed building is the next level of the plan, okay, which is nothing but our abstract class concept. Okay, now I started started construction of remaining part. So one fine day the building is going to complete fully completed building. Are you getting? Fully completed building and are ready to accommodate. If you want, today you can enter into that building, happily you can stay. Is nothing but you can start your business in that building, like so is fully completed building and are ready to use. Fully completed building, fully completed building and are ready to use. Fully completed building and are ready to use. This concept is nothing but what is this concept? What is this concept? Is a concrete class. I hope now the terminology is very clear for you people. What is interface, what is abstract class, and what is concrete class, when we should go for that. The terminology is clear. Sir, can you tell when we should go for interface? If we don't know anything about implementation, just we have requirement specification, then we should go for interface concept. Sir, we are talking about implementation but not completely, then we should go for what? Abstract class. We are talking about implementation completely ready to provide service, then we should go for what? Concrete class. Clear for all of you at this point? Yeah, at the point, first point. Do you want to take this diagram first at the beginning, or first theory and then diagram? First theory at first point. If we don't know anything about implementation, just we have requirement specification, then we should go for interface. Okay, first one. Next example, then we should go for interface. Example servlet. Okay, next, second point. If we are talking about implementation, but not completely. If we are talking about implementation but not completely, within bracket, what is that? Within bracket, partial implementation. If we are talking about implementation but not completely, within bracket, partial implementation, then we should go for abstract class. Abstract class. Example, generic servlet Example, generic servlet, HTTP servlet, generic servlet, HTTP servlet, generic servlet, HTTP servlet, etc. Generic. Next, third point. If we are talking about implementation, completely, if we are talking about implementation completely, and ready to provide service, if we are talking about implementation completely and ready to provide service, and ready to provide service, then we should go for ready to provide service, then we should go for concrete class, example, my own servlet, okay. Take this point well, take clearly this point, take this diagram. Interface, abstract class, concrete class. Interface, abstract class, concrete class. Next one, servlet interface, like completed, I hope. Completed clearly. Interface, servlet interface, abstract class. Can I complete it right? Interface right. Okay. So this is interface, abstract class, concrete class like. Okay. So that's all. This is about when we should go for interface concept, when we should go for abstract class and a concrete class. Now the next terminology. Keep subheading. Next terminology. Keep subheading. Differences between interface, differences between interface and the abstract class. Differences between interface and the abstract class. Differences between interface and the abstract class. And the abstract class. Differences between interface and abstract class. Okay. Do you know what are various differences between interface and abstract class? Observe a bit very carefully. Better to keep subheading. Yes. Okay. Interface, interface a table form, interface and abstract class. Interface and abstract class. Okay. Just listen the conclusions first. At last you can document anyway all these. First point, listen. Already our known points only. I'm not going to keep any new thing. So sir, when we should go for interface? If we don't know anything about implementation, just we have requirement specification, then we should go for interface. Sir, when we should go for abstract class? We don't know. If we are talking about implementation but not completely, partial implementation, then we should go for abstract class. First one. Okay, one purpose anyway, first one. Second, legend. every method, now I want to talk about methods. Every method present inside interface is always public and abstract. Every method is always present inside interface is always public and abstract, whether we are declaring or not. Hence, interface is also considered as 100% pure abstract class. Correct or not? 100% pure abstract class is nothing but interface. But every method present inside interface, inside abstract class, need not be public and abstract. Need not be public and abstract. We can take concrete methods also. Correct or not? Inside abstract class, can I take concrete method or not? We can take concrete methods also. Is nothing but like second. Third point. Legend this point well. Third one. Every method is always public and abstract. We can't declare interface method with the following modifiers. Have you remembered? Interface method we can't declare with the private, protected, static, synchronized, private, protected, static, synchronized, native, final, like native, final, strict FP, like native, final, strict FP, like with these modifiers, no such type of terminology. But what about abstract class method? Sir, inside abstract class you can take private method. Inside abstract class you can take static method, synchronized method. No restrictions on abstract class method modifiers. Are you getting? No restrictions on abstract class method modifiers, right? I hope you people can aware. Sir, these 2 points talks about interface methods. Okay. First point talks about what? Purpose. And these two talks about interface methods. Next we will go for interface variables and so on. First at this point. Yet up to this. If we don't know first point, we took the table, right? Table in that first point. If we don't know anything about implementation, if we don't know anything about implementation, if I don't know anything about implementation, and just we have, requirement specification, and just we have requirement specification, and just we have requirement specification, then we should go for interface. And just we have requirement specification, then we should go for interface. Then we should go for interface. Okay. Next, second, other side. If we are talking about implementation, but not completely. If we are talking about implementation, but not completely, within bracket, partial implementation, partial implementation, then partial implementation, then we should go for abstract class. Abstract class. Okay, like first one. Next, second. Inside interface. Second point. Inside interface, every method is always. Inside interface, every method is always public and abstract. Inside interface, every method is always public and abstract, whether we are declaring or not. Whether we are declaring or not. Whether we are declaring or not. Hence, interface is considered as. Interface is considered as 100% pure abstract class. Interface is considered as 100% pure abstract class. Interface is considered as 100% pure abstract class. Pure abstract class. Next, other side. Every method present inside abstract class. Every method present inside abstract class need not be public and abstract. Need not be public and abstract. Public and abstract. And we can take concrete methods also. And we can take concrete methods also. And we can take concrete methods also. Okay. Next, third point. As every interface method is always public and abstract. As every interface method is always public and abstract. As every interface method is always public and abstract. And hence we can't declare with the following modifiers. Can you spell out all the list? Private, add parallel. Private, which modifiers are private? Protected, final, static, synchronized, native, and strict FP. Static, native, and strict FP. Okay, this is other side. There are no restrictions on abstract class method modifiers. Okay, like so. Now these are 2 points. Last 2 points talks about methods. Next points talks about variables. Legend this one. Every interface variable is always public, static, final, whether we are declaring or not. But every variable present inside abstract class need not be public, static, final. We can take non-public method or private variables and instance variables and non-final variables also, no problem at all. Every variable present inside abstract class need not be public, static, final. Okay, this here. Now second point, yes, every interface variable is always public, static, final. We can't declare with the modifiers private, protected. Next and after that what? Volatile, transient, like. Sir, we can't declare interface variable with this modifier, but no such type of restrictions, right? Are you getting? There are no such type of restrictions for abstract class variable. Abstract class variable can be private, can be transient, can be volatile, no problem at all. Next, last one. Here one rule I hope you people may remember. For interface variable, compulsory we should perform initialization at the time of declaration, otherwise compile time error, right? So for interface variable, compulsory we should perform initialization at the time of declaration. Are you getting? At the time of declaration only, otherwise compile time error, but there is no such type of restriction here. Are you getting? No restriction. Happily later point of time also we can do, no problem at all. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, at this point. Add the remaining 3. Add every variable present inside interface, every variable present inside interface is always, public, static, final. Every variable present inside interface is always public, static, final. Final, whether we are declaring or not, is always public, static, final, whether we are declaring or not. Next, other side. Every variable present inside abstract class Every variable present inside abstract class, need not be, every variable present inside abstract class need not be public static final. Every variable present inside abstract class need not be public static final. Need not be public static final. Public static final. Next para. Next point. As next point. As every interface variable. As every interface variable is always. As every interface variable is always public static final. Yes, every interface variable is always public static final. Yes, every interface variable is always public static final. We can't declare with the following modifiers. We can't declare with the following modifiers. With which modifiers we can't declare? Private, private. We can't declare with the following modifiers: private, protected, volatile, private, protected, volatile, and transient. Private, protected, volatile, and transient. Next, other side, under transient. Next one. Every variable, 1 minute. There are no restrictions on abstract class variable modifiers. There are no restrictions on abstract class variable modifiers. Abstract class variable modifiers. Abstract class variable modifiers. Okay, like completed. Next one. Next point. Next, for interface variables, compulsory we should perform initialization. For interface variables, compulsory we should perform initialization. At the time of declaration only. Compulsory we should perform initialization at the time of declaration only. At the time of declaration only. At the time of declaration only. Next up. At the time of declaration only. Otherwise, continue. Otherwise we will get compile time error. Otherwise we will get compile time error. We will get compile time error. Next up. For abstract class variables, we are not required to perform initialization. We are not required to perform initialization at the time of declaration. We are not required to perform initialization at the time of declaration. At the time of declaration. Okay. So up to these, how many points we covered? 6 points, right? Now the next points are important. Legend. Assume 7th point. Legend this one. Sir, inside interface, can I take static block? We covered already in the last session. Static block, instance block, such type of terminology not applicable. But inside abstract class, happily you can take instance block, static block, no problem at all. Is nothing but static and instance blocks are not allowed. Static and instance blocks are allowed. Inside interface, can I take constructor? Inside interface, can I take constructor? No such type of rule. Constructor concept not applicable. But inside abstract class, can I take constructor? Yes or no? Happily we can take constructor inside abstract class. No problem at all. What is the need? I will explain. Not required to worry at this point. Next point, 7th point. Inside interface, we can declare. Inside interface, we can declare. inside interface we can declare static and instance blocks. Inside interface we can't declare, we can't declare inside interface we can't declare static and instance blocks. Inside interface we can't declare static and instance blocks other side. Inside abstract class we can declare static and instance blocks. We can declare static and instance blocks. Okay, last one. Inside interface we can't declare constructors. Inside interface we can't declare constructors. Next, other side. Inside abstract class we can declare constructor. Inside abstract class we can declare constructor. That's all. Are you able to understand? So if any person is going to ask what is the difference between interface and abstract class, such a all these 8 points you have to spell out. Are you getting? So syntactical things, all the things whatever we covered, the most valuable question for the interview room, what is the difference between interface and abstract class? If you attend 10 interviews, minimum 8 interviews, this type of question is there. This one is there. That much worthy concept is what is the difference between interface and abstract class, right? But here there are some loopholes we require to cover. Is nothing but few loopholes I will discuss anyway. So now the first conclusion. So very important point what you people should aware. Sir, we can't create an object for abstract class, but abstract class can contain constructor. Are you getting? We can't create object for abstract class, but abstract class can contain constructor. What is the need or what is the purpose? Add better to take question form. Anyway, we can't create. We can't create object for abstract class. We can't create object for abstract class. We can't create object for abstract class. But abstract class can contain. Constructor. Abstract class can contain constructor. Abstract class can contain constructor. What is the need? Okay, simple one line answer. What you have to aware. Forget about explanation, all these things, whether you may get or may not get, because a lengthy example I am going to talk. So first one line answer, that's all. Keep this answer in your mind. Abstract class constructor will be executed whenever we are creating child class object for child object initialization only. Are you getting? Sir, I am creating child class object. For child object I require initialize, right? For that child object initialization, parent constructor also will work. Are you getting that? Abstract class constructor also will work. Abstract class constructor will be executed whenever we are creating child class object to perform initialization of child object. Okay, this is, sir, to perform initialization of child object, child constructor is there. What is the need of parent constructor, right? Some properties may be inherited from parent. Are you getting? Some properties may be inherited from parent for the child object. To perform initialization of though abstract class can contain constructor. So really, sir, taking constructor inside abstract class, is it advantageous or not? Yes, boss. Code reusability is nothing but big benefit is there. That part I will explain with an example, right? But as of now, just remember, when the abstract class constructor will be executed whenever we are creating child object for child object initialization only. Okay, this is at this point. abstract class constructor will be executed. Abstract class constructor will be executed. Abstract class constructor will be executed whenever we are creating child class object. Whenever we are creating child class object to perform initialization of child object, to perform initialization of child class object, to perform initialization of child class object, to perform initialization of child class object. Okay, so this is, sir, what is the need? Can you explain with an example? Just observe really the role of constructor you can able to see now. Okay, this is just observe this one. Sir, two approaches I will suggest for you: without taking constructor in abstract class, with taking constructor in abstract class. Which is advantageous feature is you can able to see with example. Here observe this one, right? Here I am taking, observe. So class person, sir, approach 1. Okay, so class with the abstract class constructor, without first approach, without abstract class constructor I am taking. Now observe. So class person class is there. Sir, class person class is there. Every person contain several properties. Of course, person is abstract class because you are not telling a particular type of person. That's why let me take this class as abstract class. Abstract class person is there. For every person, thousands of or hundreds of properties are there. Something like name is a common for any type of person. Next, age, color, height, weight. Next and after that, like qualification, like there are several properties are there. Assume that first property name. Sir, name is there. Similarly, name is there. Int age dot. How many properties are there, Anna? Every person contain how many properties? Just assume for the example sake 100 properties are there. How many properties are there? 100 properties are there for every person. Now person class completed. Sir, why you didn't take constructor? Because I am not creating an object for abstract class. What is the need of taking constructor? I don't want to take any constructor inside abstract class. What is the problem? If I can take constructor inside abstract class, what is the advantage I will show? Now this is the person class. Up to this, any doubt, Anna? So how many properties are there every person? 1000 properties are there. Now 100 properties are there. Now my first I am taking class student. Observe the example well. Sir, I am taking first person. Visible, right? Here see, class student. Sir, class student extends person. Class student extends person. Now student specific property, maybe 1 or 2 properties I will take. What is the student specific property is into roll number. Assume only one property I am taking. Of course, like several, but one property. For the student, total how many properties are there? 101 properties are there. Are you getting? Because 100 properties are coming from the parent and 1 property coming to the for the child. Now total how many properties are there? 101 properties. Now I want to take constructor. Sir, I am taking constructor student of. For how many properties I have to perform initialization? 101 properties, because all these 100 properties are part of student object also. That's why string name int age dot. How many properties are there, Anna? 101 properties are there. Correct or not? 101 properties are there. Within that, can you tell what code I have to take? Inside constructor, what is the code? This dot name is equal to name. This dot age is equal to age. This dot name is equal to name. This dot age is equal to age. Dot. First 100 properties are same. 100 properties which are coming from parent. And what is the last property, Anna? What is the last property? What is the last one? This dot roll number is equal to roll number, right? End of the constructor, end of the class. Are you getting? So I'm creating here an object. Sir, I'm creating an object. Student S1 is equal to new student of, how many properties I have to pass? 101 properties I'm passing. 101 properties I'm passing. These 101 properties are coming at the constructor argument, and these 101 properties are assigning to this current object, right? Are you getting? Are you able to see the flow, right? Okay. Parent class contain how many properties? 100. Child class contain how many property? 1. Extra 1. Total how many properties are there? 101. Whenever we are creating child class object, how many properties I have to pass? 101 properties. All these 101 properties, within the constructor, how many lines of the code is there? 101 lines of the code. This dot name is equal to name. This dot age is equal to age. Dot dot dot. This dot roll number is equal to roll number. Like this is student class, one child class. Now let me take another child class. Sir, this is one child class, right? Same cinema. Let me take one more child. Okay, this time class teacher I'm taking. Sir, one more child. Class teacher I'm taking. Extends person. Class teacher I'm taking, extends person. This teacher having one property, string subject. Because I want to restrict to one property. Actually we can take experience, salary, like there are several. String subject like one property. Can you tell total how many properties are there in the for the teacher? 101 properties. 100 properties are coming here. 100. Now 101. So constructor teacher of string name int age dot dot dot. Total how many properties are there? 101 properties are there. Sir, yeah, 101 properties are there. Are you getting? Sir, within the constructor, how many lines of the code we have to write? This dot name is equal to name. This dot row, this dot age is equal to age. This dot age is equal to age. Dot. How many properties we require to keep? Here. So last up to this 100 properties are required. 100 properties are required. And the last property. Now what is the last property here? So this dot last property. What is the last property? Now this dot subject is equal to subject, like we have to take. Total within the constructor, how many lines of the code is there? 100 plus 1. 101 lines, because this dot name, this dot age, this dot color, this dot mother name, this dot father name, this dot height, this dot weight, like 101 properties we have to keep. Now, sir, I want to create teacher object. To create teacher object, sir, teacher T is equal to new teacher, teacher T is equal to new teacher of 101 properties I have to pass. 101 properties I have to pass. Then all these 101 lines of the code is going to execute to perform initialization of this student teacher object, right? Are you getting? Sir, yeah, how many parent classes are there? Only one. And the parent class contain how many properties are there? 100. These 100 properties by default required for every child. Like this, how many child classes are there? Is nothing but assume 1000 child classes are there. How many child classes are there? 1000. Class teacher, class student, class principal, class father, class mother, class dot, like 1000 properties, 1000 child classes are there. Now I have one big question for you. In all these 1000 child classes, compulsory constructor must be required. In every child class, constructor should contain how many lines? If every child contain one property, so 101, 101, 101. In every child constructor, the first 100 lines of the code either common or not common. Here one time you have to write, here one time you have to write, and in the next child one time you have to write. How many times we require to write? 1000 times, because how many child classes are there? 1000 child classes are there. Are you able to understand? Okay, this say, sir, this code is not that much user friendly or not that much programmer friendly, because this dot name, this dot age, this dot like 100 lines of the code. In every child class I have to write. Unnecessary complexity of the programming is going to be raised. Are you able to understand? Right? That's why what I will do, sir, parent already contain, parent is abstract class. Why don't you shift these 100 lines of the code to the parent? If I write these lines in the parent, which are applicable by default for every child, so that these 100 lines of the code 1000 times I am not required to write separately. Let me take with the constructor inside abstract class. Sir, same example is the same, but with parent constructor I want to take the cinema. Here, just observe this one. Anna, up to this, are you able to understand, right? Now, listen. So, not that much easy. Whenever I start explaining in the last batches also, only 30 to 40% of the people can able to understand this example. That's why I take special care. Okay? Nothing easy concept, but lengthy example. Now, I'm taking, sir, abstract class person. Abstract class person. How many properties are there this person? String name, string name. Next, int age. Like how many properties are there? 100 properties are there. Sir, 100 properties are there. What I will do, the initialization of these 100 properties, let me perform here only. Is nothing but like what I will take here, person constructor. Sir, person constructor, string name, int age, dot. Okay, like how many properties I'm taking here? Oi, how many properties? 100 properties I'm taking. 100 properties, right? Now here just observe, within that what I have to take? This dot name is equal to name, this dot age is equal to age, dot. How many lines of the code is there? 100 lines of code. 100 lines of code is there. End of the person constructor, end of the person class. Sir, by taking constructor inside abstract class, what is the biggest advantage we are going to get? Let me explain. Sir, I am taking, what is my first class, Anna? Student. Class student. Here observe. Class student extends what? Extends person. Class student extends person. Now this person having one property into roll number is there. This person having how many properties? Only one property into roll number is there. Next, student of total how many properties we have to perform initialization? 101 properties. Compulsory 101. Here, whenever we are creating child object, immediately child constructor only. So string name, int age, dot. How many properties we require to pass here? 101 properties we require to pass. Correct or not? 101 properties. Because 100 properties are coming from the parent and one specific property, 101 properties are there. But here, very simple logic. What we have to do? First 100 properties we have to initialize, right? Not required to take this dot name, this dot age and so on. Just only one line. Super of how many properties, Anna? Super of 100 properties. Whatever first 100 properties are there, super of 100 properties. Automatically, now the call will go to the parent. So parent 100 lines of the code is going to execute. So next, what is the next line what we have to take? This dot roll number is equal to roll number, right? End of this one, end of the student class. Now take a bit special care. Sir, I want to create student object. I am creating student S1 is equal to new student of how many properties I have to pass? 101 properties I am passing. Now I am creating student object. 101 properties are coming. In that 101 properties, 100 properties will go to the parent. Now parent constructor will assign first 100 properties and the remaining one property is going to be assigned. So the total 101 properties will be assigned for this student object. Are you getting right? Sir, this constructor will work for student object or not? Parent class constructor will work for student object or not? In this example, which object we are creating? Student object. Whenever we are creating student object, student constructor will execute. But at the part of that super is there, parent constructor will execute. Parent constructor and child constructor both will work for the child object purpose only. Remember this one. Here how many constructors got executed? 2 constructors. But how many objects we created? Only 1 object. So both the parent and child constructor will work for child object purpose only. Is it clear for all of you? Right? Okay, this is. Now let me go for second example, second scenario, right? Sir, this is student class. Now what is the next one? Class. Can I spell out what? Class teacher extends a person. Class teacher extends a person I am taking. Here just this person having one subject, one property, string subject. Like now I have to take the constructor teacher of string name int age ... Sir, can you tell how many properties are there? How many properties? 101 properties. 100 properties from the parent and the child specific property. 101 properties are there. Within that, sir, not required to take this name, this age, 100 time. Just only one line. What is that line? Super of how many properties? 100 properties. Super of 100 properties, right? And then after completing super, what is the next line? Good. What is the next line? This dot subject is equal to subject, right? Okay, end of this constructor, end of the teacher class. Now let me create an object for the teacher. Teacher T is equal to new teacher of how many properties? 1000. Sorry, how many properties? 101 properties. 101 properties I am passing. If I pass 101 properties, now the teacher constructor. But at the part of teacher constructor, it is going to call super. 100 properties will be initialized here, and then remaining one property will be initialized. Total 101 properties will be initialized for this teacher object. Are you able to get okay this? Now observe here, which code is the lengthy code? Either first approach or second approach. First approach or second? First approach is the lengthy code, but here the code is not that much lengthy. Like how many child classes are there? 1000 child classes. 1000 child classes are there. Are you getting? Now, in every child constructor, how many lines of the code we require to write? Only 2 lines. One is super, second one is nothing but what? This dot roll number like. So 1000 child classes. In every child class constructor, only 2 lines is enough. But if it is the first case, in every child constructor, how many lines of the code we require to write? 101. So which is the advantageous feature? Is the first one or second one? Second one. Are you getting? Sir, abstract class can contain constructor, but this constructor will work for child object purpose only. Are you getting? So for just I am calling for my child object. Sir, I am calling for my child object. Constructor purpose is to initialize an object but not to create object. Observe, don't get confused. Constructor purpose is to initialize. Sir, this constructor is initializing the properties which are coming from the parent. this constructor is initializing the remaining properties for the child. Is not total 101 properties will be assigned to the teacher object, will be assigned to student object, right? Are you able to understand? Now this is the role of constructor present in abstract class. Are you getting that? Even some books, some faculty members may tell, sir, whenever we are creating child object, automatically parent object will be created because parent constructor got executed. Like some people may use the word, it's a wrong. Parent constructor will execute for child object purpose only. Is it clear for all of it? Okay, so what is the, are you seeing importance of abstract class constructor? Array, importance of abstract class constructor. Suppose if this constructor is not there, then the programmer life is a very horrible, because the reason is here 101 properties, here 101 properties, there 101 properties, like clear for all of it. Okay, this is. So do you want to take this example, required or not required? Can I go for next one? Required? Take this part. Better to keep at the beginning approach one, at beginning approach one without having constructor in abstract class, without having constructor in abstract class, without having constructor in abstract class, without having constructor in abstract class. Are you getting? Next, add this one. So here I can blame this code. I can blame this code because the problem is more code, length of the code is more. Next, code redundancy problems are there. Yes, so take this code. Not that much easy thing. You have to take clearly. Abstract class person, total 100 properties are there. Class student extends person into roll number, like. So seems to be very simple concept, but completed, I hope. Class student extends person into roll number, student of string name into age, like 101 properties, right? Class student extends person into roll number, string name into age dot. Here how many properties are there? 101 properties. So clearly better to add comments also. Why this code is not recommended. More code and a code redundancy problem is there. So better to add the comments also. More code redundancy. Completed, right? Okay, clear, I hope. Thousand, 100 properties like completed, right? Up to this. Next, keep submitting. Approach to approach with the constructor inside abstract class. With the constructor inside abstract class. With constructor inside abstract class. With constructor inside abstract class. Sir, here one thing. Sir, here I am taking constructor inside abstract class. This constructor will work for every child class object creation or not? Yes, here this constructor will work for every child object. Okay, 1 minute, let me add. Okay, this constructor will work for every child object creation. Okay, like take this code clearly. So in every child constructor we have to take only 2 lines, but in the first approach in every child constructor we have to take 101 lines. Completed, right? Take. So this code is highly recommended, this type of approach. So abstract class instance variables. Completed, right? Make sure you people should aware clearly. Completed, right? Take. So why this code is recommended? So because the code, less code and the code reusability, less code and the code reusability, and that is the less code and the code reusability, like less code and code reusability, like completed, right? Okay, less code and code reusability. Okay, this point you should be aware. So what is the need of constructor inside abstract class? A big example in this, so big picture, I hope you can able to understand importance of abstract class constructor. Sir, can I use the word here? Listen, we can't create abstract class, we can't create object for abstract class directly, but indirectly we can create object for abstract class. Correct or not? Indirectly I can create an object for abstract class internally. Correct or not? No, either directly or indirectly we can't create object for abstract class. Take a note. Take a note. First one. Note first one. Note first. Either directly or indirectly. Either directly or indirectly. Either directly or indirectly. We can't create object. Either directly or indirectly we can't create object. Either directly or indirectly we can't create object for abstract class. We can't create object for abstract class. We can't create object for abstract class. Abstract class. Are you getting? Okay, this here. So next second point here. Okay, this one. So maybe a chance to ask one important question for the interview room. We can't create object for abstract class and interface. Now we can't create object for abstract class and interface. But abstract class can contain constructor, but interface doesn't contain constructor. What is the reason? Simple reason is, the main purpose of constructor is to initialize instance variable. Inside abstract class may be a chance of instance variable which are required for the child. To perform initialization of instance variable, constructor required inside abstract class. But inside interface, every variable is always static, public, static, final. There is no chance of existing instance variable. That's why no chance of existing instance variable mean constructor concept not required for the interface concept. Are you getting? Maybe a chance to ask. Okay, add next question. Anyway, we can't create object. Anyway, we can't create objects. We can't create objects for we can't create objects for abstract class and interface. Anyway, we can't create object for abstract class and interface. Abstract class and interface. Anyway, we can't create object for abstract class and interface. And interface. But abstract class can contain constructor. But abstract class can contain constructor. Abstract class can contain constructor. Abstract class can contain constructor, but interface doesn't contain. But interface doesn't contain. But interface doesn't contain. but interface doesn't contain constructor. Interface doesn't contain constructor. What is the reason? What is the reason? Are you getting, sir? Here the main purpose of constructor is, what is the main purpose of constructor? To perform initialization for instance variables, because instance variable is a part of object. Okay, to perform initialization for instance variable. Abstract class can contain instance variable, of course, which are required for the child object. To perform initialization of those instance variable, constructor concept is required. But interface doesn't contain any instance variable, because every variable present inside interface is always public, static, final. That's why constructor concept not required for interface. Clear for all of it? Add. The main purpose of constructor is, to perform initialization. The main purpose of constructor is to perform initialization of instance variables. To perform initialization of instance variables. Initialization for the instance variables. To perform initialization for the instance variables. Instance variables. Okay. Next para. Abstract class can contain instance variables. Abstract class can contain instance variables. Abstract class can contain instance variables. Instance variables which are required for child object. Abstract class can contain instance variables which are required for child object. Child object. Okay. Next, to perform initialization of those instance variables. To perform initialization of those instance variables. To perform initialization of those instance variables, constructor is required. For abstract class. Constructor is required for abstract class. Okay, this is next para. But every variable present inside interface. Every variable present inside interface is always public, static, final. Every variable present inside interface is always public, static, final. Whether we are declaring or not. Whether we are declaring or not. And there is no chance of existing. Instance variable inside interface. There is no chance of existing instance variable inside interface. And there is no chance of existing instance variable inside interface. Hence, constructor concept is not required. Constructor concept is not required for interface. Constructor concept is not required for interface. Are you getting? So why constructors are not required for interface? Now clear the reason, right? Next one, keep submitting. Next one. Here see, this is also one statement you people should aware. Whenever we are creating child class object, parent constructor will be executed, but parent object won't be created. Are you getting right? Okay, this is in Amirpet only. There are some faculty members, do you know, they are going to draw the diagram and a parent object also will be created. This is the memory structure and so on. No. Whenever we are creating child class object, parent constructor will be executed. What is the reason? In the big example only we covered. Why the parent constructor is required? Because there are some properties which are coming from a parent to the child. To initialize those properties which are required for child object, so parent class can contain constructor. It doesn't mean we are creating object for parent class. Are you getting? Sir, where is the proof? Can you please give any proof for that? Maybe a chance to ask, okay, at this point. Whenever we are creating child class object, 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 parent object won't be created. Parent object won't be created. Whenever we are creating child class object, parent object won't be created. Parent object won't be created. Won't be created. Won't be created. Just parent class constructor will be executed. Just parent class constructor will be executed. Parent class constructor will be executed. Will be executed for the child object purpose only. For the child object purpose only. For the child object purpose only. Child object purpose only. That's all. Are you getting? What is the possibility, or what is the can you please give an example or show some example which covers proof? Sir, concept wise okay, we know. Can you please give an example? Legend this example, right? Simple. Here I am taking class P. Sir, class P. So within the parent, sir, I am taking this parent constructor will be executed for which object purpose? What is the hash code of that object? Now system.out.println, this dot hash code I am taking. Sir, this dot hash code. Now immediately you can able to know this constructor got executed on which object, what is the hash code of that object. Now class P completed. Class C extends P. Class C extends P. Within that also C constructor, whether we are taking or not taking, super will be there. Anyway, system.out.println, this dot hash code. SOP of this dot hash code. Sir, this constructor got executed on which object? What is the current object? On which object this is got called? So this dot hash code like. Now class test, public static void main method, string array args. Class test public static void main string array args. Now I am taking test T, here C, child object, let me create. Child C is equal to new child. Child C is equal to new child. System.out.println C dot hash code. Hey, child, what is your hash code? Okay, like I'm taking. End of this one, end of this one. Are you able to understand that? Okay, this is. So make sure is nothing but like child C is equal to new child. SOP of C dot hash code is nothing but like we are going to have. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, this is. Sir, really, how many objects we are creating? How many objects we are creating? Only one object. What is that object? Child object type. Child C is equal to new child. Only child object I am creating. If I am creating child object, yes, child constructor. Because of super parent constructor. Do you know? Parent constructor and child constructor will work only for child object purpose only. Assume. Sir, whenever we are creating child object, automatically parent object also got created. Assume that. Then parent constructor will work for parent object. Child constructor will work for child object. Then how many hash codes will be there? 2 hash codes. Here separate hash code, here separate hash code, and this one is the same. Are you getting? This one and this one is the same. Now, do you know, if I execute this code, we won't get a different hash code, only one hash code only we are going to get. Suppose assume, sir, I am getting here, sir, child, here I am getting super. This means what? Child object only, and Here this means what? Assume 100. Sir, child object hash code, what is that? 100 only. If I am getting same hash code, now you should accept all these constructors will work for the same object only. That object is nothing but what? Child object only. Are you getting? Whenever we are creating child object, automatically parent constructor will be executed for child object purpose and the parent object want to be created. Sir, where is the proof? Execute this example. I'm sure you are going to get only one hash code but not two hash codes, because how many objects we created? Only one object. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, this. Now let me execute this code. 1 minute, just this password. Ayo. Sir, I'm taking, so just observe. Sir, I'm taking class P. Within the parent, I'm taking parent constructor system.out.println of what I have to take, this dot hash code, like I'm taking. Sir, same thing I'm taking even in this case also. Class C extends P, and this one is nothing but C, like this dot hash code. Now here C is equal to new C is equal to new C, system.out.println C dot hash code, like I'm taking. Okay, let me save this code as test.java C colon Durga classes test.java, like I'm taking. Okay, let me compile this program, that C colon Durga classes Java C test.java. Have you observed the code compiles fine? There is no problem at all. Java test. Do you know here how many classes we are creating? How many objects we are creating? Only one object. Whenever we are creating child object, parent constructor won't be executed. Parent constructor will be executed, but parent object won't be created. Right now, observe this one. If I can take like how many numbers we are getting? Only one number. Of course, three numbers are same only. Then how many objects got created? Only one object. Are you able to understand? Whenever we are creating child class object, parent constructor will be executed for the child object purpose, but parent object won't be created. Right? Okay. Take this example. Take this one clearly. So take clearly. So parent constructor will work for child object only. Child constructor also will work for child object only. Both constructors will work for the same child object purpose only. Completed, I hope. So in all three cases, same number, need not be 100, but whatever number we are getting, same number will be there in all three, for all three SOPs. Same number by default will be there. Can I complete it, right? Okay. Clear, I hope. Now the next one. Yes, see, that's all this is. So whenever we are creating child object, parent object won't be created, just a parent constructor will be executed. Right now the last one more concept, just observe. Sir, if everything is abstract, then we should go for, if everything is abstract, then we should go for interface. Sir, even inside interface, every method is always abstract. If you want, inside abstract class also, we can take only abstract method. If you want. Of course, concrete methods you can, I don't want to take. I want to take only abstract method inside abstract class. Then what is the difference between interface and abstract class? You are getting my point, right? Sir, inside interface we can take only abstract methods. If you want, inside abstract class also I can take only abstract method. Then can I replace interface concept with abstract class? Remember, replacement is possible, but it's not a good programming practice. If everything is abstract, highly recommended to go for what? Interface. Don't go for what? Abstract class. What is the reason? If I go for abstract class, what is the problem? Like add inside interface, better to take question form. Inside interface, every method is always abstract. Inside interface, every method is always abstract. Inside interface, every method is always abstract. Every method is always abstract. And we can take only abstract methods in abstract class also. And we can take only abstract methods. Only abstract methods in abstract class also. And we can take only abstract methods in abstract class also. Then what is the difference between interface and abstract class? Then what is the difference between interface and abstract class? That is it possible to replace? Is it possible to replace interface with abstract class? Is it possible to replace interface with abstract class? Okay, now what the answer? Can you tell, is it possible or not? Sir, we can replace interface concept with abstract class, but it is not a good programming practice. Suppose sometime, best example for you, suppose Durga Soft, there are multiple venues are there. We required sweeper because so every day after completing the classes, compulsory sweeping must be required. These classes every day sweeper is required. Then what I did is, in one newspaper wanted sweepers for Durga Soft, or Durga Soft recruiting sweepers. Okay, recruiting sweepers. Qualification requirements: compulsory should be IAS cadre officer, minimum 15 years of government experience must be required. Can I keep this type of thing for sweeper activity? If I can take this type of thing in the newspaper, definitely one IAS officer will call and give left hand. IAS officer for sweeping activity you are going to recruit like. But strictly speaking, IAS officer can sweep or not? Ayo, ఇంట్లో అదే పని చేస్తాడేమో, we don't know, right? Maybe in the house he may do. Okay, this would otherwise IAS cadre came just before 5 years, 10 years. Before that he is the bachelor only. Before that is nothing but he is alone. He has to do all the things, right? Okay, this say. So strictly speaking, IAS officer can perform sweeping activity, no problem at all. Are you getting? Can perform sweeping. But the problem here is, okay, this is, it's not a good programming practice. We are misusing the role of sweeper activity, right? Are you getting? IAS cadre person used for sweeping activity is nothing but we are misusing his role. Are you getting? Same interface concept, in the place of interface, if I can go for abstract class, we are misusing the role of abstract class. Are you getting? When we should go for abstract class, if you are talking about implementation, if you never talk about implementation, choosing abstract class is nothing but worst kind of programming practice. Are you getting? Sir, why? What the problem there? I will explain. First, add. We can replace interface with abstract class. 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 Interface with abstract class, but it is not a good programming practice. But it's not a good programming practice. But it is not a good programming practice. But it's not a good programming practice. Not a good programming practice. Not a good programming practice. Yeah. This is something like. This is something like. This is something like. This is something like recruiting IAS officer. This is something like recruiting IAS officer. This is something like recruiting IAS officer for recruiting IAS officer for sweeping activity. Recruiting IAS officer for sweeping activity. Recruiting IAS officer for sweeping activity. Next para. If everything is abstract, then it is highly recommended. Highly recommended to go for interface. Highly recommended to go for interface. Okay, like sir, I want to go for abstract class only. What is the problem? I will explain technical problems now. Observe. Sir, if everything is abstract, I have two choices are there now with me. One is interface I can go. The other one is abstract class I can go. If I go for interface, what advantage? If I go for abstract class, what problem? I will spell out. Sir, here observe. Let me choose abstract class only. Abstract class X. If everything is abstract, okay, and interface X. Okay, there are either you can go for this or you can go for this, but which one is the recommended? This one is the recommended, but not this. What is the problem here is problem number 1. Here observe, there are two problems are there. Abstract class X. Now I want to take class test extends X, and I have to implement those methods, right? Okay, here how I can write a class test implements X, okay, like this. Okay, first problem number 1. There are just two problems I am going to tell you. Problem 1, our class extending X, is it possible to extend any other? No, we are missing inheritance benefit. Our class implementing X, is it possible to extend any other? Yes, you won't miss any inheritance benefit. Here inheritance benefit is available, but inheritance benefit is not available, because already our class, while extending abstract class, we can't extend any other. Inheritance we are missing. While implementing interface, happily we can extend any other class. Inheritance benefit is there. Second problem, I want to create an object. Sir, test T is equal to new tester. Tester T is equal to new test here. Do you know tester T is equal to new tester? Whenever we are creating child class object, automatically, whenever we are creating child class object, automatically parent constructor will execute and a parent instance control flow will execute and so on. Assume that 2 minutes time is required to create test object. But whenever we are creating test object, parent constructor, parent instance control flow, nothing. Because what is this one? This one is nothing but interface. Interface doesn't contain instance block. Interface doesn't contain constructor. That's why here tester T is equal to new tester. Just in 2 seconds only my object is ready. Are you getting? Just object creation is costly in this case, but in this case object creation is not costly. Here assume if 2 minutes is required to create an object, but here just only 2 seconds only object will be ready. So which approach is recommended? Either interface approach or abstract class approach. Interface approach. Are you getting? If everything is abstract, highly recommended to go for intraphase but not for abstract class. Clear for all of it? Add this one. What the last point? Can you repeat once again? If everything is abstract, then it's highly recommended to go for what? Intraphase but not for abstract class. But not for abstract class. Abstract class. But not for abstract class. Okay? Take this part first. Approach 1, approach 2. Approach 1, approach 2. Like side by side. Because I will add the notes also. Here only this part and this part. Approach 1 and approach 2. So if we go for abstract class, if we go for intraphase. Abstract class, if we go for intraphase. Intraphase. Both points are there. Can I complete it right? Only this part, up to this. Take side by side. Okay? Completed, I hope. Now, add the theory. While, first one, while extending abstract class, while extending abstract class, while extending abstract class, while extending abstract class, it is not possible to extend any other class. While extending abstract class, it's not possible to extend any other class. Not possible to extend any other class. Not possible to extend any other class. And hence, we are missing. And hence we are missing inheritance benefit. And hence we are missing inheritance benefit. And hence we are missing inheritance benefit. Benefit. Next, other side. While implementing intraphase, we can extend abstract class. While implementing intraphase, we can extend some other class. And hence, we won't miss any. Inheritance benefit. We won't miss any inheritance benefit. Okay, completed. Next, second point. In this case, object creation is costly. In this case, object creation is costly. Object creation is costly. Example, tester T is equal to new tester. Tester T is equal to new tester. So just 2 minutes, just like spell out sample board. 2 minutes. Next, other side. In this case, object creation is not costly. Object creation is not costly. Object creation is not costly. Okay, yeah. Tester T is equal to new tester. 2 seconds. That's all. So if everything is abstract, highly recommended to go for which one? Intraphase, but not for abstract class. Seems to be we can use abstract class also, but it's not a good programming practice. Okay, that's all. Are you able to understand? So this is about declarations and access modifiers concept. Okay, this is so before whoops, what you have to learn all these things, then learning whoops will become very easy for you people, right? Okay, this is, I hope you can aware clearly. So all modifiers whatever there in Java, what is Java source file structure, and what about interface? Almost on the interfaces concept only 5 hours around we spend, so that each and every loophole by default you got. Okay, that's all. Keep subheading, interface methods, interface methods. Now we have to talk about interface methods. Completed right up to this. Interface methods. Sir, every method present inside interface is always, just now we covered, every method present inside interface is always public and abstract, whether we are declaring or not. Are you getting? So maybe a chance to ask in the interview room, sir, interface method is always public and abstract, but maybe a chance to ask why interface method is always public or why interface method is always abstract. We should aware reason also. Okay, first at this point, every method present inside interface, every method present inside interface is always public and abstract, whether we are declaring or not. Is always public and abstract whether we are declaring or not. Is always public and abstract whether we are declaring or not. Okay, now just observe this one. Sir, here I am taking interface interf, and I'll take special care. Here we have void m1. Void m1 is there. Sir, interface method is always what? Is always public. Sir, interface method is always public. Correct or not? Why it is the public? Of course, it is the abstract also. Why it is the public? Sir, who is responsible to implement this interface? Implementation class. That implementation class may be available in the same package or outside package. Both options are there. It may be available within the same package or outside package. Both options are there. That's why to make this method available to every implementation class, compulsory interface method should be public. Are you getting? Sir, can you tell what is the reason for that? Why this one is always public? Can you spell out what the reason? To make this method available to every implementation class. To make this method available to every implementation class, compulsory this method should be public. Are you getting? Next, why interface method is always abstract? Why interface method is always abstract? Why it is abstract? Sir, interface is nothing but what? One requirement specification. Boss, this is the service I want. Who is the responsible to provide implementation? Implementation class. So that's why, boss, it doesn't contain implementation. Implementation class is responsible to provide implementation. That's why this one should be abstract. It is the specification, that's all. Boss, this is the service I want. Implementation class is the responsible to provide implementation. Implementation class is responsible to provide what? Implementation. Implementation class is the responsible to provide implementation, right? Any explanation is required? Okay, at this point. Interface interrupt. Take this example. Interface interrupt void m1. Interface interrupt void m1. take that clearly. Interface interrupt void m1. Why it is void? I mean why it is public and why it is abstract? Add that reasons also. Completed, I hope. To make this method available to every implementation class, so it's always public. Why this one is always abstract? Implementation class is responsible to provide implementation. Are you able to understand, right? So why it's always public and why it's always abstract? The reason you people aware. Okay. What is the next terminology? Take a bit special care. Sir, can I use the term inside interface? Inside interface, all these method declarations are equal or not? Sir, I am taking void m1. I'm taking void m1. Sir, I am taking public void m1. Public void m1. Or I am taking abstract void m1, abstract void m1, or I am taking public abstract, sir, public abstract void m1. Can I use the term all these method declarations are always equal or not? Yes, boss, these things are perfectly equal. Okay, this add hence inside interface, inside interface, the following method declarations are equal. Hence inside interface, the following method declarations are equal. The following method declarations are equal. Okay, first one, add all these things. Void m1, public void m1, abstract void m1, next public abstract void m1, public abstract void m1, public abstract void m1, like can completed, right? Void m1, public void m1, next abstract void m1, public abstract void m1. All these method declarations are equal inside interface. Completed, I hope. Okay. Now next point. Okay, here see. Very important point. Inside interface, every method is always public or not? Is always public or not? If it is always public, we can't declare interface method with the private and the protected simultaneously. Correct or not? Because it's already public. Public, private, public, protected simultaneously won't come. Okay, this is, we can't declare with these modifiers, right? Yes, every interface method is always abstract. Yes, every interface method is always abstract. We can't declare with the static, with the final, with the synchronized. We covered already. Synchronized, strict FOP, native modifiers, right? Of course, private already covered. Okay. So, as every interface method is always public and abstract, we can't declare interface method with these modifiers. These modifiers are not allowed for interface methods. Are you getting? Because it's always public, is always abstract. That's why add. Yes, every interface method is always. Yes, every interface method is always Yes, every interface method is always public and abstract. Yes, every interface method is always public and abstract. Is always public and abstract. Public and abstract. We can't declare. Yes, every interface method is always public and abstract. We can't declare. We can't declare interface method. We can't declare interface method. We can't declare interface method with the following modifiers. We can't declare interface method with the following modifiers. We can't declare interface method with the following modifiers. With the following modifiers. Take this list: private, protected, static. Take that. If you want, you can take directly as it is. So with this list of modifiers, we can't declare. By mistake, if you are trying to declare with this, immediately comparative method we are going to get. Because every interface method is always public. Next, every interface method is always protected. Sorry, is always abstract. We can't declare with these modifiers, right? By mistake, if you are trying to declare with these modifiers, comparative method we will get. Completed, I hope. So, what about interface method? Which modifiers are applicable? Why it's always public and abstract? So completed, right? Now this total discussion, let me convert into a bit style. Take a bit, Anna. Take a bit. Which of the following method or declarations are allowed? Which of the following method declarations are allowed? Which of the following method declarations are allowed inside interface? Which of the following method declarations are allowed inside interface? Which of the following method declarations are allowed inside interface? Inside interface. Okay, take all these things from the screen. Take all. Public void m1. Take all these things and you have to decide which are valid, which are invalid. Like inside interface, which methods are valid, which methods are invalid, you have to take. Public void m1, private void m1, next a protected void m1, public void m1, private void m1, protected void m1, static void m1, next public abstract native void m1, public abstract native void m1. Completed, I hope. Public void m1, private void m1, protected void m1. Completed, right? Next, abstract public void m1, like we have these modifiers, you know. So can you tell among these which are valid, which are invalid inside interface? First one, valid or invalid? Invalid, because abstract method compulsory should answer with a semicolon. Second one, invalid, private is not allowed, protected is not allowed, static is not allowed, native not allowed. Last one, abstract public void m1, valid, because the order of modifiers is not important, either public abstract or abstract public, no problem at all. Okay, that's all. This is so what about interface methods, right? Okay, next up, keep subheading interface variables. Interface variables. Interface variables. So an interface can contain variables. You know, an interface can contain variables, right? Sir, what is the need of interface variable? Simple. Sir, this is my requirement specification. This is, sir, can you please implement college automation system? In the college automation system, college name, wherever college name is required, can you please spell out software? Wherever college name is required, implement Durga soft. Wherever location is required, can you please implement Hyderabad? Hyderabad. Like wherever location is required, wherever college name is required, is nothing but Durga soft, Hyderabad, like. Okay. So this is dot like you should aware. Okay. Now my point is, while implementing this requirement specification, if anywhere location is required, college name is required, better to use these things. How we can specify this? By declaring interface variables. Are you getting? Sir, these are services I want. M1 method, M2 method, M3 method, M4 method. While implementing these services, if anywhere college name is required, use this one. If anywhere location is required, use this one. If anywhere mobile number is required, use this one. Like so, requirement level constants. If you want to define, then we can go for what? Interface variables. Sir, inside interface these are the variable, and these are the services what I want. Are you able to understand? So can I conclude interface can contain variables or not? Array, interface can contain variables or not? Yes. What is the main purpose of interface variable? To define requirement level constants. Sir, in this requirement, these constants you can use while implementing these methods, right? Okay. To define requirement level constants, interface can contain variables, right? Okay. This is first add. An interface can contain. An interface can contain. An interface can contain variables. An interface can contain variables. An interface can contain variables. The main purpose of interface variable is to define requirement level constants. To define requirement level constants. Okay. Like so what is interface variable? What is the purpose, right? Next, do you know every interface variable is always public, static, final. Whether we are declaring or not, every interface variable is always public, static, final. Then immediately you may ask, sir, why it's always public, or why it's always static, or why it's always final? Just observe the reasons, right? Here see, sir, I'm taking interface int x is equal to 10, like I'm taking. Assume that. Sir, do you know here interface variable, okay, every interface variable is always public. Correct or not? Every interface variable is always public. Sir, why? What is the reason why interface variable is always public? Can you tell who is going to use this interface variable? Implementation class. So implementation class may be available in the same package or outside package. That's why, okay, to make this variable available to every implementation class, it's always public. Okay. So what is the reason? To make this variable available to, to make this variable available to every implementation class. To make this variable available to every implementation class. So this variable is always public. Sir, can you tell why interface variable is always static? What is the reason for that? Public, static, final. Why it's always static? Simple. Listen. Sir, is it possible to create an object for interface? No. If it is not possible to create an object, without existing object, my implementation class can access. Without existing object, if you want to access a variable, compulsory that variable should be static. Without existing object, because you can't create an object for interface, without existing object, we can access a variable. Compulsory this variable should be static variable, right? Okay. Sir, without existing object, implementation class without existing object, implementation class can access this variable, okay. Implementation class can access this variable, that's why it should be static. Are you getting? Next, the third one, what is the third modifier? Public static final. Then immediately you ask why it is the final. Simple, legend, don't write. Simple, why it is always final. Sir, in the morning somewhere we covered JDBC API. Who is the responsible to define JDBC API? Some people is the responsible to define JDBC API. Who is the responsible to provide implementation? Database vendor. How many vendors are there? Is it only one or multiple? Multiple. Sir, here Oracle people, IBM people, MySQL people, like. Are you getting? So this interface can be accessed by multiple implementation classes. Correct or not? Multiple. If one implementation class change this variable into x is equal to n is there, first implementation class change as 20. Is that effect will be there for the remaining or not? Yes, because for all implementation classes it is a common variable. Then if one implementation class is allowed to change, the remaining implementation classes will be affected. So how I can restrict boss implementation class? If you want, you can access, but you can't modify. How I can specify, declare this variable as final, because multiple implementation classes are available, right? Okay. So here what is the reason why it's always final? If one implementation class changes value, if one implementation class changes value, then remaining implementation classes will be affected. Then remaining implementation classes will be affected. Remaining implementation classes will be affected. To restrict this, every interface variable is always every interface variable is always final. Are you able to understand? Sir, every interface variable is always public static final, whether we are declaring or not. Why it's always public? Why it is the static? Why it is the final? Clear for you, right? Okay, at this point, every interface variable is always public static final. Every interface variable is always public static final, whether we are declaring or not. Is always public static final, whether we are declaring or not. Okay, take this code now. Interface interf, within that int x is equal to 10. Interface interf int x is equal to 10. Int x is equal to 10. Why this one is always public? To make this variable available to every implementation class. To make this variable available to every implementation class. To make this variable available to every implementation class. Next, without existing object also, implementation class has to access this variable. Without existing object also, implementation class has to access this variable. Without existing object also, implementation class has to access this variable. Has to access this variable. Next, why it's always final? If one implementation class if one implementation class changes value, if one implementation class changes value, then remaining implementation classes will be affected. If one implementation class changes value, then remaining implementation classes will be affected. Remaining implementation classes will be affected. To restrict this, every interface variable is always, to restrict this, every interface variable is always, every interface variable is always final. To restrict this, every interface variable is always final. Are you getting the point right? If one implementation class changes value, then the remaining implementation classes will be affected. To restrict this, every interface variable is always final, so that implementation class can't change value, but it can access. I hope clear. Okay, so every interface variable is always what? Public, static, final, whether we are declaring or not. Okay, this is. Can I use the word within the interface? Can I complete it right up to this? So can I use the word within the interface? All these variable declarations are equal or not? Can you please cross check? Within the interface, all these are equal or not? What is the first one? Int x is equal to 10. Second one, public int x, static int x, final int x, public static, public final, static final, public static final. All are equal or not? Yes, at this point. Hence, within the interface, the following variable declarations are equal. And so within the interface, the following variable declarations are equal. The following variable declarations are equal. The following variable declarations are equal. Okay, take all those. Int x is equal to 10. Public int x is equal to 10. Int x is equal to 10. Public int x is equal to 10. Static int x is equal to 10. Next one. Public static int x is equal to 10. Public final int x is equal to 10. Static final int x is equal to 10. Next, public static final int x is equal to 10. Public static final int x is equal to 10. Like, completed, right? So these are the things what you people should aware, okay, related to interface variables, right? Yes, better to use a word like this. You took several lines equal, either at the beginning or at last. Better to spell out all these lines equal, like, okay. Next, there are few conclusions are there related to interface variable. And now listen very carefully. Every interface variable is always public, correct or not? Is always public. Next is always static, is always final. Sir, every interface variable is always public, static, final. Sir, now my question is, it is already public. Is it possible to declare with the private? No. Is it possible to declare with the protected? No. So private, protected, such type of terminology not applicable for interface variable. Sir, here for the interface, is it possible to create an object? No. If the object is not there, serialization concept is not there. Because serialization means saving object, saving state of an object. Object itself is not there. Automatically serialization is not there. If a serialization is not there, transient keyword required or not required? Not required. That's why for interface variables, transient keyword not at all applicable. Transient keyword not applicable. Sir, every variable present inside interface is always public static final. Final means volatile keyword, is it possible or not possible? In the morning we covered final volatile combination is illegal combination for variable source. Because it's already final, then you can't declare with what? Volatile modifier, right? That's why these modifiers not applicable for interface variables. Are you able to understand? Because every interface variable is always what? Public static final. These modifiers are not applicable for interface variables. Okay, add. Next point. Yes, every interface variable is always, yes, every interface variable is always, yes, every interface variable is always private, sorry, yes, every interface variable is always public static final. Yes, every interface variable is always public static final. Always public static final. We can't declare with the following modifiers. We can't declare with the following modifiers. We can't declare with the following modifiers. With the following modifiers. We can't declare with the following modifiers. Modifiers. Okay, take all. Public static final, private protected transient volatile, private protected transient volatile, private protected transient volatile. Completed, I hope. Private protected transient volatile. So we can't, there is no such type of terminology, right? Can I complete it, right? Okay. This is one thing what you people should aware. Next. So there is one very important conclusion related to these interface variables. Listen this one. Sir, every interface variable is always public static final. In the last class somewhere we covered static final variables or final static variables. Have you remembered? Types of variables. I mean final variables like final static. Can you please cross check in your notes? Is it there or not? Final instance variable, final static variable, final local variables. Ayo, is it there? So yesterday or some, so we covered final static variable. So have you remembered, if the static variable declared as the final, JVM won't provide any default values, compulsory we should perform initialization explicitly. Is there any rule we covered? Can you please cross check? Rule. We covered some rule. What is the rule? For final static variables, compulsory we should perform initialization before class loading completion. Sir, before class loading completion, we have to perform initialization, right? Now, here say this one. Sir, before class loading completion means, how many options are there? Two options. One is at the time of declaration. Second one is what? Inside static block. But here say this one. Sir, final, of course, int x. Int x, at the time of declaration, one option. Second option, inside where? Inside static block. But very important, for interface, static block concept is not there. That's why static block concept, you can't declare static block inside interface. So interface can contain methods and variable. You can't take static block, instance block, constructor like. That's why static block is not there. If the static block is not there, then for this final static variable, where we have to perform initialization? Compulsory at the time of declaration only. Very important point. For interface variable, compulsory we should perform initialization at the time of declaration only. By mistake, if you are not performing, compile time error we will get. Just observe this one. Sir, interrupt is interrupt. Here I am taking int x, that's all. Interrupt is interrupt, int x, that's it. Immediately compile time error we are going to get. Saying equal symbol expected. Saying equal symbol expected. Because after x, immediately I am expecting what? Equal symbol like. Just observe this one. Sir, yeah, see this point well. Okay. Sir, here I am taking 1 minute. Just I'm taking interrupt is interrupt dot Java like I'm taking. Sir, interrupt is interrupt int x, that's all. I'm not taking anything. Int x, that's it. So now observe Java C interrupt dot Java. Compile time error we are going to get. Can you please read what is that error? Equal expected, right? Now what I'm taking? Equal symbol I'm taking. Because it is expecting what? Equal. That's why equal symbol I am taking. Then immediately compiler is going to give left and right. Equal means after equal something you have to take. Illegal start of expression or not a statement like illegal start of expression like compile time error. So int x is equal to 10. Valid or not? Valid. Make sure you people should aware clearly, right? So another important point related to interface variable. For interface variable, compulsory we should perform initialization at the time of declaration. Otherwise the code won't compile. Compile time error we will get. Okay, at this point. For interface variables, compulsory we should perform initialization. Compulsory we should perform initialization at the time of declaration. Compulsory we should perform initialization at the time of declaration. Otherwise at the time of declaration, otherwise we will get compile time error. Okay, take this part. Interface interrupt int x. Interface interrupt int x. So what compile time error we will get? Equal expected. Equal symbol expected. Like compile time error we are going to get, right? Equal symbol expected. Like, are you able to understand, right? Equal symbol expected. Like a compile time error we will get. Not required to keep any explanation, right? Okay. So this total discussion, let me convert into a bit style. Okay, take a bit. Inside interface, which of the following variable declarations are allowed? Inside interface, which of the following variable declarations are allowed? Which of the following variable declarations are allowed? Allowed. Okay, take all these things. Which of the following variable declarations are allowed? Int x. Next, private int x is equal to 10. Private int x is equal to 10. Private int x is equal to 10. Protected int x is equal to 10. Protected int x is equal to 10. Volatile transient. One minute. Volatile transient int x is equal to 10. Next, public static int x is equal to 10. Public static int x is equal to 10. Sir, can you tell inside interface which variable declarations are allowed? First one, second. First one is invalid because interface variable compulsory we should perform initialization at the time of declaration. Second one invalid, third one invalid, fourth one invalid, volatile, transient invalid. Last one public static int x is equal to 10. Valid or invalid? This one valid, no problem at all. Okay, like. So I hope clear, right? Okay, only last one. Okay, this is last one in the, give the tick mark for last. Now the last point related to interface variables. Okay, legend. Last point here, observe. Sir, I am taking interface interrupt. Sir, I am taking interface interrupt. Within that, int x is equal to 10 I am taking. Interface interrupt int x is equal to 10. Now my first implementation class. Sir, class test implements interrupt. Class test implements interrupt. Public static void main method. Public static void main string array args. Within the x is equal to 777 I am taking system.out.println of x. Okay, like this I am taking. Now second one, class test implements interrupt. Class test implements interrupt. Next, public static void main method string array args. Public static void main string array args. Int x is equal to 777 system.out.println of x. And x is equal to 777 SOP of x. Sir, can you tell, is it valid or invalid? First one, second one. First one, valid or invalid? Invalid. What is the reason? Because, sir, interface variables are available to implementation class. But within that, we can access but we can't modify. Because interface variable is always what? Final. That's why here what compile time error we will get? Cannot assign a value. Cannot assign a value to final variable x. This is the compile time error we will get, because we are trying to change x value. X is the 10. Now I am changing as 777. Can you tell second one valid or invalid? Valid or invalid? Valid, because this x and this x nowhere related. It is the local variable of main method. Sir, I am declaring once again local variable. But here I am not declaring, I am using. I am using means this variable x only. That's why here this is a local variable but not interface variable. Perfectly 777 is the answer, SOP of x. Are you getting? So inside implementation class, we can access interface variable but we can't modify their values. Okay, add. Inside implementation class, we can access, inside implementation class we can access interface variables. We can access interface variables. But we can't modify values. We can access interface variables but we can't modify values. That's all. Take this example. Take clearly. Take. So cannot assign a value to final variable yes b. Cannot assign a final variable x. So the first one is nothing but invalid, but second one is the valid because it is the local variable, right? Take a bit special, so care. All these are various internal loopholes related to intraphase variables. Completed, right? I hope completed itself. That's all. Take clearly. So in the last session, just we covered about intraphase. What is the different intraphase, how to declare? Next, how we can provide implementation for the intraphase. Next, the extends versus implements, a bit dangerous keywords, where we have to use extends, where we have to use implements, syntactical related issues. And then we did postmortem on intraphase methods, intraphase variables. Are getting up to that we covered, right? Now, in this session, my requirement is, sir, intraphase naming conflicts are there. Sir, method level, how the naming conflicts, variable level, how the naming conflicts, I will explain first. And after completing that, the most valuable concept for the entire room, what is marker interface, next what is adapter classes, and then what is when we should go for interface, abstract class, concrete class, and the differences between interface and abstract classes, right? These are things we have to discuss. Okay, this is first keep studying interface naming conflicts. Interface naming conflicts, interface naming conflicts. In the first one, interface naming conflicts. In that first one, method naming conflicts. First one, method naming conflicts. Okay. Now here, make sure you people should aware clearly, right? So method and naming conflicts. Best example here, see. So before starting my discussion, I have one important question for you. A Java class can implement any number of interfaces, correct or not? A Java class can implement any number of interfaces, correct or not? Yes. So don't change your answer. So be strict to that answer only. A Java class can implement any number of interfaces, no problem at all. Don't change your answer anyway, right? Now, I have two interfaces are there. Of course, my favorite interfaces are these. Interface left. Okay, interface left. So, first interface contain public void m1 method. Interface left. Next one, interface right. Interface left. Interface right. Right interface also contain public void m1 method, right? And two interfaces contains a method with the same signature. Have you observed? m1 and with the same return type. Sir, I want to implement both interfaces simultaneously. I want to implement both interfaces simultaneously. Class test implements left comma right. Class test implements left and right. Sir, in the implementation class, for how many methods we have to provide implementation? In the implementation class, for how many method? Sir, here public void m1. There also what is that one? Public void m1. Then in the implementation class, we have to provide implementation only for one method. By default itself is enough. Again, public void m1, that's all. For only one method, by default itself is nothing but enough. Are you able to understand that? Okay, this is. So make sure if two interfaces contains a method with the same signature and the same return type, in the implementation class, for one method implementation is by default enough. Okay. Now left person came. Sir, where is my implementation? Array, what is your requirement? Public void M1. This is your implementation. Public void M1 like. Immediately right person also came. Sir, where is my requirement? Where is my implementation? What is your requirement? Public void M1. Array, public void M1 this is. Same method implementation. So works for both interfaces, there is no problem because the requirement is nothing but same. Are you getting that? Sir, they don't want same implementation. They want a different implementation. Then we should go for different classes. Are you able to understand that? Okay, this is because both people require same implementation. Then I can provide one method implementation which implement both interfaces simultaneously. Clear for all of you? Right? So here we are not seeing any conflict. Okay, at case 1. Case 1. If two interfaces contains a method, if two interfaces contains a method with the same signature, if two interfaces contains a method with the same signature, if two interfaces contains a method with the same signature and the same return type, with the same signature and the same return type, same signature and the same return type, same signature and the same return type, then in the implementation class, we have to provide implementation. Then in the implementation class, we have to provide implementation. We have to provide implementation for only one method. We have to provide implementation for only one method. We have to provide implementation for only one method. For only one method. Okay, that's all. Take this example now. If two interfaces contains a method with the same signature and the same return type, the implementation class one method implementation is by default enough. We are not required to provide implementation 2 times. One method implementation itself is enough. Are you able to understand, right? So this is the case 1 we have. If two interfaces contains a method with the same signature, same return type, completed, I hope. Okay. So clear for you people. Next one. This is the case 1. Like, sir, case 2. Case 2. But before that, let me ask once again the same question, right? A Java class can implement any number of interfaces simultaneously. Correct or not? Correct or not? Okay, don't keep any doubt. Don't change your answer. Okay, this is. Now, legend this one. Sir, now case 2, observe. A small change I want to make. Public void M1. Public void M1 of int I. Sir, public void M1 of int I. Two interfaces contains a method with the same name but different argument types. Same name but different argument types. Sir, can you tell in the implementation class for how many methods we require to provide implementation? Both methods, because sir, this is implementation for M1. You can't show this is the implementation for this M1. No, because argument is the different. That's why compulsory we should go for implementation for second method also. Public void M1 of int I. Public void M1 of int I. Sir, if two interfaces contain a method with the same name and a different argument types. Okay, in the implementation class, for both methods we have to provide implementation, and these methods are by default considered as overloaded methods. Correct or not? These methods are by default considered as what? Overloaded methods. Okay, this make sure at this point. Case 2. If two interfaces contains two interfaces contains a method with the same name, contains a method with the same name, contains a method with the same name, contains a method with the same name but different argument types, contains a method with the same name but different argument types, contains a method with the same name but different argument types, then in the implementation class, we have to provide implementation. Then in the implementation class, we have to provide implementation. Implementation for both methods. We have to provide implementation for both methods. Both methods. And these methods acts as overloaded methods. 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 Methods. Are you getting? So this is take this example now. Interface left public void m1. Interface right public void m1. Interface left, interface right, so methods with the same name but different argument types, same name but different argument types, of course. Class test implements left and right. Class test implements left and right, like completed, right? Public void m1 of int I. Completed, I hope. Okay, so this is about what is the method, so overloaded methods, right? Okay, make sure you people should have clarity. Okay, this is the case 2. Now I have one important, of course, same question, let me repeat once again. Is a Java class can implement any number of interfaces simultaneously? Are possible or not? Ayo, voice is going down, I don't know the reason. Nah. A Java class can implement any number of interfaces simultaneously. Correct or not? Huh? Yes, sir. Sure? Ayo, confident, right? A Java class can implement any number of interfaces simultaneously. Correct? Okay, don't change your answer. Okay, this is, don't change. Now we are very nearer to that particular discussion. Interface left, public void m1. Interface right, public int m1. Sir, public int m1. Interface left, interface right. Now class test implements left and right. Okay, sir, can you tell for how many methods we have to provide implementation? For how many methods we should provide implementation? One method or two methods? One method or two methods I have to provide implementation. So okay, for both methods we should provide implementation, because here void but here int, both are not same. That's why let me take what is the first implementation here is public void m1 method is my first method implementation. Second method implementation, public int m1 return some 10, because int is the return type, right? Sir, this is, if I can take like this, compiler will give left and right. What is the reason, you know? Sir, what is the signature of this method? M1. What is the signature of this method? M1. Within a class, two methods with the same signature not allowed. By mistake, if you are trying to take compile a method, you are going to get. That's why This one 100% pakka. This one is nothing but not possible. You can't provide. M1 is already defined in test. This is the compile time error we are going to get. Then how I can implement? Correct. There is a possibility. How we can? Sir, within this class, both methods you can't take. Correct, right? That is the problem. Both methods you can't take. What you can do, take only one method. And declare class as abstract. Then where we have to provide implementation for the remaining method? Child class. Good. Here class subtest extends a test. Okay. Here can you tell what is the implementation? Public. What is the remaining method? Public int m1 return some 10 like this I'm taking. Public int m1 return 10 like this I'm taking, right? Now observe, if I can take like this, compiler will give left and right once again. Sir, it won't. So this one is nothing but wrong approach, right? What is the problem? You may ask, what is the problem? Parent class and child class, a method with the same signature. What is this concept? Overriding. In overriding, return types must be same. But here void means compulsory here also should be void only. Sir, you are trying to override M1 in subtest. Cannot override M1 in test. Attempting to assign incompatible return type. Okay. Found int required void. Like exact compile time error you are going to get. So this approach also won't work. Then what is the way? Have you observed, sir? I want to implement both interfaces simultaneously. Can you tell the way? Because you told very confidently, a Java class can implement any number of interfaces simultaneously. Can you tell, now I want to implement both interfaces simultaneously, what is the way? Don't tell, sir, take a separate class for left, take a separate class for the right. I don't want. I want to implement both interfaces simultaneously. Can you spell out the way? Inner class also face the same problem. Normal top level class facing the problem, same problem by default will be. If you are implementing left M1, inner class implements right M1, taking separate classes right. I don't want. I want to keep implements left comma right. Both interfaces simultaneously I want to implement. What is the way? Because you told very confidently a Java class can implement any number of interfaces simultaneously. Yes, now can you tell what is the answer? Why? How you can implement this one? Yes? Ayo. You told very confidently, right? Yes, a Java class can implement any number of interfaces simultaneously. Even I asked 5 times or 6 times the same question. Every time your answer is the fixed, same. Can you tell how we can implement both interfaces simultaneously in this requirement? Okay, simple answer for that, it is impossible to implement. Okay, don't the break your heads. Is nothing but here, nothing is. It is impossible to implement both interfaces simultaneously. So, is a Java class can implement more than one interface at a time? Boss, general answer is yes, except if two interfaces contains a method with the same signature but different return types. Same signature but different return types, it is impossible to implement both interfaces simultaneously. Are you getting that? Okay, this is. But if these return types are covariant return types, then possible, because one is object, second one is string. Object I will keep in the parent, string I will keep in the child. Object return type, string return. Covariant acceptable. But if there is no covariance between the return types, then it is impossible to implement both interfaces simultaneously. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, at this point. Case 3. If two interfaces contains a method, with the same signature, if two interfaces contains a method with the same signature, but different return types, contains a method with the same signature but different return types. Contains a method with the same signature but different return types. Contains a method with the same signature but different return types. Different return types. Then it is impossible. Then it is impossible. Then it is impossible to implement both interfaces simultaneously. It is impossible to implement. It is impossible to implement both interfaces simultaneously. Impossible to implement both interfaces simultaneously. Are you getting? Impossible to implement both interfaces simultaneously. Within bracket, if return types are not covariant, this release came from 1.5 version onwards. If return types are not covariant, remember that point also. If return types are not covariant, not covariant. Are you getting the point? Right? Okay, this is next. Add example. Interface left. Add example. Interface left. Public void M1. Interface right. Public int M1. Interface left. Public void M1. Interface right. Public int M1. Public int M1. M1. Have you observed right? Here the theory. We can't write any Java class. We can't write any Java class. We can't write any Java class which implements. We can't write any Java class which implements both interfaces simultaneously. We can't write any Java class which implements both interfaces simultaneously. Which implements both interfaces simultaneously. Both interfaces simultaneously. Both interfaces simultaneously. Okay, that's all. Are you getting the point, right? Okay, this is so. This is what you people should require to remember, right? Sir, now I will ask once again the same question. Is a Java class can implement any number of interfaces simultaneously? Ayo, the answer should be yes, except a particular case. Are you getting? What is that particular case? If two interfaces contain a method with the same signature but a different return type, then it is impossible to implement. Add. Better to take question form. Is a Java class can implement? Is a Java class can implement? Is a Java class can implement any number of interfaces simultaneously? Is a Java class can implement any number of interfaces simultaneously? Is a Java class can implement any number of interfaces simultaneously? Answer. Yes, except a particular case. Yes, except a particular case. Except a particular case. So what that case also you have to tell. Add. If two interfaces contains a method, if two interfaces contains a method with the same signature, contains a method with the same signature, but different return types. Contains a method with the same signature but different return types. Then it is impossible. To implement both interfaces simultaneously. Then it is impossible to implement both interfaces simultaneously. Impossible to implement both interfaces simultaneously. That's all. I hope you people can aware. Okay. Interface method naming conflicts is nothing but clear, I hope. Now keep submitting. Okay. Next topic. Next. Intraphase variable naming conflicts. Second category ana variable naming conflicts. Intraphase variable naming conflicts. Intraphase variable naming conflicts. Variable naming conflicts. Variable naming conflicts. Okay. Now observe very carefully about this one. Intraphase naming variable naming conflicts. Sir, if two interfaces contains a variable with the same name, possible or not? Yes. Best example, sir, interface left interface contain int x is equal to 777. Next, interface right within that int x is equal to 888. Interface left, interface right. Now class test implements left and right. Class test implements left and right. Okay, like this. So now my target is, sir, public static void main method string array args. Public static void main string array args. Now my requirement is, sir, I want to print SOP of x. Are you getting? I want to print SOP of x. From left one x came, from right another x came. Can you tell either code is valid or not? I mean, what is the output? Which x value will be considered? Left x value or right x value or compile time error? Compile time error. Reference to x is ambiguous because from both it's coming. So compile time error saying reference to x is ambiguous. Reference to x is ambiguous, like compile time error we are going to get. Sir, how I can solve this problem? Not required to worry, there is a solution. Because every variable is always what? Static, public static final. How we can access static variables, Anna? By using class name. Sir, by using class name or by using interface name. Sir, I want a left interface x value. Simple. System.out.println left dot x. SOP left dot x is nothing but like, what is the answer by default we are going to get? 777 is the answer. SOP of left dot x 777. SOP of right dot x. Are you getting? Right dot x. What is the answer by default we are going to get? 888 is the answer. I hope you people can aware clearly, right? Okay, this is make sure. So two interfaces can contain a variable with the same name. Possible, no problem at all. And there may be a chance of ambiguity problem also. But we can solve this problem by using interface names. Clear for all of you, right? At this point, two interfaces can contain a variable with the same name. Two interfaces can contain a variable with the same name. Two interfaces can contain a variable with the same name. A variable with the same name. And there may be a chance of variable naming conflicts. There may be a chance of variable naming conflicts. But we can solve this problem. We can solve this problem by using interface names. But we can solve this problem by using interface names. Are you getting? So this is what interface variable naming conflict. Method naming conflict solution is there. Variable naming conflict is nothing but this. Method naming conflicts, no solution. Variable naming conflict, solution is there. No problem at all, right? Okay, take this example. So completed, right? So make sure you people should aware what is a method naming conflicts and a variable naming conflicts. So you should have clear clarity, right? Not required to keep much explanation about this one. Completed, right? Okay.
Guys, good morning. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Please confirm to me, guys. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online, is my voice is clear to all of you? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Is my voice is clear to all of you guys? Please respond for me. Right. Thank you. Perfect. 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 Just 1 minute, guys. Within 1 minute, I'll start the session. Don't worry. Very good morning, guys. Very good morning. Right. Good morning, guys. Good morning, guys. Right. We know then today is a demo for Java programming language. Today we gathered here for demonstration about Java programming language, right? Any of you are for a different course other than the Java? Any of you are coming for a different course other than Java? All of you are coming for Java only, right? Right, good. Yeah, then today, just I would like to give some information about the very, very fundamental or foundation for Java. What is Java? How Java is available? How many parts are available in Java?